Pirates Plant Fruit Chapter 501-550. Chapter 501 Battle in the Super Turret. The kicked security forces flew towards the 5 security forces like cannonballs. Boom! 5 security guards were hit by the human shell and then sent flying. Although it is not a real cannonball, the speed and impact of this human cannonball are not weaker than real cannonballs. The human shell knocked down 5 security forces. Sanji continued to fight fiercely with the security forces with his powerful foot skills. Robin is here to show a powerful assassination ability. Robin's own flowering fruit ability is to grow arms on enemies or objects, so that these arms can be used for assassination. With these arms, Robin killed the security forces one by one. The vigilantes had 2 arms growing from their necks, pulling their heads back. These vigilantes had their necks broken and died. Or grow a pair of arms from the waist of the security army and pull the grenades away from their waist. Then the security forces were blown away in the explosion of flesh and blood. Nami is also holding a special pistol, constantly shooting the security forces in the dark. In the battle to retake the super turret in front of the left, Robin exerted his greatest power. Robin's flowering fruit ability actually wiped out most enemies in this environment. Among the more than 100 security forces guarding the super battery, Robin eliminated more than 60. Sanji killed more than 30. Nami killed several. After a fierce battle between the 3, the left front fort was finally recaptured. Now inside the right rear battery of the sea dock. Izumi Water Goddess and King of Ninjas battle here. At the beginning of the passage to the super battery, the water goddess Izumi used ice hockey to freeze the security forces into an ice block. The 2 quickly rushed into the super battery. The interior of the turret is divided into 3 layers. The bottom layer is the power room, which is responsible for adjusting the rotation and aiming direction of the entire super turret. There is a huge mechanical hinge here, which can be used to adjust the steering of the entire turret. After entering here from the entrance, the King of Ninjas and the water goddess Izumi immediately saw more than 10 enemies here. The enemies found that someone had entered the area and fired violently with submachine guns, shotguns and grenade guns. Da 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 da. Boom, 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 boom. Bullets and grenades were fired violently. The figure of the Ninja King left like a ghost. Izumi, the water goddess, used an iron axe to create a wind shield in advance. The wind shield blocked the bullets and grenades. Izumi, the water goddess, was still standing behind the wind shield with poise. The wind shield helps her resist all damage. What's the matter? The wind actually blocked our attack. Just when the security forces were shocked. After the Ninja King reached their side, he threw more than 10 shuriken with both hands in succession with his ghostly footwork. The shuriken hit the vigilantes in the neck. These vigilantes all twitched in pain for a while, then fell to the ground. Izumi looked at the King of Ninjas standing beside them and said, "Your assassination skills are truly unparalleled in the world." Hearing the compliment, the Ninja King said modestly, "Thank you for the compliment." Assassination was originally the specialty of the Ninja King. The King of Ninjas, with his own abilities, used a shuriken to assassinate these security forces with ease. After clearing the enemies in the power room on the first floor, the King of Ninjas and the water goddess Izumi continued to go to the next level. On the second floor is the ammunition room for the super turret. The heavy artillery shells brought up from the ammunition depots deep in the sea dock are placed here, and then transported to the upper fire room. The ammunition room is guarded by more than 20 security officers and soldiers. As soon as they saw the Izumi Water Goddess and the King of Ninjas attacking here, they immediately picked up their firearms and fought. Izumi, the Water Goddess, took out the silver axe while maintaining the wind shield with an iron axe. She whispered a spell in her mouth, and frost formed around the silver axe, and then ice and snow formed. After the ice and snow are formed, a pile of ice cones are then transformed. There are dozens of these ice picks, all as sharp as daggers. Cold ice. 1,000 cones. These icicles were fired at the security forces. A vigilante was shooting with a submachine gun, and an ice pick pierced his eye socket. The sharp ice pick penetrated the eyeball and pierced the skull. The security guard quickly collapsed, and the submachine gun in his hand fired a few random shots. The vigilantes were shot through the eye socket or the throat by the ice picks. When the water goddess Izumi wiped out a large number of the security forces, the king of ninjas also wielded a ninja sword to kill the security forces one by one. The more than 20 security forces in this ammunition room were also quickly eliminated. The ninja king and Izumi water goddess continued to the fire room on the top floor. In the fire room on the top floor, there are more than 30 security guards. The fire room is the command headquarters of the entire super battery. This is responsible for aiming and loading the 3 cannons, as well as issuing orders to the ammunition and power rooms below. After a fierce battle, the king of ninja and the water goddess Izumi finally succeeded in destroying the ruthless enemy and captured this super fort. The super battery on the right rear of the marine dock was also captured. Now only the super battery at the rear left of the sea dock remains. This super turret was recaptured by Luffy and Chopper. At the super battery on the left rear, Luffy used his rubber ability to eject Chopper and knocked down the security forces guarding the passage, and then the two rushed into the super battery together. Wow! Shoot them away! Luffy took the lead and rushed into the power room at the bottom of the battery. There is a huge rotating shaft inside, and there are more than 10 security forces guarding it. Rubber tracking gun. Luffy stretched out his hands, and changed direction to attack the enemy in the middle. Chopper maintains his human form and is constantly changing to other forms. Jump boost. Chopper's body strengthened his legs, and his legs quickly became very strong. With strong legs, Chopper jumps and attacks in this powerhouse. Luffy and Chopper quickly wiped out the enemies here with their powerful combat power. Then the two went to the ammunition room on the upper floor together. After reaching the ammunition room on the upper floor, I saw that there were more than 30 enemy guards here. Well, it's stronger now. Luffy clenched his fists for a big fight. Luffy dashed to one of the vigilantes, his arms quickly extending and wrapping him. What are you doing? The security guard said in horror. I need a buddy, Luffy said excitedly. The vigilante was manipulated like a puppet by Luffy. Rubber robot ally. Luffy manipulated the vigilante like a robot. Chapter 502 Victory. The other security forces were surprised when they saw it. They all aimed their guns, but were hesitant to shoot. I'm here first. Luffy manipulated the vigilante to attack. The vigilante had a grenade gun in his hand. Boom, 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 boom. Was fired from a grenade by the security forces under the control of Luffy. The grenades hit other security forces. Ah! Crap! Don't attack us. It's over, he's under control. The security forces screamed and quickly retreated. A vigilante officer hurriedly ordered, don't care about him. Shoot him and the enemy together. The rest of the vigilantes aimed submachine guns, shotguns and grenades at Luffy and the manipulated vigilantes. Wait. This manipulated security force had a look of fear on his face. Luffy saw the situation, he quickly let go of his arms and legs. I'm leaving. Luffy quickly left the vigilante. But the other security forces have already pulled the trigger. Da 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 da. Boom, 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 boom. Intensive bullets and grenades were fired at the security force. The vigilante was sieved by submachine gun bullets and shrapnel, and then hit by several grenades. His body was blown into pieces. Luffy then jumped over the rest of the security forces. Rubber tempest. Luffy's fists came in rapid succession. Dozens of punches like a storm hit these security forces. The security forces threw their fists and fell to the ground while screaming. Chopper also took the opportunity to attack, killing the remaining enemies. After the hard work of the two, the security forces in the ammunition room were also eliminated. Luffy and Chopper continued to charge a layer above their mouths, and finally reached the top fire room. There are more than 30 security forces guarding the firehouse on this floor. When the security forces saw Luffy, they picked up their submachine guns and fired violently. Da 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 da. The dense bullets came, and Luffy's body was dented. However, Luffy bounced the bullets back with his own rubber properties. After a while of screaming, several security guards fell to the ground injured, and several others were killed. A security army officer quickly gave an order and said, "This guy is a rubber devil fruit person. Everyone quickly use a dagger to melee, the rubber is afraid of being cut." The security forces pulled out large daggers that were 50 centimeters long. They swung their daggers at Luffy. Some also attacked Chopper. But Luffy and Chopper were happier, because the hand-to-hand combat they were good at was more powerful. After a while of fighting, the security forces in the fire room were wiped out. So far, the super battery on the left rear of the maritime dock has also been recaptured. Rog, Sanji, King of Ninjas, and Chopper respectively informed Mont Blanc Kulik of the situation through the phone bug. At this time, Mont Blanc, Cricket and the orangutan have already cleared all the enemies except the top deck. "Okay, everyone, let's take down the top deck together. That way the remnants are completely wiped out," Mont Blanc Kulik said among the phone bugs. On the top deck of the sea dock, Colonel Kloster looked extremely frustrated. He had already learned that most of the Second Army under his command had been wiped out. The Second Corps is now in jeopardy, and even the security forces in the 4 super turrets have been killed. The 200 vigilantes here on the top deck are now Kloster's last troops. "How could this be?" Kloster said in disbelief. "These are the only people left in the dignified Second Army." Ah! Suddenly there was a scream. Zoro who suddenly rushed out of the lower cabin. In addition to Zoro, Rog and Usopp, there are also Sanji and Robin and Nami and the King of Ninja and Izumi, the Water Goddess, and Luffy and Chopper and Mont Blanc. Kulik and the orangutan are all rushed come out. "Fly them, and none of them are left." Luffy shouted happily. "Kill all these guys," Usopp said. Rog, Zoro, and Sanji are all silent, but their bodies are already charging quickly. Here, Rog can use his ace weapon again. Rog put the stake of the hand of giant wood on his right arm. The power of the plant fruit was concentrated in the body, and the green light flickered on the wooden stake on the right arm. Then the giant wooden hand at the front of the stake grew rapidly and became enormous. In the end, it was enough to crush a yak to death. What is this? Hand, arm. Arms like trees. What kind of monster is this? After seeing Rog's giant wooden hand, the security forces said in surprise. But Rog's giant wooden hand is not just for viewing. Taste my punch. Rog waved his giant wooden hand and clenched his fist at the security forces on the deck. The size of the giant wooden hand is very huge, and this punch actually knocked more than a dozen security forces into the air. They flew out of this vast deck, and finally fell into the sea in the distance. "It's scary," the security guards said in shock. But other than Rog would also make these vigilantes terrified. Zoro can unleash wide-ranging attacks on the expansive deck here. Zoro held the word Hidao in his mouth, Shui walked in his left hand, and Ghost in his right. With the 3 katana swords working together, Zoro's body danced. 3 knife flow, tornado. Zoro's 3 katana swords create amazing swordsmanship. This sword energy is huge, like a tornado. Groups of security troops were rolled up and violently beheaded by sword energy. Sanji used his kicking skills hard. Level 3 ground meat. Secondary ground meat. First class ground meat. Superlative ground meat. Sanji violently kicked down a large number of enemies. Robin is also working hard to cast a wide range of attacks. Second round flower. Choke. A pair of arms grew out of the necks of the hordes of vigilantes, and the arms snapped their heads to the back. Then one by one the body fell down and lost his life. Luffy is even more sweeping here. On this top deck, Luffy's legs and body are stretched out to the fullest, wiping out hordes of enemies. Rubber whip. Luffy's legs stretched quickly. Then it swept across the security forces like a huge whip. The vigilantes screamed for a while, and were knocked over by Luffy like he was harvesting wheat. The King of Ninja also uses his various powerful ninja weapons to kill the quartet here. Exploding shuriken. A shuriken with an explosive projectile at its core was thrown from where the security forces of the dynasty of ninja gathered. A large number of security forces were killed. Even if he survived, he was assassinated at close range by the King of Ninjas using kunai. Chapter 503 Ready to use the turret. Izumi Water Goddess showed Kamui in this battle. She used all three axes together, showing great power. Izumi utters an ancient magic spell and manipulates the golden axe, the silver axe and the iron axe together to produce magical effects. Sparks appeared around the golden axe, and then flames formed. Frost appeared around the silver axe, forming ice. The wind appeared around the iron axe, forming the wind Uzumaki. Fire, ice, wind is reincarnation in hell. Izumi Water Goddess unleashes the gathered three magical powers together. Fire, ice, and wind attacked the security forces in a large area. This comprehensive magic attack has a large range, but it is not good for dealing with strong enemies. However, it can be said that it is more than enough to deal with these security forces. Groups of security troops saw flames flying towards them. Flames covered their bodies. It's hot. The security guards howled in pain. However, the flame didn't last long, and it stopped in less than 10 seconds. The security forces were burned and suffered a lot of injuries. But it was followed by another blizzard. The blizzard was extremely fast and froze their burnt bodies again. It's so cold. Frozen me to death. The snowstorm stopped after 10 seconds. Then came the strong wind blowing again. This is not just ordinary wind, the wind itself is extremely powerful, and the security forces are blown by this powerful wind, as if being cut by daggers. It hurts to death. This wind continued for 10 seconds and then stopped. During this period, many security forces suffered such a huge blow that they simply fell on the deck or died or were injured. However, there are still many surviving security forces. Great, it's finally over. Although these security forces were all wounded, they finally survived the catastrophe. But for them, the horror is not over. Widespread flames recovered the surviving vigilantes. The security forces are in pain again. This is the fire, ice, and wind of the water goddess Izumi. The large-scale attack makes the enemy repeatedly suffer damage and pain in the fire, ice and wind. The enemy was repeatedly killed and wounded, and eventually fell for it. This is the cycle of reincarnation that will not stop until the opponent dies. Usopp also acted as a sharpshooter during the battle, and any security forces who attempted to attack others who threatened others were shot and killed by him. Nami also shoots enemies with a scoped pistol given by Usopp. Chopper is always on guard to prevent other enemies from attacking Nami and Usopp. After all, Chopper's hand-to-hand combat is still very strong. Mont Blanc Kurik fought hard with the great trio of apes and gorillas. All three are masters in hand-to-hand combat. The three of them beat the security forces one by one with their fists and feet. Under the hard work of everyone, the 200 security troops on the top deck were quickly wiped out. The commander of the Cluster Army here now sees the complete destruction of the Second Army. How could this be like this? Colonel Cluster said in horror and frustration. The Second Army of the Public Security Army, which was still alive when it landed in the sea dock not long ago, is now completely destroyed. He is already on the verge of becoming a bear commander. At this moment, a huge fist clenched into the giant wooden hand controlled by Rog came over. Boom! This punch knocked Cluster and the 7 officers and soldiers beside him into the air. They flew off the vast deck of the offshore dock and plunged into the distant sea. After a while of fighting, everyone completely cleaned up the remaining enemies. After clearing the enemy, Montblanc-Curec looked around and said, "We have regained control of the maritime dock." He looked at the security army fleets around the sea dock and even in the distance. "But we didn't really win," said Montblanc-Curec. "Now there is a huge fleet of the security forces around the sea dock." Although the elite second corps of the landing operation was completely destroyed. However, there are 8 heavy warships, 30 light warships, and a powerful security army fleet composed of 15 landing ships still operating around the sea dock. Rog said to Montblanc-Curec, "Then what should we do next?" Montblanc-Curec looked at the 4 super batteries around the sea dock again. "We will use these super batteries to solve the enemy," Montblanc-Curec said. The 4 super turrets in the sea dock are powerful weapons used by the Tsuruyama Combined Army to counter the security forces fleet. Although the command room of the maritime dock was severely damaged, the behemoth at sea was temporarily unable to move. However, the super battery with 3 super guns distributed in the 4 corners of the sea dock is a powerful weapon enough to suppress some enemies in the nearby waters. In fact, when the second army that landed was wiped out, the fate of these security fleets was decided. The biggest support of the maritime dock is the 4 super battery. These super turrets are capable of destroying ships within range with their powerful triple-barrel super guns. Montblanc-Curec ordered the surviving crew to hurry into the 4 super battery to prepare for battle. The right front super battery, the left front super battery, the right rear super battery, and the left rear super battery were all quickly entered by the crew of the Tsuruyama Union Army, ready to fight. The crew entered the super battery, whether it was the power room, the ammunition room, or the firepower room was full of manpower. Montblanc-Curec, standing on the top deck, listens to the report inside the phone bug. "Report to the commander, the super battery in the front right is ready." "Report to the commander, the front left super battery is ready." "Report to the commander, the rear right super battery is ready." "Report to the commander, the rear left super battery is ready." Montblanc-Curec then ordered the entire army with a telephone bug, "All wait for the battle." He then turned his head to look at Rog and Zoro. "Okay, everyone, we'll see how the enemy is destroyed later," Montblanc-Curec said calmly. Rog looked at the super battery and said, "Are you going to use those battery to deal with the enemy?" Usopp said expectantly, "It must be spectacular when the cannon is fired like that." Luffy said excitedly, "Wow. I want to see it." Everyone is looking forward to the super artillery fire of the super battery. Montblanc-Curec and the others continued to observe the situation of the security forces fleet around the sea dock. The security army fleet has now lost contact with the second corps, and the 15 landing ships that were originally near the sea dock have been separated. More than 30 light warships also surrounded the sea dock from all sides. 8 heavy warships lined up in the distance. In any case, the fleet of the security army is still very strong. Chapter 504 Powerful Horror Super Turret. Observing the current situation, Montblanc-Curec gave a new order to the phone bug after thinking. The front right super battery and the left front super battery both give priority to attacking distant heavy warships. The right rear super battery and the left rear super battery attack light warships and landing ships that are approaching around. Soon the 4 super battery towers received a reply. Super battery in front right, order received. Left front super battery, order received. Right rear super battery, order received. Left rear super battery, order received. All 4 super turrets received orders. The super battery in the front right and the super battery in the front left are responsible for long-range bombardment of 8 heavy warships. The super battery on the right rear and the super battery on the left are responsible for destroying light warships and landing ships. In the super battery in the front right. Inside the fire room on the top floor. Aim for the far right of the 8 heavy warships. 3 super guns ready to reload. Order the power room to rotate the turrets at 2 o'clock. Order the ammunition room to send heavy armor-piercing shells up. The officer in charge of commanding here said. The order was quickly conveyed. In the power room at the bottom of the super turret in the front right. The crew worked together to turn the huge shaft here. The huge shaft turns in the opposite direction at 2 o'clock. Inside the middle ammo layer. The crew here began to place 2-meter diameter heavy armor-piercing shells through the lifting tower and sent them to the fire room above. 3 consecutive heavy armor-piercing shells were sent to the fire room above through the lifting tower. In the fire room, the crew loaded 3 heavy armor-piercing shells into the gun chambers from the rear of the 3 super guns. The crew then adjusted the 3 super guns to aim at the heavy warship on the far right. The super turret in the front right is loaded with shells and ready to attack. The super turret in the front left is also loaded with shells, but this super turret is aimed at the heavy warship on the far left. In addition to the 2 super turrets, the super turret in the rear right and the super turret in the rear left are also loaded with shells and aimed at the security warships near the maritime dock. The 3 2-meter diameter and 20-meter long gun barrels on the super battery are aimed at the target and may shoot devastating shells at any time. At this time, it was on the Imperial warship among the 8 heavy warships of the security forces. The Chief of Staff of the security forces used the phone bug to contact Kloster, the commander of the 2nd Army Corps, but there was no response. How could it be like this? The 2nd Corps really doesn't have a single person left, said the Chief of Staff of the Public Security Army. The situation in the docks at sea is very unclear now. Neither the 4 killer brothers dispatched nor the 2nd Corps who landed later had lost contact. He looked towards the sea dock. Don't know how it is now. Chief of Staff, you see the turrets seem to be turning. An officer said quickly. I saw that the super turrets in the front right and left of the maritime dock were turning. Especially the super battery in the front right. The black holes of the 3 super artillery guns are aimed at the position of the heavy warships. How could this be? Could it be that they even took back the super battery? Said the Chief of Staff of the Security Army. At this time, the Chief of Staff of the Security Army had extreme anxiety and fear in his heart. They had seen the power of the dock at sea before. But at that time, it was when the former owner of the sea dock, a pirate captain, commanded the sea dock. Inside the super battery on the right front of the maritime dock, the commanding officer here gave the order to fire. Fire! The gunner in charge of the 3 super guns pulled the mechanical lever. The muzzles at the front of the barrels of the 3 super guns flashed 3 fires at the same time. The 3 fires were extremely dazzling, even brighter than lightning. The huge barrels of the 3 super guns trembled violently. Boom! A thunder-like cannon sounded that shook the sea and the sky. 3 heavy armor-piercing shells flew towards the heavy warship on the far right. The officers and soldiers on this heavy warship have not yet recovered from the shock of the gunfire just now. 3 heavy armor-piercing shells had already hit the heavy warship. Boom! The steel and high-quality wood hull of this heavy warship is pierced by 3 heavy armor-piercing shells. 3 heavy armor-piercing shells penetrated the solid hull and exploded violently inside the hull. Even the arsenal of the heavy warship was detonated. The heavy warship began to explode violently. The entire heavy warship was engulfed in flames and gunpowder smoke. After such damage, the heavy warship quickly sank into the rolling waves. At this time, the Chief of Staff of the Security Forces, who was on the 3rd heavy warship Emperor from the left, jumped up in fright after seeing it. Such a powerful destructive force. He said in shock. Although the super battery of the sea dock has been seen firing before, but at that time it was only bombarding the land. It was the first time he had seen what would happen if he hit a warship. Just one salvo destroyed a heavy warship. Boom! Just when the Chief of Staff of the Security Army and a large number of officers and soldiers had not woken up from the shock. The super battery on the left front of the maritime dock also fired. 3 heavy armor-piercing shells also hit the heavy warship on the far left. The sturdy hull of steel and high-quality wood is also unable to withstand the damage of these heavy armor-piercing shells. A violent explosion engulfed the heavy warship. Ah! Help! Run away! The officers and soldiers on the heavy warship on the far left desperately jumped into the sea to escape. Because this heavy warship did not detonate its arsenal like the one on the far right that was destroyed, it was able to continue to support it for a while in this severely damaged situation. However, this heavy warship is also raging on the inner and outer decks, and the huge mast is also falling. The huge canvas also became a flammable item that was raging in the fire. It can be said that this heavy warship has become a burning fire ship and completely lost its combat effectiveness. The security army originally had 10 heavy warships, but now the loss of 4 can be said to be a huge loss. The Gaia Knight and the Patronus, which were sunk before, were killed in the sea after intensive heavy fire attack and destruction. But now it is only a salvo of triple-mounted super artillery from the super battery of the sea dock that can destroy a heavy warship. These super guns are amazingly powerful. A super orangutan cannon that is far more powerful than the previous Ulthane probe. The chief of staff of the security forces on the deck of the Emperor saw this terrifying sight. He was shaking all over. With the super battery of the sea dock, none of these fleets may be able to escape. Chapter 505 Last Stand. 2 heavy warships were destroyed one after another, and the security forces on the warships began to become chaotic. My God, such terrifying destructive power. I'm afraid we are not rivals. Where are they shelling, clearly firing lightning? Under the devastating destructive power of the super battery in the sea dock, the security forces panicked for a while. The chief of staff of the security army turned pale at first, but then recovered a little. He looked at the sea and the huge sea dock. If you run away now, you will definitely not be able to escape. The range of the triple-mounted super guns on those super turrets can be said to be very long. Since you can't escape, it's better to fight the backwater. The chief of staff of the security army picked up the phone bug and started issuing orders. The entire fleet obeys. Our army is now within the firing range of the enemy's super artillery. Escape is impossible, so we have to fight to the death. I ordered the entire fleet to attack the sea dock, especially trying to destroy the 4 super battery. The order of the chief of staff of the security forces was quickly communicated to the ships of the entire fleet through telephone bugs. Although many security officers and soldiers who were originally panicked were surprised by the decision of the chief of staff of the security forces, but after thinking about it carefully, there is really no other way out. With the powerful attack range of the 4 super battery in this maritime dock, the sea area of this generation is completely covered. Even if you run away forcibly, you can't escape too far. So it's better to fight back. In fact, the sea dock can't move now. As long as the 4 super battery are destroyed, it will be able to turn the corner. No matter what, it's better to fight. Soon the chief of staff of the security army got replies from various warships. The Great Axe has orders. The Spear has orders. The Conch has orders. Hammer received orders. The Oracles has orders. Indomitable has orders. The Chief of Staff of the Public Security Army received replies from various warships. There are still 6 heavy warships, 30 light warships, and 15 landing ships, a total attack of 51 main warships, and the security force fleet to fight the Tsuruyama combined army to the death. After the right front super battery and left front super battery of the sea dock attacked the heavy warship. The super battery on the right rear of the sea dock and the super battery on the left rear also attacked the light warships and landing ships. The super battery on the rear right aimed at a light warship several hundred meters away from the sea dock. Boom! 3 heavy armor-piercing shells were fired at the light warship. After the light warship was hit, the steel and hardwood of the hull was penetrated, and then it exploded violently. Even the hulls of heavy warships could not withstand such devastating shells. Not to mention this light warship. The light warship was directly broken into several sections and sank to the bottom of the sea. The super battery on the left rear was aimed at a landing ship. Boom! The huge super cannon fired 3 incredibly powerful heavy armor-piercing shells. The hull structure of the landing ship is larger than that of the light warship, and because it is designed and manufactured for landing operations, it is even more difficult to resist these terrifying shells. Boom, boom, boom. The hull of the landing ship exploded violently, and then tipped over to the side of the hull opposite the hit surface. The landing ship also sank to the bottom of the sea. On the top deck of the sea dock, Rogue and Usopp and Montblanc Curric were watching the battle. The powerful firepower of the super artillery on the super battery made everyone feel deeply shocked for a while. What a powerful artillery! Usopp said in shock. Wow, so cool! Luffy said excitedly. It was just a crush. Sanji said with a shocked expression. These cannons are so powerful. Roger said in shock. I feel sorry for the enemy. The little guy Chopper also said in shock. But in this way, we are sure to win. Instead, Nami said happily. It is precisely because of these 4 incomparably powerful super batteries that the maritime dock has hope of victory. With the powerful triple-mounted super guns of the super battery, the sea dock is enough to send the powerful fleet of the security army to the bottom of the sea. Although the security army's fleet is huge, the super artillery range of these super battery can cover all these fleets. Even these security warships have to speed up their escape as unable to escape the fate of being sunk. Luffy said, I'm going to see it. He extended his arm and grabbed the top of the super turret in front of the right. Then Luffy shortened his arms and pulled his body over. Luffy got to the top of the super turret. Standing here, Luffy looked around. The line of sight on the top deck was very wide, and it is even more exaggerated here. From here you can overlook the surrounding sea. The security warships on this sea have a panoramic view. It's a great view. Come on up too. Luffy called out to Roger and Sanji. Rog looked at the super battery. However, Rog looked at the super battery on the left front of the maritime dock. I'll go see that super battery. Rog said and walked over at the same time. Usopp, let's go to a super battery too, Chopper said to Usopp. Okay, let's also go to the super battery in the front left. Usopp said. The two also quickly followed Rog. Rog, Usopp and Chopper walked towards the super battery on the left front of the marine dock. Sanji looked at the super battery and then at Nami. He suddenly had a good idea in his mind. Miss Nami, let's go to the top of a super battery too. How about going there to see the scenery? Sanji said to Nami very attentively. Nami swallowed after hearing this, and said in disgust, you don't have to think like that. Sanji thought so. Once Nami reaches the top of the super battery, she will definitely be very scared. At that time, Sanji can protect Nami as a gentleman, fully demonstrating the gentleman's demeanor and chivalry. Sanji continued to persuade, Miss Nami, don't worry. The gentleman will protect you. Nami walked away in disgust, waved her hand and said, no, no, no. At this time, Robin said, I'd rather go up and have a look. Sanji immediately turned his head and looked at Robin with love and appreciation. As expected of Sister Robin, you have such courage, Sanji said admiringly. At this time, the water goddess Izumi also said, I also want to go and see. I can use levitation magic to help everyone go up. Is there anyone else who wants to see it? The Ninja King said, count me in. But I can go up by myself. Chapter 506 Fierce Bombardment. Sanji excitedly looked at the water goddess Izumi and said, as expected of my goddess. So brave. Nami looked at Robin and Izumi, the water goddess, and said with an ugly expression, who are these people? Sanji looked at the 4 super turrets in the marine dock, and his eyes were fixed on the super turret on the right rear. Sister Robin, goddess, let's go to the super battery with the rest of us and watch. Sanji said. Sanji and Robin marched towards the super battery at the right rear of the marine dock together. Now there are only Nami and Zoro and Montblanc, Cricket and the orangutan. Boss, let's also go to the top of a super battery to see. The orangutan said with great interest. I also want to go see it. The orangutan said excitedly. Mont Blanc Cricket looked at the two excited little brothers. Really, haven't you seen it before? You are so excited now. But we do need to observe the surroundings better. Mont Blanc Kulik agreed to do so. Okay, let's go, said the orangutan. Go to the super battery at the rear left, said the orangutan. Mont Blanc Kurik, along with the orangutan and the orangutan, went to the super battery on the left rear of the sea dock. Now only Nami and Zoro are left here. Nami looked around in frustration, and finally her eyes fell on Zoro again. You must be going too, right? Nami said in frustration. Zoro is lying on the top deck. He supported his head with his arms, yawned, and said, I didn't expect that guy like the king of ninjas likes to watch the fun as much as his curly eyebrows. But I want to sleep for a while. Nami's originally frustrated face quickly became clear. That's great, Nami said happily. On the top of the 4 super battery turrets in the maritime dock, someone has reached it. The view of the vast ocean from here is truly mind-blowing. Luffy stood on the top of the super battery in the front right, from which he watched the many security warships on the sea. How cool! Luffy shouted happily. Rog, Usopp and Chopper are on top of the super battery in the front left. The 3 stood here looking at the vast sea. The warships of the security forces are sailing on the sea. However, the 3 incomparably huge super artillery in front of this super artillery tower are looking down on all the enemies. It's really vast here, Roger said with emotion. It's spectacular, Chopper said in shock. Usopp stood at the front, posing exaggeratedly like a brave sea warrior. Captain Usopp is going to lead everyone to destroy the enemy's fleet today. Usopp said ambitiously. In this case, Usopp said imposingly. At first glance, he really thought he was the admiral in command of everything. Above the super turret on the right rear of the marine dock. Sanji and Robin and Izumi Water Goddess and the King of Ninjas are up there. Robin looked at the vast sea and the security warships. Well, it's really a big battle. Even Alabasta has never seen such a fierce naval battle, Robin said with emotion. Izumi Water Goddess looked at the sea and the security army fleet and said, but they probably won't be the opponents of this sea dock. More accurately, they won't be the opponents of these super battery. The Ninja King was silent. Sanji looked at the security warships and said, 2 ladies, please rest assured. There are gentlemen here, and they will protect you to the death. Above the super battery at the rear left of the marine dock. Mont Blanc Kulik and the orangutans all looked at the vast sea and these security warships. It's spectacular, especially this time against a strong enemy, said the orangutan. Wait and kill them, said the orangutan. It was a super brutal fight. I see that since the enemy didn't flee, they obviously wanted to fight back. Mont Blanc Kulik said earnestly. The vigilante fleet surrounding the sea dock is now all ready for battle. The heavy artillery of the heavy warship is loaded. The flat-fire guns of the light warships are also fully loaded. The self-defense artillery of the landing ship is also fully loaded. Regardless of their firepower, these warships aim their muzzles at the super battery that they can shoot. Boom, 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 boom. Heavy warships, light warships, and landing ships all fired. The dense shells were fired at the 4 super turrets of the offshore dock at extremely high speed. The 4 super turrets in the offshore dock were bombarded with intense fire. Above the super turret in the front right, Luffy saw the incoming shells. Some hit the super turret, but some were about to fall on top of the super turret. Rubber balloons. Luffy inhaled sharply, inflating himself into a giant rubber balloon. 3 shells hit Luffy in the body. Luffy jerked the cannonball off. However, the strength of the rebound is still limited, and it cannot hit the warships of the security army. The 3 shells that bounced back fell into the sea. The 3 shells splashed huge waves in the sea. But more shells hit the super battery. Luffy wouldn't be able to bounce as many shells even as a rubber balloon. and the explosive impact of the many shells instead threw Luffy away. Ah! Luffy was thrown away by the impact of the explosion after the shell hit the super turret. On the top deck of the dock at sea, Nami was shocked when she saw the bombardment of the super battery. How can it be like this? Nami said in shock. Snoring, snoring. Zoro was still lying on the deck snoring. The sound of the surrounding cannons shook the sky, but it failed to wake him up. At this moment, the thrown Luffy flew over and hit Zoro. Ah! Zoro cried out in pain. Luffy stood up and said, fortunately, it landed successfully. On top of the super turret in the front left. Rog and Chopper and Usopp also saw countless shells flying over. Usopp, who was in a heroic posture, saw these shells, but was frightened and quickly ran behind Rog. Seeing this situation, Rog quickly used the power of plant fruits in his body. Quickly put on the walnut armor again, and at the same time, the giant wooden hand at the front of the stake on the right arm began to grow rapidly. Boom, 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 boom. Intensive shells hit the super battery at the feet of the three. Rog's giant wooden hand finally grew to the point where he could crush a yak. Rog directly blocked the three of them with the hand of the giant tree. Several shells hit the hand of the giant tree. The huge impact force even nearly tore the hand of the giant tree apart. Chapter 507 Come on Fight. The hand of the giant tree trembled violently after being hit by the cannonballs, and this huge arm grown from trees was severely damaged by the impact and explosive force of the cannonballs. What a powerful explosive force! Rog also tried hard to resist the attack. Usopp and Chopper turned pale with fright. What a terrifying power! Usopp said in shock. Scared me, Chopper cried. However, the shells fired by the security warships kept flying over, and even the hand of the giant tree was difficult to resist for a long time. The hand of the giant tree was hit by successive cannonballs, and eventually turned into pieces. After receiving this major impact, Rog, Usopp, and Chopper were also thrown away by the impact force generated by the shell hitting the top of the super turret. Ah! Usopp and Chopper cried out in pain. Chopper quickly shoved a blue wave ball into his mouth, and then his body changed shape. Fur strengthening. Chopper's body swelled rapidly, turning into a giant fluffy ball of fur. Rog grabbed Usopp. Boom! Rog's back slammed heavily on the top deck. Chopper, which turned into a huge ball of fur, fell fluffy onto the top deck. Usopp was still struggling in Rog's arms, and cried out in pain, I was killed by a fall. Roger let it go. Usopp opened his eyes, looked around, and breathed happily. He saw Rog who was barely standing up again and said, thank you very much. Rog stood up, walnut armor all over his body. The walnut armor effectively protected Roger's body. Rog looked around and said, we were attacked so hard. They actually decided to attack here. Usopp looked at the shells that were still flying over. In addition to most of them hitting the 4 super battery, some also hit the top deck of the sea dock. Are they crazy? Usopp said in shock. All the security warships are desperately firing. It's at the super turret at the right rear of the marine dock. The super battery was also heavily attacked. A swarm of dense shells hit the battery. Sanji, Robin, Izumi Water Goddess and Ninja King at the top of the fort saw the cannonballs constantly flying over. Bastard! Didn't you see Sister Robin and Izumi Water Goddess here? Sanji jumped up and kicked a cannonball with one kick. Izumi, the water goddess, hurriedly used the iron axe and whispered an ancient magic spell in her mouth. A 10-meter diameter wind Uzumaki was formed in front of the fort. This is the giant wind shield. The shells hit the wind shield, which exploded violently. But the Izumi water goddess is full of sweat. Everyone, hurry down. It takes astonishing magical power to maintain such a huge wind shield. Izumi water goddess said to Sanji and the others. Robin looked under the super battery, and she quickly folded her hands. 30 round flowers. Ladder. A row of double-armed ladders appeared on the side of the super turret. Izumi barely maintained the wind shield for a while, and then quickly went down. The top of the super turret was then covered with shells. The security warships use all kinds of artillery to try to destroy these super battery. The top of the super turret at the rear left of the marine dock. The dense cannonballs flew over, and Mont Blanc Kulik, the orangutan hurriedly jumped off the top of this super battery. After falling back to the top deck, the orangutan looked at the super battery in the explosion. Although these artillery shells could not destroy the super battery, they shrouded the battery in terrifying explosions and smoke. "It's terrifying," said the orangutan. "Boss, just now you predicted that the warships of the security army would attack. Why did you predict like this?" asked the orangutan. Mont Blanc Kulik said earnestly, "Because people will fight to the death if they must die. If people can survive, they will try to escape, but even the survival is not so simply fighting the enemy to the death." Mont Blanc Kulik understood this, so he had previously believed that the security forces fleet would fight to the death. The vigilante fleets now use their powerful artillery to slam the 4 super turrets. Of course, the 4 super turrets themselves are made of steel and special alloys. Not so easy to be easily destroyed. However, under the bombardment of dense artillery shells, especially the heavy artillery of heavy warships, some of the shells of the super battery began to dent. After a long time, these super battery cannot withstand the violent shelling. Mont Blanc Kulik hurriedly shouted to the crowd, "We must find a way to speed up the destruction of those warships. Otherwise, even these 4 super turrets will not be able to withstand the bombardment of these shells." Everyone understands what to do now. Zoro walked quickly to the top deck side of the offshore dock. He pulled all 3 samurai swords out of their scabbards. Zoro held the word Hidao in his mouth, clenched Gush with his right hand, and Shuigo with his left. Zoro jumped down quickly and jumped from the side of the top deck of the offshore dock into the sea below. Zoro swims in the sea to sneak attack on these security warships. The King of Ninja also jumped into the sea to attack these security warships. Roger and Chopper act together. At this time, the crew of the Tsuruyama Union Army also went to the deck to support the battle. They brought up a large number of shells. "Okay, let's use the hand of the giant tree to fire the cannonball," Rog said. "Okay, I'll help you," Chopper said. "And us," said the crew of the Tsuruyama Union Army. Rog used the power of plant fruit to make the hand of giant wood grow huge again. The hand of the giant tree, which had grown huge again, caught one of the cannonballs that Chopper and the crew had brought in. Rog observed the situation of the security warships on the sea. He gripped the cannonball like a baseball player. Must hit, giant wood pitcher. Rog temporarily invented a name for the move. At the same time, the hand of the giant tree also threw the cannonball out. The shell hit a landing ship. The shell hit the center of the hull of the landing ship and penetrated through the hull. In the end, the captain and senior officers inside were blown up together. The landing ship was hit hard and lost its combat effectiveness. "Good cast," Chopper said happily. Rog was also surprised by his own throw. Of course, this throw also played well. "Okay, go ahead." Rog continued to use the hand of the giant tree to attack. But the next step is not so good. It often takes more shells to make a security warship lose its combat effectiveness. But these shells also made the security warships lose their combat effectiveness one by one. Chapter 508 Sinking of Warships. Of course, the most efficient way for Rog to fight is to destroy the landing ship. The hull defense of these warships is far inferior to those of heavy warships and even light warships. Rog used the throwing shells to hit the landing ships one by one. Usopp, along with some Tsuruyama crew members, used the flat-fire artillery they brought up to bombard the enemy. Although these flat-firing artillery shells are only 50 centimeters in diameter, their rate of fire is very fast. Can be used to penetrate ship hulls. And Usopp is a super sharp marksman, and with the help of other crew members, he can efficiently attack the enemy light warships. Aim. Usopp aimed his flat fire gun at the fire room on the side of the hull of a light warship. Usopp is now aiming the flat fire gun at the fire room of the enemy warship. Fire! Usopp pulled the cord of the flat fire gun away. Boom! A cannon rang, and the 50-centimeter armor-piercing artillery shell of the flat-firing gun shot past. The shell hit the fire room of the enemy ship. And it was shot through a window in the fire room. In this way, the shell still has the force it takes to penetrate the hull. After the shell was fired into the fire room of the enemy ship, it caused a violent explosion. The explosion also affected the shells in the fire room. Because there are a lot of shells in the fire room equipped with platoons. Boom, 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 boom. The chain explosion completely turned the firepower room into a sea of fire. This 50-meter-long light warship also turned into a sea of fire. The crew next to Usopp was shocked. They all opened their mouths wide and couldn't close them. How can it be like this? The power is so great. It's too accurate. It's so accurate without the need for instrumentation. Marksman. The crew members were delighted to praise Usopp. Usopp was relieved when he saw his own victory, but he pretended to be natural again. Small meaning, everyone continued to help me load the shells. Usopp said like a battle-hardened marksman. Okay. The crew worked hard to help Usopp's flat-fire guns reload quickly. Izumi Water Goddess is standing on the side of the top deck. She used powerful ancient magic to attack security warships. Izumi Water Goddess raised the silver axe up. She whispered an ancient magical incantation. Frost appeared around the silver axe, followed by ice and snow. In the end, a puck the size of a wooden barrel was formed. This ice hockey is bigger than before, and its power is naturally greater. Go, ice hockey! Izumi, the water goddess, manipulated the huge ice ball formed on the silver axe to shoot out. A huge ice ball hit a light warship. The light warship's outer hull was hit by a huge ice ball, which produced an astonishing explosion of ice and snow. The light warship was covered with a layer of ice. The security forces in this light warship were quickly placed in the ice cellar. The light warship also lost its way. It moved with the waves on the sea, and finally hit another light warship. Both light warships had their hulls damaged and began to sink into the rolling waves of the sea. Were shocked when they saw the powerful magical power of Izumi Water Goddess. Is this the magic of legends? Too powerful. It's incredible. The enemy's warship is actually frozen. It's more shocking than the super battery firing. The crew members of the Tsuruyama United Army have also seen some tragic battle scenes on weekdays. But the battle using magic was the first time they had seen it in their lives. Izumi Water Goddess also continued to use silver axe and ice magic. Because ice can seal enemy warships. Flame Hefeng forced to destroy the hull made of steel and hard wood in this case. Sanji used his feet to kick the cannonballs into the air, hitting the enemy warship in a parabola. Although the lethality is limited, it is also a considerable amount of damage and disruption to enemy warships. Luffy, with the help of orangutans, shoots the shells out like a giant slingshot. It's been long enough this time, said the orangutan. So many shells. The other party can become a honeycomb. The orangutan said. Luffy's feet were stuck on two stakes on the top deck of the offshore dock, and he was holding more than a dozen shells in his hands. His body was pulled more than 100 meters away by the apes and orangutans. Okay, that's the limit, Luffy said. After targeting a light warship, the orangutan were also ready to let go. 1, 2, 3, launch. The orangutan let go at the same time. Luffy's body snapped in the target direction. More than a dozen shells were ejected. The security officers and soldiers on the light warship saw a group of artillery shells flying over. But they had no choice but to change direction to avoid it. More than a dozen shells hit the light warship. Boom, 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 boom. The light warship exploded violently for a while. The light warship turned into a sea of fire. Yeah. Luffy cheered along with the orangutans and orangutans. Come on, Luffy said. Okay, said the orangutan and the orangutan. Nami is helping to divert the shells needed to command the various places. Robin's ability to blossom and fruit is very powerful, but it needs to be effective at a relatively close distance. Now these security warships are far away and it is difficult to play a role. So Robin didn't sit still, but used the ability of flowering fruit to create a lot of arms on the ground to help carry cannonballs. The crew of the Tsuruyama Allied forces move the cannonballs in the arsenal of this sea dock with all their strength. Except for the heavy cannonballs used by the 4 super turrets, the other cannonballs can be used by everyone. Montblanc Couric is keeping in touch with the 4 super battery. He also took command according to the battlefield situation. However, letting everyone on the top deck fight bravely, the killing effect is far less than the 4 super battery. These 4 were violently attacked, but still strong super battery is the real magic weapon for the sea dock to destroy the security army fleet. According to the enemy's threat, the super turrets give priority to attacking heavy warships. However, the super turret itself also has disadvantages, that is, it consumes a lot of time every time it is fired. In a super battery, after the judgment is made in the top fire room, the order is transmitted to the middle ammunition room and the bottom power room. The power room completes the turn of the heavy super turret made of heavy steel and special alloys. The ammunition room lifts the heavy 2-meter diameter heavy armor-piercing shell, and then the fire room itself loads 3 heavy armor-piercing shells into the super artillery. In the cannon. After aiming, the fire was officially launched. Chapter 509 Great Victory. Of course, even if the speed is slower, the super battery's record is still brilliant. Of the 8 heavy warships, 6 were destroyed. This is the most important result. In addition to this, 14 light warships were destroyed, as well as 6 landing ships. The 4 super battery gave the security army fleet a very heavy blow. Among the remaining 2 heavy warships is the Imperial, where the chief of staff of the security forces is located. Fortunately, because the position was adjusted in time, it avoided being attacked first. Before even a 100-meter-long heavy warship was hit by a super battery, it would not sink and it would turn into a fireball. The remains of 3 heavy warships, the Mukuro, are still burning in the surrounding sea. Although these 3 heavy warships did not sink, they had completely lost any combat effectiveness and became floating hulls of burning fire. The chief of staff of the security army on the deck of the Emperor is now extremely ugly. He didn't expect the heavy warships to be wiped out so quickly. 6 heavy warships were sunk in a row, and now only 2 heavy warships, including the Emperor, remain. The captain of the Emperor was shocked and said, "Did we say we lost?" "This is a doomed battle," said the chief of staff of the sheriff's army. Although the security army fleet desperately fought back, it was still beaten so tragically. There are now only 2 heavy warships including the Emperor, 7 light warships and 3 landing ships. The result of the vigilante fleet's victory was that the shells of the 4 super battery were damaged to a certain extent. After all, the dense shells can damage the shell of these solid turrets. The shells of the super turrets have become concave, and there are even no small cracks. But the 4 super cannons still stood up, and continued to use super artillery to continue to kill the security army fleet. Although it is already facing despair, there are still people who want to fight. The captain of the Imperial hurriedly gave the order. Accelerating the rudder, the hull makes irregular movements. After the order was given, there was a reply soon. Report to the captain, our warship cannot change direction. It seems that the rudder at the stern is damaged. An officer said urgently. What? The captain said in shock. Meanwhile in the sea below the stern of the Emperor, Zoro, along with the Ninja King, just broke the rudder. The reason why many warships of the security forces were so easily hit by the super battery just now was because the 2 destroyed their main rudders at the rear. After destroying the main rudder of the Empress, Zoro and the Ninja King quickly left. The super battery on the left front of the sea dock locked the heavy warship Emperor. Inside this super turret, the commanding officer here gave the order. Aim at the enemy ship and fire. The gunner pulled the levers of the 3 superguns. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, 3 heavy armor-piercing shells with a diameter of 2 meters flew out from the muzzle of the super artillery. The 3 heavy armor-piercing shells flew towards the hull of the Emperor like a meteor at an extremely fast speed. On the deck of the Emperor, the Chief of Staff of the Security Army, the surrounding senior officers, and the captain of the Emperor were all terrified to see the heavy armor-piercing shells approaching at an alarming speed. At this moment, countless things came to their minds. Those are the situations they originally expected to win this battle, and they will receive infinite awards from the mayor of Grandit. But all that was in vain. Boom, boom, boom. 3 heavy armor-piercing shells hit the Emperor's hull. The Emperor's hull was pierced and a violent explosion occurred. In this explosion, the Chief of Staff of the Security Army, the Captain of the Imperial and the senior officers were all wiped out. The Imperial, the flagship, was severely damaged, and the warship quickly turned into a ball of fire, and then began to drift on the sea. There were still 11 security warships left, and after the flagship Imperial was also destroyed, the Chief of Staff of the Security Army died in battle, which completely shook the heart of the Security Army, which had been at the end of the battle. The security warships began to flee. They reversed direction or sailed in the opposite direction. But the super battery packs won't let them go. If these warships escaped, they would definitely become a disaster. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the super battery's guns continued. Those security warships that wanted to escape were also destroyed. The last heavy warship also sank after being hit by 3 heavy armor-piercing shells, causing a series of explosions. Light warships and landing ships were also completely sunk. With the last salvo, there was no sign of any enemy in the sea near the sea dock except for some still burning warships, Mukuro. The people standing on the top deck of the maritime dock looked at the vast sea. "We won," Usopp said back to his senses. "We won," Luffy and the orangutan exclaimed happily. Then the crew of the Tsuruyama Allied Army on the deck also cheered. "We won. The security army fleet has been wiped out. Not a single ship of the enemy ran away. Hooray! This is an unprecedented victory." There was cheers on the top deck. Rog looked at all of this and was indeed very happy. Seeing all this, Sanji quickly rushed to Nami's side to ask for help. Luffy dances with the crew with the orangutans and Usopp and Chopper. Robin and Izumi, the water goddess, looked at the surrounding crowd quietly. Kulik looked at the vast sea full of warships Mukuro. The vigilantes failed miserably in this battle. Although the Tsuruyama United Army lost a large number of crew members, the main force is still there. The security army the main fleet was annihilated. Also lost an elite legion. "We really won this battle," Montblanc Kulik said meaningfully. In this sudden and tragic battle, the Tsuruyama United Army turned the defeat into victory. The most important thing is not the fierce battle between the Sea Dock and the security army fleet. Rather, it's a battle to retake the Sea Dock and 4 super turrets. The defeat of the Second Army truly made the Tsuruyama Combined Army a victory in battle. Then Zoro and the Ninja King also swam back to the side of the Sea Dock and climbed up. After this fierce battle, the Tsuruyama Combined Army and the Sea Dock Tsuruyama Combined seem to have been reborn from ashes. A total of more than 500 people were killed before and after the battle. There were more than 800 people left, many of whom were injured. It also suffered a small number of casualties. The enemy's entire army was wiped out, but more than 300 security forces were captured in the dock and salvage at sea. Montblanc Kurik ordered the wounded to be healed and then held together for interrogation. Chapter 510 Burial at Sea. The 500 crew members and workers of the Tsuruyama Allied forces were also shrunken and wrapped in blankets. On the top deck of the dock at sea, Montblanc personally led the orangutans and the entire crew to observe a moment of silence for the deceased. This is a great war against tyranny. Countless people sacrificed their lives for ultimate freedom. Your heroic deeds will be remembered in the history of Jaya Island and Magic Valley City. Your souls will rest in peace. Because those of us who survive will spare no effort to eradicate evil completely and eliminate Grandit and his forces. May you rest in peace at the bottom of the sea. This is the sea where you fought. Montblanc said impassively. Looking at the mountains of corpses, the orangutan was in pain. Friends, you will not die in vain. We must destroy Grandit, the orangutan said with tears on his face. The orangutan trembled even more, and the deceased here had many friends he knew. Even those victories originally brought in from North Blue. The crew of the hunter. You will always be warriors, said the orangutan, biting on Kiba. The many crew members of the Tsuruyama Allied forces also had complicated expressions. Some are waving their arms to wipe away tears. Some have a firm expression and look forward to the future. Some vowed to defeat Grandit once and for all. Chopper, who were on the side, were also infected. What a bunch of warriors, Usopp said with tears on his face. What a bunch of people with dreams, Chopper said sadly. Rog and Zoro and Sanji and Luffy and the King of Ninjas all had grim faces. Although they didn't say anything, the five of them all used this silence to express their respect for the deceased. Robin looked at the piles of corpses, and she couldn't help recalling something and moved her head away. Izumi has a very peaceful expression, and her complexion is still so holy. Nami was a little embarrassed. Can't help but sigh over the life and death of people. Hold a sea burial. Montblanc officially issued an order. The crew threw blanket-wrapped bodies from the side of the top deck into the sea below. More than 500 bodies were thrown down. The sea below is like a god who embraces all things, and embraces these people who once fought passionately on the sea into its own body. All the corpses were buried at sea. Montblanc, as well as the apes, orangutans, and many crew members all looked down at the sea. Everything is at peace. Okay, everyone. Montblanc turned his body to look at everyone on the top deck. All eyes are on this brave and resolute leader. Our mission in the future is still to destroy the evil forces of Grandit. In this battle, we gave the enemy's fleet a devastating blow. The enemy's sea control force was eliminated. And the reason for the final victory is because of these good friends I met. Montblanc pointed to Rog and Zoro. The eyes of the crew were all turned to the Straw Hat Pirates. Rog and Zoro and Sanji and Luffy, Usopp and Chopper, and Nami and Robin, and the unofficial members of the Ninja King and Izumi Water Goddess. These young men created great fighting myths. The brutal and powerful security forces were broken in the hands of these young people. Montblanc walked in front of everyone. His face was full of admiration. Now that we have this new group of partners, let's celebrate. We need to have a good dinner tonight. And it's on this top deck. Montblanc said. Okay. The crew of the Tsuruyama Allied Army gave a deafening cheer. Orangutan said, that's good. But boss, the interior of the marine dock has been damaged a lot. We need to repair it first. Montblanc looked at him and said, this is no problem. Since we are going to have a huge banquet tonight, then we need to clean the interior of the marine dock first. And the repairs should be repaired. Well, the banquet is scheduled for the evening. 8 o'clock. It's more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's enough for everyone to be busy together. Then we have a carnival after exhaustion. Okay. The crowd shouted happily. Both the crew of the Tsuruyama Alliance and Luffy and Usopp were happy. The orangutan said to Montblanc, there is a banquet, and it's a carnival. Then we need to get a lot of food. Many of our food warehouses have been damaged. Montblanc looked at him and said, this needs someone to get some seafood and other food. Let's go, the orangutan, he will lead those who are good at repairing this sea dock. You are taking a group of people to go fishing for seafood. Quote. Good idea, said the orangutan. I would like to do that too, said the orangutan. Montblanc Curric continued. For the sake of our new partner and this victory, let's do it together. Good. The Tsuruyama United Army said with high fighting spirit. We want to join too. Roger said. Montblanc Culic and the crew looked at Rogue again. Right, are we buddies? Luffy said. How could Captain Usopp be missing for such an important matter? Usopp said proudly. We want to help. Nami also said positively. Since it's a banquet, I definitely can't be absent. Sanji said while smoking. Zoro and Ninja King and Izumi Water Goddess and Robin all have calm expressions, but friendly eyes. Obviously everyone wants to help. Montblanc Culic also smiled generously and said, how can I refuse everyone's enthusiasm? What's more, we are already partners. Okay, come on everyone. An unusually loud sound erupted from the top of the sea dock. Everyone is busy. Most were cleaning up trash and repairing offshore docks. The interior of the sea dock is full of trash after a fierce battle. There was a lot of broken wood, metal, weapons, and corpses of vigilantes. The bodies of the vigilantes who died in battle were brought up along with other garbage. Unlike the crew of the Tsuruyama Allied forces who were buried at sea after being mourned. The bodies of those who fought and died for granted were thrown into the sea like ordinary garbage. After all the garbage was thrown away, people still wiped up many places with bloodstains. But the most important thing is to repair the sea dock. Where the anti-ship torpedo had penetrated before, skilled workers soon went to repair it. Then drain the water from the baffle. This offshore dock is basically intact on the hull shell. In the command room of the sea dock, there are more than 20 skilled workers who participated in the maintenance under the leadership of the orangutan. The rudder and various nautical instruments are very important here. It was repaired here to allow the massive sea dock to move again. Chapter 511 Giant Flying Fish. In addition to cleaning and repairing sea docks, many people struggle to obtain food. Rog has created a large number of fruits and vegetables with his own plant fruit ability. These fruits and vegetables can satisfy the people in this sea dock. Sanji continued to lead the cooks in the sea dock to cook. Nami and Robin and the water goddess Izumi help him cook. With the help of the three ladies, Sanji led the chefs to a high level of energy. But the most important meat requires Luffy and Usopp to find a way to catch it from the sea. On the side of the top deck of the offshore dock, Luffy and Usopp and Zoro and the King of Ninjas and Chopper are all here trying to catch food from the sea. The orangutan also brought a group of crew members to salvage. Yuhi mainland and many islands, this world is the sea. Therefore, the abundance of ingredients in the sea is unimaginable. Hey, this method is too slow, Usopp said with a fishing rod. Yeah, I think so too, Luffy also said impatiently, holding a fishing rod. Is our bait too small? Chopper thought, looking at the fishing rod in his hand. Usopp and Luffy looked at each other, then looked at Chopper together with suddenly excited expressions on their faces. Chopper suddenly remembered something and said urgently, no, I won't be a bait anymore. Luffy and Usopp used to tie Chopper to a fishing rod as bait to catch prey in the sea. Zoro couldn't wait any longer. He put down the fishing rod in his hand and stood up. Zoro looked at the vast sea in front of him, then clenched the scabbard at his waist, quickly pulled out Yuki and Onito, and jumped to the sea. If you want to get the real prey, you have to dare to take risks. Zoro jumped into the sea. After seeing this, the King of Ninja took out 2 special floating wooden shoes for wearing on his feet from the bag on his waist. This is the water spider, a tool that ninjas can walk on the water as if they were on the ground. I want to walk on this sea for a while. Maybe I can find something. The King of Ninja jumped after wearing the water spider. But he didn't dive straight into the sea with Zoro. Instead, the feet float on the sea with the help of water spiders. He's so handsome, Luffy said excitedly. Luffy and Usopp saw the King of Ninjas walking on the sea. However, although water spiders can walk on water, not everyone can use them freely. The king of ninjas can wear water spiders and walk on the sea-like ground. That's entirely because the king of ninjas has undergone strict ninja training since he was a child. His body can be as light as a ghost and move like the wind. Only in this way can he walk freely on the surging sea with the help of sheng shui spiders. Otherwise, if other people wear water spiders, not to mention the surging sea surface, even if it is on the calm lake water, they will quickly walk up and sink. The king of ninjas walks on the sea with feet wearing water spiders. Although the waves were surging under his feet, to him it was as indistinguishable from the ground as the ground. Where is the prey? The king of ninja sees 6 roads with his eyes and listens to all directions with his ears. Suddenly the waves on the sea were suddenly broken. A sea fish rushes out of the sea. This marine fish itself is a meter long but has a pair of amazingly long fins. The length of the fins is also close to 1 meter. What was just amazing was that this sea fish actually spread out its fins like a sea bird, gliding on the sea for a while and then falling into the sea again. In addition to this one, there were several of the same sea fish rushing out of the water one after another. Then there are more than 10 dozens. These are flying fish. They have amazingly long fins, and after breaking through the sea, they can spread out their fins and glide like wings for a while. Usopp and the others on the top deck of the sea dock were all excited after seeing the flying fish. Wow, winged fish, Luffy said excitedly. Idiot, these are flying fish. They can glide with their fins, Usopp corrected. Chopper looked in disbelief and said, fish can fly. Strictly speaking, it is gliding. After they rush out of the sea, they finally fall back into the sea. These flying fish, Captain Usopp once caught a 10-meter-long head when he went out to sea. Usopp took the opportunity to boast. Really? Chopper said in shock. Above the sea, the king of ninjas saw these flying fish and said, well, here comes the prey. He pulled the ninja sword out of his back, and at the same time took out a net from the pack at his waist. This net was originally used as a trap for catching enemies, but now it can be used to catch flying fish. The Ninja King accelerated, stepping on the water spider. His body moved like a ghost on the sea and approached the flying fish quickly. The King of Ninja aimed at a flying fish with a ninja knife. His hands were quick and his eyes were fast. Buzz, buzz. In the short time that the flying fish broke through the sea and gliding in the air, the King of Ninjas quickly cut off the fins of the flying fish with a ninja knife, and then wrapped the flying fish with a net. With this technique, the Ninja King caught 14 flying fish in a row. When the King of Ninja was tracking the flying fish to continue to capture, he suddenly felt that there was a huge guy chasing him behind him. He turned his head and looked behind him, only to see a pair of eyes looking up in a huge shadow under the sea. The shadow dived sharply and broke through the sea. This guy is a giant flying fish. This giant flying fish is more than 10 meters long. The giant flying fish swooped on the King of Ninjas, as if to capture the King of Ninjas. The Ninja King quickly dodged. The flying fish jumped into the sea water, splashing huge waves. The Ninja King continued to look into the sea. The shadow of the flying fish below was still swimming. Apparently the other party took him as prey. Luffy and Chopper on the top deck of the sea dock were all shocked. What a big flying fish, Usopp said in shock. Chopper asked Usopp, Usopp, did you catch any flying fish that big before? Usopp was now thinking about being a little scared. He concealed his fear and said, I caught a little bit smaller than this. Such a huge flying fish. If Usopp goes up, I am afraid not to catch the other party, but to become the other party's prey. Luffy was very excited and said, I really want to ride on that fish. Usopp and Chopper looked at Luffy, then looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy always had such terrifying adventure ideas. On the sea, the King of Ninjas is still always paying attention to the movements of the other party in the sea water under his feet. This giant flying fish just made a sneak attack just now, and I am afraid it will continue. Chapter 512 Lore. The King of Ninjas walks and observes the sea. The shadow of the giant flying fish continued to dive. The giant flying fish suddenly broke through the waves again. Akoku of Ninja jumped up. The head of the giant flying fish burst out of the sea. The huge body also rushed out together. The king of ninjas landed on the back of the giant flying fish. The giant flying fish unfolded its 10-meter-long giant fins and began to glide across the sea. Ordinary flying fish can glide at a height of several meters after jumping out of the sea, while this giant flying fish can glide at a height of hundreds of meters. The king of ninjas stands on the back of a giant flying fish that glides over the sea with a panoramic view of the surrounding vast ocean. Luffy and Chopper on the top deck of the offshore dock saw the shocking sight. "It's a miracle," Usopp said in shock. "He's actually standing on that huge flying fish," Chopper said in shock. "I want to stand on that too," Luffy said enviously. The orangutans and many of the crew were also shocked. After seeing this magnificent view, they all looked towards the giant flying fish. "This is unimaginable," said the orangutan in surprise. "I saw the king of ninjas in black ninja clothes standing on the back of the giant flying fish gliding above the sea, riding the wind and waves." The ninja king was standing on the back of the giant flying fish at this time. He's not just here to get a sense of the scenery. He has already grasped the weakness of the giant flying fish. Rog found a place where the giant flying fish's head was connected to the body at the back. At this time, the giant flying fish began to fall back to the sea after gliding for more than 1,000 meters. The king of ninjas clenched the ninja sword in his hand. He knew that once he returned to the sea, he would definitely not be a match for this giant flying fish. Although the king of ninjas can also fight under the sea, how can he be the opponent of this sea creature in terms of speed and agility in that case? The giant flying fish slanted more and more and fell back into the sea below. The ninja king concentrated all the strength of his arms. Ghost sword technique. Spiked slash. The ninja sword in the hands of the ninja king stabbed out with astonishing force. The ninja stabbed the weak point where the giant flying fish head was connected to the body. This is not just the piercing of the weapon, the powerful force forms the sword chi, and the sword chi slants through the skull of the giant flying fish. The giant flying fish fell into the sea. 2 football-sized eyeballs began to turn into Byakugan. Then there was a loud thud, and the giant flying fish crashed into the sea. Then the body of the giant flying fish on the sea was turned upside down, with the fish belly facing up. This behemoth that was still powerful just now is now completely dead. On top of the fish maw, the king of ninjas stood there. The giant flying fish was successfully captured by the king of ninjas. Luffy and Chopper on the top deck of the sea dock, as well as the apes and the crew, all watched the handsome full kill of the king of ninjas. "So handsome." Thunderous cheers erupted from the top deck. The king of ninja also stepped down from the belly of a huge flying fish. He took out a sturdy rope from the bag around his waist and quickly tied the tail of this giant flying fish. Then start pulling towards the sea dock. The giant flying fish itself has fish bubbles and some organs in its body, so it can float on the sea, and with the powerful strength of the king of ninjas, it can also be pulled over like an ordinary life-saving boat. On the side of the top deck of the sea dock, Luffy and the apes and the crew helped the king of ninjas to pull the giant flying fish to the top deck. This giant flying fish more than 10 meters long was placed on the deck. Everyone was very excited to see this giant flying fish. "It's huge," Chopper exclaimed. Luffy saw the giant flying fish. He jumped on the back of the giant flying fish in excitement. "I'm standing on this fish too," Luffy cheered excitedly. Usopp thought of something, and ordered a few words to the crew of the orangutan. Then he quickly jumped onto the giant flying fish's head and assumed a heroic fighting stance. Captain Usopp and his crew fought valiantly to capture this giant flying fish today. Usopp began to speak proudly. The crew member took a camera phone bug in his hand and photographed Usopp. Numerous crew members carefully observed this giant flying fish. The orangutan looked at the king of ninjas. "Oh, you're amazing," said the orangutan. The orangutan is now in admiration for the always mysterious king of ninjas. although he also has the power to kill many giant sea creatures. However, in the face of this extremely flexible giant flying fish that can glide more than 1,000 meters on the sea, he is not 100% sure that he will successfully catch it. The King of Ninjas said calmly, "Well, everyone has enough meat now." For the King of Ninjas, all boast and glory are nothing. Only in the dark to develop a strong ability as king. He looked at the sea again and said, "I don't know what prey Zoro caught." In the sea below, Zoro dived into the sea hundreds of meters deep. Of course, Zoro still took the water hyacinth that Roger gave him when he dared to do so. Roger's modified water hyacinth can be used as an airbag, and Zoro uses this to swim in the sea in search of prey. Some small fish and shrimp also swam, but Zoro didn't like those at all. "What's the matter? There is no suitable prey here." Zoro looked around the sea. At this moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared from behind Zoro. Several thick tentacles spread out on this figure and grabbed Zoro. Just as those tentacles were about to grab Zoro's two katana swords clenched in his arms suddenly twirled along with his body. Rhino back. Zoro slashed around with a circular sword energy centered on himself. Several tentacles that approached were cut off during the beheading. Zoro looked at the attacking enemy. "I saw a pair of huge eyes staring at him. There are many huge tentacles on that body. On the head is a spherical head as large as a house. This is a huge 20-meter-long giant octopus." Zoro looked at the attacking giant octopus, and he couldn't be more happy. At last there is a suitable prey. Zoro's whole body was in a state of battle. Although the attack in the sea is greatly reduced, it is also courageous and confident to deal with the prey Zoro in this way. Giant octopus was killed by Zoro. There was some anger. It waved its huge tentacles and grabbed it again. Zoro swam away quickly. An opportunity, Zoro gets to the side of the giant octopus. Eagle wave. Zoro's two katana swords crossed and slashed out two swords. The sword energy was greatly reduced in the sea water, but it still hit the giant octopus. The opponent's skin was beheaded with two not-so-shallow openings. Chapter 513 Kill the Giant Octopus. The giant octopus wriggled in pain for a while. It is now angry and fearful. Obviously Zoro is not easy to deal with. Zoro was about to continue swimming past the fight. The giant octopus suddenly aimed its mouth at Zoro. Then an astonishing cloud of black juice spurted out. Oops, the other party is an octopus after all. Zoro found something bad. The giant octopus squirts out an amazing black juice. These black sap quickly diffuses in the sea and combines with the seawater. Although the seawater dilutes the black juice, but the faded black juice still blocked the sight like the fog in the sea. Zoro looked around, and soon the surroundings were completely obscured by black juice. "I can't see it at all." Zoro saw that the surroundings were very dark and blurry. In this case, the giant octopus that has lived in the ocean for a long time has an excellent opportunity to make a sneak attack. Zoro was completely shrouded in black juice, and he felt his vision blurred. The giant octopus was hiding in the surrounding seawater and waiting to attack. Zoro always pays attention to the surroundings. Now that he can't see the whereabouts of the other party, he can only rely on his own senses. Zoro was still fighting in Alabasta. He had a battle with the King of Ninjas. At that time, the King of Ninjas released the smoke, and Zoro held his breath and concentrated all his senses, coupled with his combat intuition, when he couldn't see clearly, and successfully blocked the King of Ninjas' many sneak attacks. Now in this sea full of black juice, Zoro wants to focus on feeling the changes in the surrounding environment and the murderous aura of the opponent again. Zoro simply closed his eyes and began to feel his surroundings. In seawater filled with black sap, the body of a giant octopus moves. It was already behind Zoro, and the behemoth slowly stretched out its tentacles. The giant octopus was very cautious, and it took the time to grab Zoro. Those giant tentacles have many suction cups. Once these suckers suck the prey, even the giants can't break free. Zoro closed his eyes at this time, feeling the changes around him. He felt the sea water behind him start to move faster, and it seemed that something was moving over. Suddenly the object picked up speed. Zoro slammed his arms with astonishing strength. Zoro's arms swelled several times, and they were amazingly strong in an instant. 1 gang force luo, 2 gang force luo, 2 gang force slash. Zoro wields the snow and walks like a gorilla in a fight. Zoro slashed his arms with astonishing force, relying on the position he could feel instinctively. Puff, puff. The 2 huge tentacles of the giant octopus were about to grab Zoro on the left and right sides, but they were both cut off by Zoro. This slash is stronger than the previous one. Zoro also cut off some small pieces of the tentacles of the giant octopus before. The 2 giant tentacles in this sneak attack were mostly cut off. It can be said that these 2 giant tentacles completely lost their combat effectiveness. Zoro cut off 2 tentacles of the giant octopus and continued to go in the direction of the giant octopus. The giant octopus had an amazing fear of this swordsman. The giant octopus urgently sprayed an amazing black ink from its mouth. Although Zoro was able to fight without sight, the black ink had some impact on Zoro's speed. The giant octopus hurried away. It quickly swam to a large nearby reef. Zoro a while to swim out of the black ink-filled water. The clothes are dyed so black. Zoro saw that his clothes were stained with the black ink of the giant octopus. But this is in the sea, and soon the black ink was thrown off during the swimming. Zoro continued diving, and there was a huge underwater reef not far away. Zoro looked at the underwater reef. The instinctive intuition of the battle felt that there was something on the bottom reef of this volume. Zoro continued to swim, approaching the reef. This huge undersea reef does look like it's all stone, nothing else is hiding here. And this huge undersea reef has no big caves for creatures to hide in. There are only some small caves of dozens of centimeters. The octopus is said to have a soft body, capable of compressing its body through a hole that is only 1/10 the size. But there was no way that a 20-meter-long giant octopus could hide here. Zoro continued to swim and began to investigate further around the reef. Zoro swam, a giant eye suddenly broke free from the reef wall and looked at him in the area of the reef he had just skimmed over. The owner of this giant eye is none other than a giant octopus. After the giant octopus swims here, its body quickly changes color according to the environment of the underwater reef. Octopuses have the ability, like chameleons, to change their colors according to their surroundings. This giant octopus changed the color of its body to the same color as the reef on the ocean floor. Hide on the bottom of the reef, and when the time comes, give Zoro the fatal blow. Zoro continued to swim, and he glanced at the reef. There is really no difference. Zoro actually retracted the snow into the scabbard at this time. Just hold Onito and continue swimming. The giant octopus is also ready to shoot. Suddenly Zoro turned his body around. Zoro looked at the reef head-on. His arms suddenly swelled up again in an instant. In addition to the amazing expansion of the muscles of the arms, Zoro's eyes also flickered with cold light. 1 gangly luo, 2 gangly luo, splitting the sea. Zoro wielded Gito and slashed out with astonishing force. Zoro slashed the reef in front of him with a knife. The sword energy generated by the huge force penetrated deeper distances. The bottom reef trembled for a while, and an orangutan Yuhi-colored object suddenly appeared on the dark gray bottom reef. It's the giant octopus. Zoro slash hits the giant octopus in the head. The huge force penetrated the skull of the giant octopus, destroying the other's skull. The giant octopus's huge glasses also broke open and looked at Zoro in disbelief. Zoro pulled Gito out of the opponent's head. As a swordsman, how can you not feel the breath of life? Zoro watched as the behemoth slid down from the bottom of the reef. The giant octopus was successfully killed by Zoro. Next, Zoro took out the rope that he took with him. Binding the giant octopus head, Zoro pulled the giant octopus with all his might. On the top deck of the sea dock, Usopp and Luffy along with Chopper and Orang Osley and numerous crew members observe the giant flying fish captured by the King of Ninjas. "It's a real treat now," Luffy said excitedly. "Brother Sanji will cook a very delicious flying fish dinner for us," said the orangutan excitedly. The orangutan has always been looking forward to Sanji's craftsmanship after eating a few meals of Sanji's cooking. Chapter 514 Giant Fruit. This huge flying fish turned out to be everyone's food in the end. Chopper looked at the huge flying fish and sighed. Usopp walked to the side of the giant flying fish and looked at the giant fins of the other side. The fins of these two giant flying fish are 10 meters long. If two giant fins are cut off, they can be made into a large glider. "Well, I took these huge fins. It may be useful in the future," Usopp said. Usopp saw some value in these giant flying fish fins, and he decided to remodel them. At this moment, beside the sea dock, a giant colored octopus emerges from the sea. Zoro emerged from the water next to him, and then shouted in the direction of the sea dock, "Someone help." The people surrounding the giant flying fish heard Zoro's voice. Everyone rushed to the side of the top deck one after another. Usopp, Luffy, and the orangutan looked at the sea below and were stunned. "I saw Zoro standing on the head of a giant octopus." "You actually caught such a big octopus," the orangutan said in shock. "It's amazing," Usopp said in shock. "What a big octopus." Chopper sighed for a while when he saw the giant octopus in Yuhi color. Luffy was very excited. He immediately noticed and said, "Such a big octopus. Let Sanji make takoyaki." The crew were also shocked and excited. "Swordsman is really powerful. Going into the sea to catch such a huge octopus, I really don't know how to do it." Octopuses are one of the hardest sea creatures to catch, but he managed to catch such a big octopus. Such a big octopus. A treat. The King of Ninja looked at Zoro and the giant octopus. At this time he and Zoro looked at each other, both of them knew Isho. The King of Ninjas said, "It's still you who is superior. If you insist on difficulty, it is actually more difficult for Zoro's deep sea to capture this giant octopus than the King of Ninjas to capture giant flying fish. Hurry up and help everyone," said the orangutan. Crowd began to help Zoro pull the giant octopus up together. On the top deck of the sea dock, the giant octopus was placed beside the giant flying fish. Two behemoths lying on the top deck, the momentum is scary enough. Zoro also saw the giant flying fish. He learned that it was caught by the King of Ninjas and went to the King of Ninjas and said to him, "It's a very good prey. I heard that you killed it when it was in the air." The King of Ninjas said calmly, "Where, I have a good chance. This giant octopus you caught is really surprising." "It really took a toll on me too," Zoro said. Giant flying fish and giant octopus were crowded. These two gigantic prey were more than enough for the people on the docks at sea to feast on. Usopp and Luffy hopped onto the giant octopus and posed exaggeratedly for the photo. Inside the marine dock. In a huge warehouse, Rog personally used the power of plant fruits to grow a large number of seeds and turn them into various fruits and vegetables. There is a large wooden pot in front, which is filled with a lot of soil and filled with a lot of pineapple terminal shoots. Numerous crew members who were responsible for helping watched on. Rog was standing in front of this big tub. Rog concentrates the power of plant fruits in his body. This force gathered from the whole body to the palms of both hands. Rog's hands began to flash green light. Rog gathered enough plant fruit power in his hands, and the green light was quite dazzling. Then Rog suddenly pressed the palms of his hands on the soil of the large wooden basin. The power of the green plant fruit began to be continuously transmitted to the soil, or to the top of the pineapple buds in the soil. These pineapple tops are also starting to glow green. Rog concentrated on meticulously releasing the power of plant fruits. The crew around them were engrossed in watching these pineapple shoots. The terminal bud of the polo grew rapidly, growing a mass of wind-growing leaves around it, and a pineapple fruit at the same time. Pineapple fruit matures quickly. It then changed from cyan to orange. These pineapple fruits still continue to grow. They are much larger than the average pineapple and eventually grow to the size of a wooden barrel. That's it. Rog raised his palms and said after observing. Many crew members looked at these giant pineapples the size of wooden barrels and sighed. Unbelievable ability. Could this be the devil fruit ability? It's really shocking. Since pineapples can grow so big, you can grow other fruits too, right? One of them asked. Rog said, no problem, everyone, pick these pineapples first. I'll get you some coconuts and strawberries later. Don't worry, since there are many people, I also want to create large fruits and vegetables. The crew members were very excited after hearing this, and quickly took down the pineapples the size of wooden barrels, and also took away the leaves. Then Rog buried some strawberry seeds in the soil in the big wooden pot. After finishing, Rog used the power of the plant fruit again, and concentrated the power of the plant fruit in his entire body on his hands. His palms flashed green. Rog pressed his palm on the soil in the big wooden basin again. The power of the fruit of the plant is transmitted to the seeds of those strawberries. The seeds of the strawberries grew rapidly, breaking out of the soil in large wooden pots. Rapidly grows from young shoots into low shrubs. But because Rog uses the power of plant fruit not only to promote growth, but also to strengthen its growth volume. The shrubs quickly grew to a height of over a meter. Then it bloomed and fruited, and one by one blue strawberries grew out. Then the strawberries grew bigger and the color became more yui. The last giant strawberries the size of a watermelon are ripening. Wow, what a huge strawberry. It looks mouth-watering. It must be sweet and sour. The many onlookers were all greedy. Could not wait to take a bite when he saw these giant strawberries. Because strawberries can grow densely, they are more productive than pineapples. Okay, let's help pick these giant strawberries. I can continue to grow more coconuts and other fruits later. Rog said. Okay, the crew happily went to work. Next, Rog continued to use his own plant fruit power to continue to grow more giant fruits and vegetables. With Rog, fruits and vegetables are solved. While Rog and some of the crew were working on fruit and vegetables. In the huge kitchen of the sea dock, Sanji and Nami, as well as Robin and Izumi, the water goddess and chefs, prepare the evening's grand banquet here. Chapter 515 Huge Food. This kitchen used to be where Sanji and the security forces fought in the previous battle, but now it has been cleaned up very well. Sanji is doing a great job here. With the help of Nami, Robin, and Izumi, the water goddess, Sanji is excited to cook even now. Robin used the ability of flowering fruit to conjure up a pair of arms for arranging dishes. Izumi uses magic to create ice and snow to make cold drinks. Nami is helping Sanji cook. Although Nami doesn't have the power of Robin and Izumi's water goddess, Nami does make some delicious home-cooked dishes. This chan juice is really evenly prepared. As expected of Miss Nami. Sanji praised Nami. Nami is making chan juice for cooking with a mixture of butter, salt, flour, milk, pepper, and spices. Sanji just told a few words, and Nami was very skilled in making even chan juice. It's nothing. I also cook some home-cooked dishes. Of course, there is usually a fee. But this time, it's because everyone is having a party, so let's forget it. Nami said to Sanji after mixing a bowl of chan juice. Sanji was about to say something, but was shocked by Nami's remarks. He ignored him quickly and said with diligence, as expected of Miss Nami, she has a big heart. Robin's hands placed the rows of plates on the dining cart, and she asked Sanji, is it okay to put them like this? Sanji looked at the neat dishes on the dining car and said happily, it's really hard for you, Miss Robin. Izumi filled several barrels with ice block, as well as snow. Sanji, is this enough? Izumi water goddess asked. Ice block and Snow White among the barrels. Goddess, your magic is really good. These will definitely make delicious shaved ice and ice cream. But I need more ice block and snow according to the calculation. So troublesome goddess, Sanji said full of praise. Izumi water goddess said gently, of course you can. Sanji said with love, the goddess who worked so hard, I must cook the most delicious food for this dinner and dedicate it to the goddess and everyone. Sanji continued to lead the chefs to work diligently. After a while, Roger walked in with some of the crew. Okay, Sanji, we brought some fruits and vegetables, so you can see it, Roger said. Rog and the crew brought in some huge fruits and vegetables. Sanji and Nami, Robin and Izumi, the water goddess, and the chefs saw pineapples the size of wooden barrels, strawberries the size of watermelons, coconuts with a diameter of 1 meter, and broccoli as thick as arms, and other fruits and vegetables were brought in. Seeing these huge fruits and vegetables, Nami said in surprise, it's really huge. Sanji's expression was very satisfied. He walked up to Rog and carefully inspected the huge strawberry in Rog's hand. Very good, it's really hard for you, Sanji said with satisfaction. Sanji was also very pleased with the huge fruits and vegetables that Roger had made. Sanji always strives for excellence in ingredients and does not waste them. Even leftovers can make a delicious meal. Rog asked again, oh, haven't Usopp and the others got meat yet? Sanji's expression turned a little regretful and said, what a useless guy, they haven't brought them here. Chlorella is also with them, and it doesn't seem to be of much help. Okay, you put down the fruits and vegetables. Well, let's go and see how much prey they've got. Rog and the crew put the fruits and vegetables in their hands, and then everyone went to the top deck together. Everyone went to the top deck together. Once on the expansive deck, Rog and Sanji observed it. On this top deck, I saw a group of people watching at one location. And what they were watching were two huge things. After seeing this scene, Rog and Sanji looked at each other. Okay, let's go there and have a look together, Rog said. Ladies, let's visit the game together, Sanji said. Although the distance was a bit far, I also saw that it was obviously two huge marine creatures. Rog and Sanji went to the crowd who were watching. Okay, here comes the super chef, Sanji said. The onlookers took the initiative to make way for him. Roger and Sanji were shocked to see the two huge prey up close. Giant flying fish, and giant octopus, Roger said. It's really not for nothing. They actually got such a good prey, Sanji said. A black giant flying fish and an orangutan yuhi-colored giant octopus lie on the deck. At this time, Zoro and Luffy, Usopp and Chopper and the King of Ninjas walked in front of Sanji and Rog. It's finally here, it's so slow. I'm afraid these prey are not fresh, Zoro said looking at Sanji. Sanji glanced at the two huge prey and said, green algae head, which one did you capture? Zoro said, you can guess. Sanji looked at the two-eyed giant flying fish and giant octopus again. I think it's a giant octopus. You must have done that exaggerated wound on its big head, Sanji said. Zoro said, well, are you still very observant? Sanji said naturally, of course, this violent wound must be your attack. Rog looked at the giant flying fish and said, this giant flying fish is really rare. Luffy said excitedly, this was captured by the King of Ninjas. Usopp rushed in front of Luffy and the King of Ninjas, and proudly pointed his thumb to himself, saying, yes, yes, it was Captain Usopp's wise leadership that the crew captured this ferocious giant flying fish. Usopp boasted like this, and others were accustomed to it. Rog approached the giant flying fish again and observed the giant flying fish. It would be a spectacular sight to be able to stand on the back of this giant flying fish as it glides, Roger imagined as he watched. The King of Ninja was standing on the back of this giant flying fish and caught it, Luffy said. Rog looked at the King of Ninjas and said, that must be cool. The King of Ninjas said calmly, I just wanted to catch the prey, but the scenery was really spectacular. Robin walked over to the giant flying fish and saw the body of the giant flying fish. It's huge, Robin said. Sanji also walked to the side of the giant flying fish and looked at the behemoth. Sanji looked at the huge flying fish and said, it can be made into grilled flying fish meat, flying fish stew, fried flying fish steak, flying fish sashimi. There are many more you can try. Chapter 516 Sanji's Swordsmanship. Usopp hurried over and said, "By the way, I want to take these 2 huge pairs of flying fish fins." Sanji said, "Fin, shark and whale fins are delicious ingredients. The fins of this flying fish are just bones, you can take them away." Usopp hurriedly took out a saw and began to cut the fins of the giant flying fish from its body. "These giant flying fish fins are valuable and can be used to make important tools," said Usopp's meticulous work at the same time. Sanji walked to the side of the giant octopus again and looked at the prey with a big head and huge tentacles. "In terms of meat, this giant octopus is more numerous," Sanji said. The giant octopus, which were frozen at the moment of being beheaded by Zoro, still had a terrifying feeling. This giant octopus seems to be dying. However, it will inevitably become the fate of everyone's dishes in the end. Luffy quickly rushed to Sanji's side. "Sanji, I want takoyaki," Luffy said excitedly. Sanji glanced at Luffy, then at the giant octopus. There are many ways to make such a big octopus, and naturally takoyaki is indispensable, Sanji said. Luffy jumped up happily after hearing this and said, "Okay, there's takoyaki to eat." Sanji continued to look at the giant octopus. Then Sanji took out 2 kitchen knives and said, "This huge ingredient should be cut apart first." Everyone's eyes were focused on Sanji. Sanji waved 2 kitchen knives in both hands. He jumped up and slashed violently for a while. The giant tentacles of the giant octopus were cut off one by one, separated from the giant head. Sanji fell to the deck after a while of fine slashing. The people around, except Rog and Zoro, the orangutan and the crew were all shocked. "I didn't expect Brother Sanji to have such a powerful swordsmanship," Orangutan said with a surprised expression. "Such a powerful sword technique. A chef can have such a strong ability. What's going on with these young people? No wonder they were able to defeat the vigilantes. It really opened my eyes." The crew members of the other Tsuruyama allied forces also complained. Sanji's swordsmanship is very powerful, but Sanji only uses it when cooking. Unless the enemy is food or prey, Sanji is likely to use swordsmanship. Of course, those who spoil food and cutlery, Sanji will punish them with cutlery as a weapon. In previous battles, Sanji used knife and fork as weapons to kill the enemy. After dividing the giant octopus into its head and tentacles, Sanji walked over to the giant flying fish with 2 kitchen knives. After a lot of hard work, Usopp finally sawed off the 2 10-meter-long giant fins of the giant flying fish. Now Sanji can cut the giant flying fish with a kitchen knife. Sanji saw the body part of the giant flying fish, and after figuring out where to cut it, he suddenly jumped up. Buzz, 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 buzz. Sanji cuts through the body of the giant flying fish for a while. A row of knife marks were cut parallel to the torso of the giant flying fish. "You guys can help too," Sanji said. "Okay." The crew also rushed over. Sanji grabbed a 1-person high, half-meter-wide giant fish from the body of the giant flying fish and handed it to a crew member. Then Sanji handed over the huge pieces of flying fish one by one to many crew members. This time, all the fish meat on the upper side of the giant flying fish's torso was removed. Next, the internal organs of the giant flying fish were exposed. Seeing this, Usopp felt a little shocking. Chopper observes the internal structure of the giant flying fish. He is a doctor and is very interested in the physiological structure of living things, whether human or animals. Sanji observed these internal organs and saw that several edible parts were cut with a kitchen knife. "Okay, fish liver, fish bubbles, fish heart. And this one can be eaten. Throw away the rest," Sanji said. After the edible internal organs such as fish livers were removed, other internal organs such as fish gallbladders and fish intestines were thrown into the sea by the crew. Chopper quickly stopped a crew member holding a fish gall at this time. "Give me this giant fish gall, I can use it to make medicine, Chopper said. Okay, here you go. The crew member gave Chopper the giant coconut-sized fish gall. Chopper was very happy with the giant fish gall in his hand. The gallbladder of fish can be used for many medicines. Chopper got this fish gall the size of a coconut, which can be used to make many medicines. Sanji continued to cut the torso on the other side of the giant flying fish with a kitchen knife. After the crew took away more than 20 long and huge chunks of fish, the fish head of the giant flying fish was left. The body of the giant flying fish has become a skeleton. Sanji has to deal with the head of the giant flying fish at the end. There are many bones in the fish head area, and it is not so natural to handle. This even tested Sanji's sword skills. Sanji first observed the thickness of the flesh of the giant flying fish, a head as large as a horse. Then use a more gentle knife to cut the outer meat layer first, and then cut off the fish head on the chin. Then some internal organs such as the skull inside the head of the flying fish had to be thrown away. In this way, the giant flying fish has completely turned into a skeleton, and the pair of giant fins were also sawed off by Usopp. After the crew took away all the fish that Sanji had cut, Sanji wiped the kitchen knife with a napkin and turned his body. This time Sanji will continue to be responsible for cutting the huge head of the giant octopus. This giant octopus is a mollusk and has no bones. So its body is very flexible and soft. But this way its huge head has a complicated internal structure. Most of the internal organs are also hid inside. Sanji is reluctant to mash high-quality meat and offal into a mess. Okay, you first move these giant tentacles aside, Sanji said to the crew. The crew began to quickly remove the giant tentacles. Sanji stood in front of a giant head the size of a giant octopus house and began to divide it. The head of the giant octopus is actually in the center of the two huge eyes, with a huge wound split by Zoro. In the head structure of an octopus, the skull is located between the two eyes. So Zoro hit this giant octopus, and it was directly fatal through its skull. If the beheading hits other parts of the giant octopus head, the big guy can still fight for a while. Sanji is very good at cooking and has a lot of research on seafood. Natural octopus is also once cooked. Recalling the internal structure of the octopus, Sanji found the position and began to cut. Sanji first scooped out the giant octopus's two huge eyeballs from its head. Chapter 517 Dinner Under the Stars. Then Sanji got to the top of the giant octopus head and started to use a kitchen knife to cut two huge and deep knife marks crosswise from the top of the giant octopus head. This unfolds the outer flesh of the giant octopus head from the top. The internal organs are exposed. It's a strange structure, Zoro exclaimed. Seeing these huge internal organs inside, Usopp gasped, then nodded in admiration. Sanji looked at these huge internal organs and said, the internal organs of octopuses are different from fish, and their meat quality is not good. So throw them away when you need them. Some of the crew walked over to the giant octopus head, and Sanji was going to cut off the guts for them to throw away. Usopp looked at the internal organs inside the giant octopus head, and suddenly thought of something. He said quickly, wait a minute, I need a good thing. Sanji looked at Usopp and said, what do you want? Usopp said, since it's an octopus, there must be an ink sac for storing ink. Give that to me, I can use that octopus ink to make tools and weapons. Sanji looked at the internal organs in the giant octopus head again and said, okay, I'll give you the ink sac. In other words, such a big octopus ink sac must be amazing. After Sanji cut off a few more internal organs, he found the giant ink sac in the center of the giant octopus head. This giant ink sac is black enough to fit a cow's bag. Okay, here it is. Sanji gave the giant ink sac to Usopp. Usopp hugged this huge soft ink sac, and his body was shaking. Such a huge ink sac contains a lot of high-quality high-concentration octopus ink. It can be used to make many tools and weapons, and can also be used as ink. Ha ha, so heavy. Usopp was crushed by the giant ink sac. He managed to get up again. Sanji also cut off the internal organs of the giant octopus head for the crew to throw away. The flesh of the giant octopus head is also divided into 4 huge pieces of meat. However, each of these pieces of meat is enough to stand 10 horses, and the thickness is still more than 50 centimeters thick. After Sanji cut the meat of the giant octopus head, he stood on the deck to observe the 4 huge pieces of octopus meat. These octopus meat can cook countless meals, Sanji said. These octopus meat is enough for Sanji to cook it all. Next, Sanji is going to cook, because neither flying fish nor octopus is convenient to transport back to the kitchen inside the dock at sea. So Sanji cooks on the top deck with the chefs. Rog and Zoro also helped. The sun began to set in the sky. In this setting sun, everyone on the top deck of the offshore dock was busy in an orderly manner. It was finally 8 o'clock in the evening. The night sky above the sea dock is already full of stars. Mont Blanc Kurik and the gorillas and a large number of crew walked from the passage below to the top deck. "Has the dinner started yet?" said the orangutan, looking toward the expansive top deck. "I smell it very good," said Mont Blanc Kurik. On the top deck, the scent continued to reverberate for a while. The rest of the crew also smelled these scents. "It smells so good," Sanji-san cooked a delicious meal again. "Just smelling these scents makes my mouth water. Must be a delicious seafood meal." Quote. "The food is the most tempting." Quote. The gorilla and Mont Blanc Kurik and the crew were caught by a brightly lit area on the top deck. Mont Blanc Kurik, the orangutan and the crew all walked towards the brightly lit area. When they arrived at the brightly lit area, they saw that it was full of dining tables. Large oil lamps surround the dining table to illuminate. And Rog and Sanji, Zoro and Usopp, and the Orang Asli and the previous crew are all waiting here. "Finally, you are here," Sanji said. "Let's have a party together," Luffy said excitedly. "Have fun," Usopp said to Mont Blanc Kulik and the orangutan. Mont Blanc Kurik said, "That's what I want to celebrate." "Okay, boss," the orangutan and the orangutan shouted happily together. The crew also burst into amazing cheers. An astonishing feast begins on the top deck of this marine dock. All kinds of cheers and the sound of the handover of wine glasses are endless. "Delicious," said Usopp excitedly. Moved to tears after using a knife and fork to cut the grilled flying fish that had been poured with chan sauce on a plate. "It's really good, the meat is very firm," Roger complimented after eating a large piece of fried flying fish steak. "The meat of the flying fish is very chewy and has a good texture. After frying, it is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, which is very delicious." "It's delicious," Chopper complimented while eating the cake and the fried flying fish steak. Robin and Izumi, the goddess of water, both taste stewed flying fish soup. "The taste is really good," Izumi Water Goddess said admiringly. "Well, it is indeed both light and delicious," Robin also praised. Sanji heard the praise of the two ladies for the first time. Although their tone is so flat. But Sanji's heart is as sweet as eating honey. "Sister Robin, Goddess, you are really gourmets. You know how to appreciate the cooking skills of top-notch chefs." Sanji hugged both hands and said with a heart full of love. "Indeed, it tastes really good." Nami's voice sounded. Nami was eating a steamed flying fish at this time, although it was steamed and then added a large strawberry made by Roger. However, these strawberries were cut into pieces by Sanji and spread around a large piece of steamed flying fish. Nami has always liked a light diet, so instead of trying grilled flying fish or fried flying fish steak, she chose steamed flying fish. When Sanji heard this, he jumped up happily. He seemed to have entered a paradise of love at this time. "Thank you, Miss Nami. That's a great hymn," Sanji said madly. Zoro and King of Ninja both eat flying fish sashimi. Sashimi is sashimi. Zoro and the King of Ninjas are drinking sake from the dock at sea while dipping Chan eats thorn beside them. There is still some sake left in the warehouse in this maritime dock, so that the two can enjoy it to the fullest. "Come on, cheers," Zoro said boldly. Okay, drink. The king of ninjas also raised the glass and drank it with Zoro. Sashimi, sake quenches thirst. Zoro and the king of ninjas really enjoyed their meal. The flying fish you caught is really good, and the sashimi is really chewy, Zoro said with another sashimi inserted into his mouth with his fork. This sake is really a long-awaited drink. I like sake the most. The Ninja King filled the glass with sake and started drinking again. Chapter 518 Mont Blanc Curry and Chestnut Bread. Zoro and the King of Ninjas are not just like samurai and ninjas, but also pursue the realm of martial arts. And they all love sashimi and wine. Luffy eats takoyaki with orangutans and orangutans. Sanji and the chefs use the meat of a giant octopus to make an amazing takoyaki. Delicious, Luffy said excitedly, filling his mouth with takoyaki. Luffy in surprise and said, "It's a strange way to eat, pour a plate into your mouth and taste it." The orangutan turned his gaze to the plate of takoyaki in front of him again, and he forked the takoyaki with a fork and put one in his mouth. It was delicious. The ape's whole body trembled with excitement. He then ignored it, threw the fork away, and put the takoyaki on the plate into his mouth quickly and uninterruptedly with both hands. Seeing the way the orangutan and Luffy were eating, the orangutan was eating a large square piece of fragrant octopus meat on the plate. The meat was taken from the head of a giant octopus and was very chewy and textured. The orangutan used a knife and fork to cut it non-stop and put it into its mouth. It's really delicious, as expected of Sanji's cooking. The orangutan was eating with tears on his face. After eating the fragrant octopus meat on the plate, the orangutan brought another plate of fragrant octopus meat. Kulik, who was sitting beside him. Mont Blanc Kulik was eating the cut-off tentacles of the octopus. Because it is the tentacle of a giant octopus, even a part of it is thicker than a human thigh. Yes, it's delicious, Mont Blanc Kulik said with admiration. Boss, you're so happy to eat, and it's been a long time since you've seen it, said the orangutan. After Mont Blanc Kulik finished eating a large piece of octopus tentacles, he picked up a bottle of rum and poured it down his throat. He put the half bottle of rum back on the table. Ha, that's really cool, Mont Blanc Kulik said with a heroic deep breath. He added, "Orangutan, here's a toast." He toasted the orangutan with half a bottle of rum. The orangutan also bumped the rum bottle against his. The two of them drank boldly. "I always feel like I'm missing something. I mean food," said Mont Blanc Curry. The orangutan looked strangely at the dining table, which was full of food. All kinds of cooked flying fish and octopus are gathered at the table. Giant strawberries, giant pineapples, giant bananas are all here. There is also an endless supply of coconut and other juices. It's just that there are fewer snacks, because the previous battle destroyed the warehouse where the flour was stored, resulting in fewer snacks. But in this way, Sanji and the chefs also made baguettes, coconut bread, strawberry cake, pineapple bread, as well as flying fish sandwiches and octopus bread balls. Mont Blanc Curry said, "Yes, the chestnut bread is missing." The orangutan stopped to eat and drink when he heard this, and looked at the boss. Chestnut bread is actually Mont Blanc Kulik's favorite food. Orangutan said, "Boss, you're missing chestnut bread again. That's your favorite." Mont Blanc Curry said, "Yes, I like chestnut bread the most." Not only that, the ancestors of the Mont Blanc family, including Noland, are very good at making chestnut bread. It's just that it was lost in my generation, and I found it later. Some pastry chefs learn the art. But the taste is terrible. So far, it can only be bought from the merchant ships in this area. Ha ha ha. Orangutan also laughed together with Mont Blanc Kulik. Orangutan said again, "But now we have a new partner. Brother Roger can control plants, and he wants to get more chestnuts and ask him to help grow more. And Brother Sanji, his cooking skills are simply unparalleled in the world. Please let him help bake the chestnut bread." Kulik was drinking and his face turned Yuhi, he still remained sober. "Forget it. Now we are still facing a strong enemy. Until the final victory, Don't trouble them with this kind of thing. Mont Blanc Curric said. Orangutan rolled his eyes and said, I have an idea. He waved his hands and clapped violently in midair. Everyone be quiet first. Our boss has a special hobby, the orangutan said loudly. The voice was so loud that hundreds of people at the dinner could hear it clearly. Mont Blanc Curric hurriedly wanted to stop the gorilla, but found that the gorilla had taken out Mike Fung at some point. The orangutan has always been a loud voice, and now the mic wind is used to make the voice so that everyone can hear it clearly. The orangutan ignored Mont Blanc Curric's obstruction and continued, Our boss likes chestnut bread. But it's not good. Let me make a proposal, that is, after we finally win, we will make a super big chestnut for the boss together. Bread. How? Everyone heard the gorilla's proposal clearly. Roger and Sanji and Zoro and Usopp and Luffy and the others all looked at the orangutan and Mont Blanc Curric. Okay. Countless people shouted excitedly. Luffy and Usopp even jumped up. Orangutan grabbed Mont Blanc Curric's arm and raised it high. Okay, for chestnut bread. We have to fight bravely. The orangutan said in a high-spirited manner. Fight. Victory. Chestnut bread. Hundreds of people shouted excitedly together. Mont Blanc Curric saw this momentum and had no choice but to recognize it. He then sat back in his seat and whispered, What a thoughtful guy. This banquet under the stars was even more intense. Everyone ate and drank and vented their heroic feelings. This is not only a celebration banquet, but also a swearing and meeting against the enemy. But not everyone was so happy that night. Inside Jaya Island Magic Valley City. In the mansion of Grandit in the center of the city. Grandit sat behind an oak desk in his office. The white-haired and shrewd old man is now paralyzed on the chair. In front of him was a group of military and political dignitaries. This group of military and political dignitaries all bowed their heads, and they all felt that their entire bodies were being weighed down by an astonishing burden. This is not only because of Grandit, but also because of the incredible loss of the security forces. After the main fleet of the security army led by the chief of staff of the security army attacked, there were also communications officers who kept sending information. The security army headquarters naturally learned that the warships, including the flagship of the chief of staff of the security army, were sunk. Although there were still a few remaining warships at the time of the last report, but after the communication disappeared, it can be judged that the fleet of the security army was completely wiped out. The Second Corps, which naturally cooperated with the landing, no longer exists. Chapter 519 Both Parties' Plans. Grandit's long-term rule in Magic Valley City is based on the security army. These security forces not only cost an astonishing amount of wealth, but also ensure that Grandit is firmly seated as the mayor of the Magic Valley City, the foundation of the Master's military and political power. Now the security forces have suffered such a loss, making Grandit unbearable. The main fleet was completely wiped out, and another elite army was damaged. How could it be like this? My security army fleet actually. Grandit, who collapsed on his chair, finally reluctantly said a word. The previous battle had destroyed Grandit's many years of hard work, which had hit him unbelievably. At this time, Chief Rezel and several senior officers of the security army looked at him with very ugly expressions. The cadres of the four major industries are also here. Grandit felt like the sky was falling this time. The powerful security army fleet that he spent so much effort and money to set up actually vanished in one day. Grandit is not afraid of anything else, he is afraid of losing money and power. The security forces are equivalent to the Jinchuriki column of the two. The blow that Grandit received this time is unprecedented. If the security army fleet no longer exists, then the overall strategic situation of the joint army with Tsuruyama will be fundamentally reversed. At this time, a senior officer of the security army stepped forward and said to Grandit, who was already downcast to the extreme, Mayor Grandit, please don't do this. This is the case, so we have to quickly rectify our troops and start again. Strategic deployment. Quote. Grandit raised his head and looked at the senior officer. This is a burly and tall middle-aged man. His face is full of resolute muscles, and his eyes are piercing. General Durham, we are now facing an unprecedented crisis. You are solely responsible for the rest of the security forces. From now on you are the commander-in-chief of the security forces. Grandit said to the senior officer. General Durham put his legs together and saluted with his right arm. As ordered, Mayor Grandit. At this critical time, I must live up to expectations, said General Durham. Grandit then looked away from General Durham. He said to everyone, okay, I want to stay by myself for a while now. You all go down first. General Durham is already in full charge of the affairs of the army, you can just find him. Grandit's mood is very complicated now. In this case, it is the best decision to hand over the military power to General Durham, the second-ranking figure in the military. As for the rest, Grandit just wanted to be quiet first. Your subordinates retire, Mayor Grandit. General Durham said respectfully. The stout, burly man walked out of the office door. The security forces also resigned later. We also resigned, Mayor Grandit. The 4 major industry cadres, including the president of Grandit Silver, also left. Grandit was lying on the seat alone, his eyes looking out of the office window again. The starry sky at night is also exceptionally clear, and the sky is full of stars. There is no wind or rain outside. But Grandit's heart is like dead silence. After the night, it was morning again. In the waters near Jaya Island, the marine dock Suruyama United has ushered in bright sunshine again. However, for the people on this sea dock, the war against Grandit's forces ushered in a new situation. Among the restaurants inside the marine dock. Here, crews come here in batches for breakfast. Of course, there is no doubt that the breakfast here is still cooked by the chefs led by Sanji. The breakfast was still full of octopus meat. Even the carnival of last night's banquet could not consume that much octopus meat. However, the meat of the giant flying fish was less, and it was basically eaten up. Sanji and the chefs made many sandwiches with octopus meat, served with pastries and fruit for breakfast. Even these simple breakfasts make anyone who eats here a go-to meal. Rog and Usopp and Nami and Chopper all had breakfast here. Mont Blanc Kurik and the orangutans also had breakfast here. After breakfast, Rog and Usopp followed Mont Blanc Kulik and the others to the captain's office here. In Mont Blanc Kurik's office, everyone was sitting on the sofa discussing future plans. Mont Blanc Kulik said to everyone, now we are facing a new war situation. The main warships of the Vigilante fleet were annihilated, which made it impossible for the Vigilante to dominate the sea around Jaya Island. In the past, we were only able to use the Sea Dock and the Victory Hunter and Ulthane probe to conduct guerrilla warfare. That is precisely because the enemy's fleet is too strong. Now that the fleet of the security forces has been wiped out, we can make full use of the sea to take the initiative to attack the enemy. Now we have fully mastered the initiative in the war. Quote. Mont Blanc Kulik's high-spirited words inspired everyone present. Of course, this is also true, and now the Suruyama coalition army has gained the decisive initiative. After so many years, we finally got the initiative. It's unbelievable, it's finally realized, said the orangutan. Okay, take the initiative to attack and beat them to death. Justice will prevail, the orangutan said excitedly. Mont Blanc Kurik continued. Nevertheless, the security forces still have very strong remnants. Our ultimate goal is to overthrow the rule of Grandit. Then we have to try to launch a battle in Magic Valley City. Completely overthrow the security forces. It would be better if Grandit could be captured alive. Capture Grande alive, Sanji said. Mont Blanc Kurik continued. Yes, we are going to launch a battle against Magic Valley City. We need a group of troops to sneak in and capture Grandit. In addition, the Sea Dock will also launch a surprise attack on the port area to contain the main enemy forces. At the same time attract attention. That's our battle plan going forward. After listening to Mont Blanc Kulik's battle plan, everyone was in awe. Rog looked at Mont Blanc Kulik and said, it's a good battle plan. Then we need a team to enter Magic Valley City first. Mont Blanc Kurik nodded and said, yes. So we need a team to go. Usopp said after thinking. Like this hidden work can be said to be very important. Luffy said, okay, let's go. Nami punched Luffy in the head and said, don't forget that you are wanted. They already knew what you looked like through the wanted order. The arrest warrants of Rog and Luffy, Sanji and Zoro have long been remembered by the security forces. So once it shows up, it must be extremely dangerous. Chapter 524 Infiltration Squad. Mont Blanc Kulik said, now Magic Valley City must be defended like an iron barrel. If we attack rashly, it must be very dangerous. So if we really want to sneak in, we need to pretend to be businessmen. Luffy said, well then, let's pretend to be businessmen. Mont Blanc Kurik continued, this requires some preparation. But who is willing to go? Luffy was the first to say, I do. Sanji also said, how come I'm so rare in this kind of thing? If Luffy is a person who just rushes forward when things go wrong, then Sanji is very good at strategy. Roger said, I'll go too. Usopp saw that there was a lot of rhythm among the masters present, and he hurriedly looked at Zoro in fear. Zoro, you better not go, Usopp said expectantly. Zoro glanced at him and said naturally, I still need some time to strengthen my self-training. I don't have time to go mess around in that city. Getting this sentence, Usopp can be said to be relieved. Although those who can't say it can stay at the sea dock, it is impossible to guarantee that they will not encounter any danger here. So at least there are experts like Zoro to stay. And if the masters all attacked, it would appear how cowardly Usopp was. At that time, Captain Usopp's reputation would not be ruined. King Ninja and the others don't seem to have any intentions of going either. But this time Robin said something. I want to go and see. Everyone else looked at Robin, although this woman with deep eyes was hard to see. But Robin didn't say anything about the strength he showed before. Robin's ability to create arms is powerful enough to overwhelm countless enemies. And this mysterious woman seems to have the ability to see everything. Sanji looked at Robin and said, as expected of Sister Robin, you are so brave. Don't worry, the knight will protect you all the way. Robin's face was calm, always with that calm, confident expression on his face. Anyone else? Roger said. Luffy looked at Usopp and said, Usopp, let's go. Usopp shivered all over. He quickly steadied his cough and said, that's not good. What if I leave here? Captain Usopp will stay here and let everyone fight valiantly. Nami looked at Usopp helplessly. I thought I was always bragging if I didn't have that ability. Sanji said, then it's settled. I have Rog, Luffy and Robin's sister, the four of them infiltrate the Magic Valley City together. Mont Blanc Kurik looked at Sanji and the others and said, this is really a dangerous move. You must take care. The infiltration team consisting of Rog, Sanji, Robin, and Luffy was settled. The strength of the four is good, and the fact that there are not too many people is conducive to action. Mont Blanc Kurik continued, since it is such an important operation, we need to find the best time. And we must be fully prepared. After the infiltration team goes to Magic Valley City, the Sea Dock must also prepare for battle. At that time, will attack the port of Magic Valley City. After some discussion, the battle plan was finalized. At this time, the orangutan suddenly felt a little distressed. By the way, but we are also facing a very headache. That is Bellamy and the others may be involved. The orangutan said worriedly. It's true, this question has to be considered. The orangutan also frowned. Mont Blanc Kurik also had a heavy face and said, this is also the biggest problem. Originally, we still have some troubles dealing with Grandit. The most fearful thing is Bellamy's intervention. Sanji looked at him and asked, really? Is that Bellamy really so scary? Mont Blanc Kurik said, Bellamy's strength is very strong. Although I believe in everyone's courage and strength, we must beware of him. Otherwise, we will face several times the pressure. So everyone must be careful. I further tell me about Bellamy's. Everyone present listened carefully. Montblanc Curric continued. Bellamy and his pirate group have been entrenched in Jaya Island all the year round. They are based here. However, Grandit has a great interest in them. Bellamy's in Grandit's he has a large stake in major industries. In Magic Valley City, he can be said to be the second richest person after Grandit. On a small island near Jaya Island, the Bellamy pirates' fleet it's been dormant there. Fleet? Usopp said in shock. Yes, the Bellamy pirates have a fleet. It is a super heavy warship as the core, plus 4 heavy warships to escort, and a powerful fleet of heavy submarines. And the weapons of these 6 warships, they are all amazingly advanced. Because these warships are specially made from the military factory of Dressrosa, the world's military powerhouse. The reason why Bellamy owns these warships is because they are said to be the Lord of Dressrosa, one of the King's Shichibukai, the reason for Don Quixote. Doflamingo's men. These 6 advanced warships are equipped with weapons that far exceed the security warships. So it is very tricky. This is not enough, what is worse is the strength of Bellamy and his henchmen. Montblanc Culic said earnestly. Usopp's face changed when he heard it. Montblanc Curric's expression seemed to have a kind of fear. He recalled, Bellamy himself can defeat heavy warships. He can even match thousands of troops. Several of his admirals are also very good. Rummy joins the fight. Then we have a very grim situation. Usopp and Chopper looked at each other and said, it's scary. Although Rog and Sanji's faces were calm, they felt that they had to pay attention to this Bellamy after listening to Montblanc Culic's words. Rog asked Montblanc Culic, so is there a high chance of this Bellamy's shot? Montblanc Curric said, however, due to some circumstances, Grandit was unwilling to let Bellamy intervene in the specific affairs of Magic Valley City too much, just to give Bellamy huge wealth. Therefore, Grandit did not ask for help or Bellamy. He didn't notice that if Grandit was about to be destroyed, he would not take it lightly. The last time the former owner of this sea dock was because Grandit asked for help and let Bellamy take action. And Bellamy is a pirate after all. Although Langtide does all kinds of crimes, he still needs to face the world government officially. Therefore, he usually only gives Bellamy wealth, but does not allow him to easily intervene in the specific affairs of Magic Valley City. Of course, Bellamy also lived a very happy life. After having a huge amount of wealth, he is wandering around, and his whereabouts are uncertain. Of course, no one from the outside world has found out his specific whereabouts. Chapter 521 General Durham's Leadership. Sanji asked again, then Marine doesn't exist in this area. Montblanc Curric said, the Marine near Jaya Island is already weak. Because of the rise of the Revolutionary Army in the world in recent years, Marine was transferred to a distant place to suppress the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, Grandit has long been scruples about Marine, so he tried to find a way. He made a promise to announce that he would maintain shipping security near Jaya Island. The official world government was opened up by him, so he did not continue to send decent military and political forces. Actually, this is not surprising. A major power of the size of Alabasta is in a serious civil war, and the world governments are helpless. Not to mention Jaya Island here. The internal corruption and rigidity of the world government, which has been in operation for more than 800 years, cannot effectively handle many things. Coupled with the threat of the Revolutionary Army, they are even more neglectful of governance in some places. Montblanc Curric continued, this is just a reminder to pay attention. But our chances are still very good. So Bellamy's not 100% will intervene. But everyone should be careful. After everyone heard it, their determination became stronger. In particular, Roger and Sanji, Robin and Luffy, who were about to enter the lurking city of Magic Valley. Don't worry, we'll be careful, Roger said. No problem, I'll pay attention, Sanji said. Gather more intelligence from all parties, Robin said. Fly them, Luffy said. Montblanc Curric said. Everyone must pay attention. I wish us a victory. After the decision was made, everyone began to prepare for the hard work. Although the offshore dock was urgently repaired yesterday, more careful repairs are needed. After deciding to fight that day, everyone began to vigorously repair it. At the same time organize various combat materials. Orangutan led the crew to take the Victory Hunter away from the sea dock to catch more seafood as supplies. Zoro, the king of ninjas, and Nami also traveled together to help catch seafood. Orangutan led the crew to leave the sea dock on the Yutan probe to inquire about various information on the shipping route related to Jaya Island. Sanji travels with Rog and Robin and Luffy. The 4 people accompanying the Ulthane probe were also prepared to drop by once they found a suitable merchant ship. Usopp, Chopper and Izumi, the water goddess, and Mont Blanc Kulik stayed at the sea yard together with many crew members to strengthen the sea yard. This action is for several days in a row. In Jaya Island Magic Valley City. Since General Durham took over as the new commander-in-chief of the security forces, he quickly reorganized the security forces. First, quickly count the security forces. The original Second Army was completely destroyed, and the Third Army lost most of it. General Durham incorporated the 800 officers and men of the Third Army who were still able to fight into the Fourth Army. Now the security forces are left with the First Army, the Fourth Army and the Fifth Army. There are still nearly 7,000 troops in these 3 corps. The main warships of the security force fleet were eliminated, but 6 supply ships remained. And 80 patrol boats. These supply ships and patrol boats are naturally difficult to fight, but they can serve as patrols and guards. In order to resist the possible attack of the Tsuruyama Union Army, General Durham ordered the remaining 3 legions of the security forces to build fortifications on the coast near the port. Although the security forces have become passive in the current situation, they can still build strong defenses by building fortifications. On a hill near the south of Magic Valley City, General Durham observes the defense construction here. From here, General Durham and the accompanying senior officers can clearly see that the fortifications are being built around Magic Valley City in full swing. General Duran in a black military coat stood on the top of this hill with a dignified face. He looked out over the city's port area. The fortifications of the security forces are mainly concentrated in the vicinity of the port area for construction. He took out the map again. This map is exactly the map of Jaya Island and the surrounding area. Jaya Island is shaped like a huge fake kiba erected, except that there is a huge harbor in the middle of the north, and the seawater flows into the harbor from the middle of the north. Magic Valley City is located in the western part of Jaya Island, a port built facing the Western Sea. In the east-north blue area of Jaya Island, there is a small reef island. There is the base of the Bellamy pirates. The security forces on the coastline near the port of Magic Valley City began to build a large number of fortifications. These fortifications vary in size. Some of them are heavy artillery turrets that are the size of houses. The commander of the 1st Army Corps Ludwig of the Vigilante Army commanded the 1st Army to build and use these heavy artillery batteries. The 1st Army was the most powerful heavy-armed attacking force in the remaining security forces. The 1st Corps is equipped with a large number of heavy artillery pieces. These heavy artillery pieces are cumbersome and inconvenient to transport. Therefore, it is time to install the heavy artillery pieces in these forts after the fortresses are built. The 4th Army, which is now the most powerful, is also involved in the construction of coastal fortifications. After the 4th Army was merged with the 800 officers and men of the original 3rd Army, the strength reached 2,800. The 4th Corps is equipped with a large number of machine guns and other intensive firepower weapons, and the officers and soldiers are also very good at defensive operations and fortification operations. Therefore, the 4th Army is responsible for the construction and use of small and medium-sized fortifications other than large fortresses. The commander of the 4th Legion, Korath, led the well-trained construction of bunkers and tunnels. In particular, the construction of a large number of tunnels can allow officers and soldiers to hide in the tunnels in time to avoid heavy fire damage from the enemy. The The First Army and the Fourth Army kept building fortifications and fortresses in the port of Magic Valley City and the coastline of the nearby areas. And the last Fifth Legion was maneuvering near the port of Magic Valley City, and in the event of a war, it would come to the rescue in time. The Fifth Legion, commanded by the commander of the Droke Legion, used a large number of rhinos and other biological mounts, which had better mobility. And the firepower is also powerful. In the event of a battle, it can be maneuvered for support. After looking at the map for a while, General Durham continued to observe the construction of the fortifications in the port of Magic Valley City and the nearby coastline. Our army is now stabilized again, and we are building powerful fortifications every second. Once the battle is fought, these fortifications can play a huge role. General Durham said to the senior officers accompanying him. He just added, but there is one more thing to worry about. That is the safety of the mayor of Grandit. This is very important. So I asked the commander of the Drake Corps to send 500 officers and soldiers of the 5th Corps to strictly guard the Grandit Langtai mansion, and ordinary travel is also strictly guarded. Quote. A senior officer said, in addition to us, the bodyguards of Mayor Grandit and the guards in Magic Valley City will also assist. Chapter 522 Contradictory Situation. General Durham looked at him and said, do you expect those guys? How can they be reliable? The bodyguards seem to have some strength, but those guards can only deal with some street gangsters and thieves. In the face of a real powerful enemy, they can't be beaten. Therefore, the security army is the powerful army that truly determines the future of Mogu City. Quote. In Magic Valley City, the armed forces under Grandit's command consisted of security forces and security forces. The security forces are divided into land forces and fleet forces, and the security forces are divided into port security forces and urban security forces. But in the eyes of the security forces, these guards are just some worthless fighting forces. Only the security forces are true warriors. Grandit is also the most favored of the security forces. The guards just maintain order, but the vigilantes maintain rule. The senior officer immediately said respectfully, yes, General Durham is right. Our vigilantes are the truly powerful army. General Duran turned his gaze to the various ships gathered in the port of Magic Valley City. The huge civil port area of the port accommodates more than 100 ships of various sizes. Among them are dozens of large merchant ships that transport people and goods. It's just that the military port area of the former port is empty, but there are no patrol boats or supply ships that have returned. That huge fleet was killed at sea along with the former chief of staff of the security forces. At this point, General Durham took over the power of the army at a critical moment, and quickly reorganized and deployed the army. Unfortunately, the port can't be blocked yet. Our enemy may take the opportunity to sneak in, General Durham said worriedly. General Duran also considered that the Saruyama Allied Army and the newly opposed Straw Hat Pirates might send someone to infiltrate the Magic Valley City. In this case, it is best to block the port and temporarily stop shipping and commercial activities. But Grandit ordered not to hinder shipping and commerce. The largest shipping company and major shopping malls in Magic Valley City also include Grande Silver and chain factories. These 4 core industries are the property of Grande. The fortunes lost by Grandit would be astronomical once shipping and commerce ceased. In fact, General Durham had also inquired about Grandit and requested to block the port. But Grandit rejected the proposal because it was one thing to fight the enemy, and one thing to do the industry. Grandit doesn't just allow the cessation of shipping and commerce. Moreover, the news of the collapse of the security army fleet was strictly blocked. Because once the panic of war is triggered, a large number of merchant ships and merchants will be lost, resulting in a huge impact on Grandit's industry. The richest person in Magic Valley City is Grandit. Once the business of this port city is affected, Grandit will suffer the most. Grandit is all about money. Of course, in order to stimulate the combat effectiveness of the 3 main legions of the remaining security forces, Grandit took out hundreds of millions of shellfish to reward them before and after. After all, he was loyal to Grandit, and General Durham had to do it like this. Since it is impossible to block the port, then we have to strengthen the investigation and intelligence work in Magic Valley City. In addition, he also led the security forces to build a group of fortifications in the port of Magic Valley City and the nearby coastal areas, so as to meet future battles. General Duran looked towards the port of Magic Vale and the nearby coast. A large number of fortifications were built. But the enemy that is about to meet is also very powerful. Even the mighty security fleet was destroyed by a powerful enemy. In short, what awaits the security forces is definitely a fierce battle. These days, the security forces in Magic Valley City have been building fortifications under the leadership of General Durham. On the other hand, the Tsuruyama Coalition Army is continuing its operations. Mont Blanc. Cricket stayed in the sea dock with Usopp and Chopper and Izumi, the water goddess, doing various things with the numerous crew. The damage that the sea dock had suffered in the previous battle was finally repaired. And all the weapon installations, especially the facilities in the 4 super turrets, have been maintained. This sea dock is ready for battle. Mont Blanc Kulik is still very specialized in commanding the operations of the Tsuruyama Combined Army, always keeping in touch with the Victory Hunter and the Ulton Probe. Usopp makes all kinds of gadgets. Usopp is not a professional craftsman though, but he actually set up a Usopp factory that can manufacture countless tools for different purposes by virtue of his research on tools. After obtaining the fins of the giant flying fish and the ink sac of the giant octopus this time, Usopp asked for some machinery and tools from the sea dock. Using these as materials, Usopp racked his brains to create new types of tools. Chopper rushes to make the medicines he needs and imparts medical knowledge to the doctors and crew on the docks at sea. Although there are several doctors in the sea dock, their medical skills are very limited. With Chopper's teachings, they and some of the crew respectfully consult Chopper. Chopper was very happy in the compliment, and despite his embarrassment, the little guy genuinely likes to be appreciated. That's how Chopper is praising Vice Admiral's own strong medical knowledge. Izumi, the water goddess, continues to appreciate the power of the 3 axes, which are ancient magical weapons. Whether it is a golden axe, a silver axe, or an iron axe, they all have extremely powerful magical combat power. The morale of the crew in the sea dock was high, inspired by the victory of the previous annihilation of the security army fleet. The people of the Tsuruyama Coalition Army were greatly encouraged. On the sea far from the sea dock. Triumph of the Orangutan Command. The hunter is fishing for seafood. This powerful pirate ship with heavy firepower is very efficient even for seafood. Zoro and the King of Ninjas and Nami both help catch seafood. Zoro and the King of Ninjas helped the orangutans together for many days, and they captured a lot of powerful prey such as sharks and killer whales. Although Nami does not have such a strong fishing ability, she can observe the environment of the sea and sky, which is not only helpful for boat navigation, but also for finding sea areas suitable for the survival of some marine creatures. The orangutan also went into the sea in person and caught a lot of prey. It has been captured for 4 consecutive days, and this morning on the 4th day. Victory. The hunter floats above a sea. Well, such a huge hairtail is really enough to eat for a long time. The orangutan said excitedly. Zoro, the King of Ninjas and the orangutan went into the sea together and killed 3 giant octopus more than 10 meters long. Now they are salvaging these giant octopus on this heavy pirate ship. Good fishing, good hunting. Many crew members on the deck of the Victory Hunter also shouted excitedly. Chapter 523 Mysterious Attack. Victory. The many crew members on the Hunter also tied the 3 giant octopus with iron chains, and then hoisted them up with cranes. Hey, everyone hang up 3 giant octopus. This is a great harvest. The orangutan said excitedly. After a while, the iron chains screeched, and 3 giant hairtails were hoisted onto the deck of the Victory Hunter. Orang Osli, along with Zoro and the King of Ninjas, also returned to the deck together. The orangutan walked in front of the 3 giant octopus, and when he saw the 3 giant octopus, his face was extremely happy. Our boss is amazing. The swordsman hero is really amazing. This ninja brother is really powerful. The many crew members were full of admiration for the Orang Asli and Zoro and the King of Ninjas. Ahahaha, what's the matter? I'm just showing everyone a hand. Orangutan said narcissistically. Zoro and the King of Ninjas were calm and undisturbed. The orangutan then walked up to Nami's side again and said admiringly, Nami, you are really an amazing navigator. By judging the flow of the sea water, we can figure out where the fish may be. This time, not only did we catch a group of sardines, I also found these 3 giant octopus by the way. You really deserve a lot of credit. Ha ha ha. Nami also smiled and said, small thing, now the seafood we hunt is about to fill this boat. When are we going to hunt? Speaking of which, the orangutan looked at the 3 giant octopus on the deck. There are also hundreds of sardines the size of wooden barrels. Amazing seafood prey had also been caught before, which had been treated with emergency rouge and placed in the cabin below. Now this 100-meter-long heavy pirate ship is almost full of prey. Indeed. I think it's time for us to return. But it seems that we still need to get some scallops. Nami, please help guide us to the shallower waters. After getting enough scallops we will return to the sea dock. The orangutan said after thinking. Nami said, okay, it would be nice to get some scallops too. The orangutan said to everyone on the deck, take a rest, everyone, and then we're going to look for scallops. Oh! The crew on deck shouted happily. After some fishing, everyone also needs to rest. The crowd took out some dry bread and salted fish and began to eat it. Of course, some people made sashimi directly from the caught sardines to eat. A group of burly crew members carried several coconuts that were almost 1 person tall. These coconuts are the ones that Roger helped to make before, and these coconuts can be used as beverages. Because everyone has an important task, which is to catch a lot of seafood as supplies, there is no way to drink too much. But it's also nice to be able to gulp down these coconut juices to your heart's content. Zoro brought a sardine, the size of a wooden barrel. Zoro pulled out the ghost and aimed at the sardines. Chong, 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 chong. Zoro wielded the ghost for a while to kill. The body of this sardine was chopped off into a pile of meat. Zoro picked up a piece and placed it on a plate to cut it with a small dagger. Zoro is still very good, the thickness is even, and soon the plate is full of sashimi enough to eat a meal. Zoro sticks the sashimi with a bamboo skewer and puts it in his mouth. The Ninja King took out a small jar and said, would you like to dip Chan? Zoro took the small jar and said, thank you. Zoro glanced again at the plate in the hands of the Ninja King, which was also full of cut sashimi. The sashimi cuts well, Zoro praised rarely. So are you. The Ninja King looked at the sashimi on Zoro's plate. Zoro poured the chan juice on the side of the plate, then dipped the sashimi in the chan and put it in his mouth. By the way, the only dish I'm good at is sashimi. Who made my sword practice? This chan juice is not bad, Zoro said after tasting the sashimi. The King of Ninja also ate the sashimi after dipping in chan and said, oh, I asked for that chan juice from Sanji. He is very generous. Why don't you ask him for a jar? Zoro said. No wonder, curly eyebrows are always good with chan juice. After all, he's a cook. But I'm not like you. If I ask for chan juice, he will definitely make fun of me. Show off his cooking by the way. What an amazing art. Zoro and the Ninja King laughed together after speaking. Zoro saw a giant coconut placed on the deck by a crew member and said, I'm thirsty. Zoro walked over and brought the giant coconut over. This giant coconut is bigger than a wooden barrel, more than a meter in diameter. Zoro swung the ghost to the top of the giant coconut with a knife. Chong! The top of the giant coconut was cut off in one piece. This giant coconut is like a wooden barrel with its lid lifted. Zoro lifted the giant coconut and gulped it down his mouth. Then Zoro put the giant coconut down, and at this time the King of Ninjas caught the giant coconut. I'm still thirsty. The Ninja King took the giant coconut, He also lifted the giant coconut with one hand and poured it into his mouth. After guzzling coconut milk, the king of ninjas began to taste sashimi again. Zoro and the Ninja King continued to savor sashimi dipping, chan and gulp down coconut milk. Victory! The people on the hunter were eating, drinking, and resting, but in the sea below, there was a creature quickly swimming towards the heavy pirate ship. A huge fish more than 30 meters long with amazing speed approached the Victory Hunter. The fish was so fast that it targeted the heavy pirate ship. Victory in the eyes of this huge creature. The hunter is like a rare prey floating on the sea, waiting to be caught by it. The speed of this huge fish is getting faster and faster, almost as fast as a cannonball in the sea. The giant fish swam quickly to the bottom of the Victory Hunter. It aimed its very sharp upper jaw at the bottom of the heavy pirate ship. Quickly the giant fish swam towards the bottom of the boat. Or stab in the past. At this time, on the deck of the Victory Hunter, the orangutans and the crew were talking and laughing. Suddenly, as if the whole ship was hit by something, there was a heavy tremor from below. Chong! A huge sword-like spike pierced the deck through the hull of steel and high-quality wood. The people on the deck were all affected by the shock of the hull, and they stumbled. "What's going on?" said the orangutan in shock. Zoro looked at the huge sharp spikes that pierced the deck, and the spikes really looked like a giant sword. But it seems to be the body part of some creature. "Looks like we were attacked by something," Zoro said. Chapter 524 Giant Swordfish. As this, the king of ninjas remembered something when he saw the huge spikes. Nami was terrified and cried, "It's so scary." The other crew members also looked terrified. It was suddenly attacked, and even the extremely strong hull made of steel and high-quality wood was penetrated, and now it can be said to be very dangerous. The huge spikes were then pulled back. Victory! Hunter's hull vibrated for a while. The creature that attacked the 100-meter heavy pirate ship withdrew its spikes. The orangutan only recovered now, and he quickly said, "Could it be a swordfish?" Swordfish. After hearing this word, everyone became nervous. The swordfish is an amazingly fast swimmer and has a sharp sword-like jaw. Even a few meters long common swordfish is a swift fish that can penetrate the hull with its extremely fast speed and sharp and hard upper jaw. The size of the swordfish that attacked Victory Hunter just now can be said to be astonishingly large. Just the upper jaw like a giant sword penetrated the upper deck from the bottom of the ship. The volume of the other party is at least tens of meters long. In addition to the terrifying giant sword-like upper jaw, the speed of this giant swordfish itself is also extremely terrifying. In addition to penetrating the hull just now, the astonishing tremor was the manifestation of the opponent's terrifying strength and speed. Originally, the ship was floating on the sea, but when it was attacked just now, it seemed like an amazing tsunami had occurred. Nami slumped on the deck and said with an extremely frightened face, "We have met the god of death in hell." Zoro and the king of ninjas also looked grim, and now faced a formidable opponent. Other marine creatures have room to maneuver, even if they are huge. But the speed of a giant swordfish is unmanageable. "Everyone, don't panic, get ready to leave here quickly. Set sail quickly, and seal the leaky cabin at the bottom of the boat from the water," said the orangutan. "Yes, hurry up." The crew members rushed to fully unfold the huge sail of the Victory Hunter. And some of the crew quickly made their way to the pierced cabin at the bottom of the ship, blocking the sea water with a bulkhead door. Now the Victory Hunter is in extreme danger. But now it is even more impossible to continue to stop here, and there will be some chances of escape if you take action and sail. When the Victory Hunter began to sail, suddenly a crew member shouted, "The giant swordfish is following." Ape and Zoro and the King of Ninja and Nami and some of the crew rushed to the stern of the Victory Hunter to watch. I saw an astonishingly huge swordfish swimming through the sea. The opponent's speed is at least 10 times that of the Victory Hunter. The sea was split open by sunlight like a giant sword, and the giant swordfish stabbed towards the stern of the Victory Hunter this time. "Crap," said the orangutan. "It's over." Nami was terrified, Her face was full of tears. At this time, the king of ninjas didn't say a word, and quickly rushed to the place where the giant octopus was placed on the deck. He took out the ninja knife on his back and aimed it at the giant octopus, then chopped it down. The king of ninja cut off the head of the giant octopus, and carried it to the stern of the boat. He looked at the giant swordfish that was chasing after him and judged the direction, and he suddenly threw the head of the giant octopus. The head of the giant octopus was thrown and fell into the sea with a thud. Then after a few seconds, suddenly a huge wave sounded on the sea. I saw a giant swordfish more than 30 meters long jumping out of the sea. "This, so huge," said the orangutan in shock. "It's terrible," Nami said in horror. "What a big guy," Zoro said grimly. The king of ninja looked into the mouth of the giant swordfish, which bit the head of the giant octopus. Although the giant hairtail is only 10 meters long, this giant swordfish is more than 30 meters long. The mouth of the giant hairtail can bite a horse, but the mouth of the giant swordfish can bite a hippo. "Fortunately, I took the bait," the Ninja King said with a sigh of relief. Just use the head of the giant octopus as a bait to successfully attract the giant swordfish to prey. The orangutan also understood this, looked at the king of ninjas and said, "You are really smart." The king of ninjas said, "I think this giant swordfish must have used our boat as prey. So just give it a bait." Zoro looked at the sea at this time, and suddenly the giant swordfish started to swim again, splitting the seawater. "Looks like it hasn't had enough," Zoro said. After seeing the giant swordfish splitting the sea and continuing to chase, the orangutan quickly led the crew to carry the giant octopus. "Hurry up, cut a few more sections, and then throw them into the sea one by one to attract the attention of the giant swordfish," the orangutan ordered nervously. "Quickly cut it." The crew was very nervous and cut the 3 giant hairtails at the same time. The orangutan quickly picked up the 3-meter-thick hairtail meat of the yak and rushed to the stern of the boat. At this time, the giant swordfish was almost close to the stern. Zoro and others in the stern were even able to see the huge upper jaws of the giant swordfish. And the huge eyes on the head. The huge upper jaw is really as sharp as a giant sword. The entire giant swordfish is more than 30 meters long, but the upper jaw like that giant sharp sword is more than 10 meters long. How huge is a giant sword that is more than 10 meters long, so you can imagine the huge upper jaw of the giant swordfish. Those huge eyes were as big as coconuts. This kind of amazingly fast marine creatures with sharp weapons, even in the face of giant sea kings hundreds of meters, have the ability to fight or even kill each other. Seeing the huge upper jaw more than 10 meters long of the giant swordfish, Zoro said with a grim expression at this time, "This guy is probably the swordsman among the sea fish. Okay, here's to you." The orangutan threw out the huge 3-meter-long octopus. Fell to the stern. This oarfish is full of the taste of fresh seafood that has just been slaughtered, and the giant swordfish quickly pounces on the giant oarfish. The huge octopus meat was bitten in the mouth by the giant swordfish. Seeing this, the orangutan gasped nervously. "Finally saved," the orangutan said after the catastrophe. "Boss, we have also cut the other hairtail meat one after another." Some crew members brought sections of huge hairtail meat over. The 3 giant hairtails were cut into more than 10 sections, and they were all stacked here at the stern. The orangutan observed the location of the giant swordfish again, and sure enough, the giant swordfish started to eat there after getting food. During this time, victory. The hunter sailed with full force and opened up the distance. Chapter 525 Head to the bottom of the Uzumaki. I also understand the habits of swordfish. They are very observant, so even if they sail irregularly, they can't dodge, not to mention that the other party is so huge, we can't dodge it. So now we can only take advantage of the other party's eating and throwing. When the bait is down, we sail at full speed in a straight line. When the other party catches up again, I seize the opportunity to give an order to throw new hairtail meat. Don't throw the hairtail meat indiscriminately, our hairtail meat is limited and can only be like this. Analyzed and ordered. The king of ninja glanced at the more than 10 segments of octopus and said, are these really enough? The orangutan took another look at these huge octopus meat. If it is a lot for humans, is it really enough to feed that giant swordfish? The orangutan ordered the crew again. The giant squid caught yesterday are also ready to be thrown one by one. There are also small seafood that can't be thrown away. It can eat those small seafood in one bite. Throwing it down is the same as not throwing it. A crew member said, "But boss, the giant squid and other seafood we caught before were marinated with a lot of sea salt. Will this giant swordfish be hooked?" Orangutan looked very anxious and said, "I have no choice but to try." "Okay, let's move it up here." A group of crew members hurried to the cabin below when the marinated giant squid meat that Vice Admiral had previously caught was brought up. The orangutan looked at the sea behind with a serious face. The piece of octopus meat just now was enough for the giant swordfish to eat for a while, and during this time, it also opened a distance of thousands of meters. But soon, the sea in the back was split quickly. Apparently the giant swordfish is in action again. The orangutan put a huge octopus meat nearly 3 meters long beside him, ready to throw it down at all times. "Get ready this time," said the ape. He always calculated the distance of the other party's approach, and once he wanted to hit the pirate ship, he would throw the huge hairtail meat. The giant octopus kept approaching. Now that the situation has stabilized, of course it is still very dangerous. But fortunately, we can still deal with this giant swordfish for the time being. Nami wasn't so frightened anymore. She picked herself up and hurried to help direct the ship's sailing. Nami stood near the bow of the Victory Hunter, trying to observe her surroundings. Determine if there is something like a storm by feeling the sea breeze, air pressure, and the flow of water and clouds in the sky. "What's wrong? The weather in this area is so good," Nami said. In bad weather, the environment might be able to take advantage of the giant swordfish. For example, if a tornado blows on the sea, it will form a huge sky-high current. In that way, the giant swordfish can be led to it, and it can be solved. Since there is no way to deal with this giant swordfish with the weather. If you use the things in the sea, Uzumaki. Nami's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately showed a look of joy, and her palms clapped together. Nami said, "If you pay attention, use the submarine Uzumaki." Nami quickly rushed to the stern again and said to the ape and Zoro, "I have a good idea." The orangutans looked at Nami and said, "A good way." Nami said happily, "It's the submarine Uzumaki. Remember the submarine Uzumaki we met the day before yesterday?" The orangutan suddenly remembered. Victory the day before yesterday. On the way to fishing, the hunter passed a submarine Uzumaki. That submarine Uzumaki has a diameter of more than 200 meters, and even heavy ships with a length of 100 meters are drawn into it. Orangutan said, "Undersea Uzumaki." He also knew what was going on. Nami continued, "We are guiding this giant swordfish to that submarine Uzumaki, and then the submarine Uzumaki will clean it up." When the crew heard it, they were all happy. "It's a good idea indeed. Then let's go to that submarine Uzumaki. In addition to this method, there is no other way. Hurry up and do it." Orangutan said, "Okay, let's go to the Uzumaki under the sea. But can you still grasp the location?" Nami said, "No problem, leave it to me." Nami has an amazing knowledge of the sea, so she was able to identify the location of that submarine Uzumaki based on the direction of the wind and currents. Although she is a cute girl on the surface, she has an unimaginable sailing ability. Nami quickly went to direct the ship to the sea where Uzumaki was located. And the orangutans are still monitoring the giant swordfish from the stern. This giant swordfish did not give up the appearance. It continued to split the sea to pursue the Victory Hunter. The orangutans are constantly throwing down huge octopus meat to temporarily relieve the pursuit of the giant swordfish. Whenever the huge hairtail meat is thrown, the giant swordfish will eat the bait. The Victory Hunter was able to sail for a while to distance itself from the giant swordfish. But the giant swordfish quickly caught up after eating it. Then the orangutans drop the bait again, and the cycle repeats. Victory. Hunter has been on the line of life and death. Victory like this. Hunter and giant swordfish carry out this life and death pursuit of hunt and escape in the sea. Nami commanded the heavy pirate ship to sail to the sea where Uzumaki, the huge submarine that she saw that day, was located. It goes on like this. After a while of sailing, the orangutans have already thrown away the huge octopus meat. Then the huge squid meat were also thrown down. At first, the orangutans were worried about whether the squid meat, which had been cured in a lot of sea salt, would be loved by the giant swordfish. But it turned out that the giant swordfish really enjoyed the salty squid meat. A dozen pieces of squid meat were thrown out one after another, and the giant swordfish swallowed them all. Orangutan and Zoro and the King of Ninjas and some of the crew are standing here in the stern. What an edible guy, the orangutan said with emotion after throwing another huge squid meat just now. Zoro looked at the giant swordfish that stopped eating squid meat, and said, "It's so edible, it's like Luffy among swordfish." But making such a joke now makes no one laugh. There was a sound of pedaling on the deck for a while, and several crew members rushed over and said, "Now let's move the whale meat." Ape looked at them and said, "Okay, you go and bring those whale meat." The crew hurried to the cabin below to bring in the marinated whale meat. The orangutan looked back again, and saw that the sea was split. The giant swordfish ate the squid meat it had just thrown away and continued to chase. Of the Victory Hunter, the crew using large telescopes saw a giant Uzumaki spinning in the ocean in the distance. Chapter 526 Undersea Uzumaki. Immediately he shouted into the loudspeaker on the deck below, "We have reached the sea under the sea Uzumaki." Hearing the news, everyone was very excited. Nami, who was standing in the bow area of the boat, was even more happy when she heard it. "Okay, order the helmsman to continue going towards the seabed near Uzumaki," Nami said. The Victory Hunter headed towards the seabed Uzumaki that was finally to be reached. Stern, Orang Osli and Zoro also learned the news. Great, the orangutan was very happy. At the same time he lifted a large piece of squid and tossed it aft. The giant swordfish quickly went to eat the squid meat and stopped temporarily. Zoro looked at the giant swordfish and said, "Is this guy attracted by the bait we dropped and keeps chasing us instead?" Orangutan said, "But if we don't do it like this, the boat we are on will probably be the target of the attack. If we hadn't cast the bait at the beginning, the boat might have been stabbed into a sieve. Anyway, we are already the prey, not so much to be shy about." Quote. Victory. Hunter continued to sail to the bottom of the Uzumaki. The giant swordfish ate the squid meat again and continued to catch up. Above this sea, a submarine Uzumaki of more than 200 meters is constantly rotating. This submarine Uzumaki is not particularly huge, it also involves everything that is close to it. Many marine creatures were involved in it and died. Victory. Hunter sailed hard for a while, and finally approached this submarine Uzumaki. Near the bow, Nami and the rest of the crew were already able to clearly see the bottom of the Uzumaki. Seeing this submarine Uzumaki, Nami carefully directed the voyage of the Victory Hunter. Turn the rudder to the left, then go a little to the right. Slow down. Nami carefully directed the heavy pirate ship. After all, getting close to the bottom of the sea Uzumaki is quite dangerous. If you are a little careless, the Victory Hunter will also be involved. Victory. At the stern of the Hunter, the orangutans have already finished throwing the squid meat, and now they start throwing the whale meat. Here, the orangutan lifted a piece of whale meat the size of an ox and threw it into the sea in front of the giant swordfish. The giant swordfish also went to eat that piece of whale meat. The orangutan finally looked away from the giant swordfish and looked at Uzumaki, who was spinning under the sea. I saw a submarine Uzumaki with a diameter of more than 200 meters in the violent rotation. Uzumaki on the bottom of the sea, and the surrounding sea water is constantly rotating and flowing into it. This thing, once it's in, don't want to come out. The orangutan said. Nami cautiously commanded Victory. The hunter sailed around Uzumaki at the bottom of the sea. The victory hunter sailed around the underwater Uzumaki, but Nami always paid attention to the distance from the underwater Uzumaki. Guarantee that this heavy pirate ship will not be involved in the submarine Uzumaki. Chased after the victory hunter after eating the huge piece of whale meat. The orangutan held up a large piece of whale meat this time, and always paid attention to the position of the giant swordfish. This time, they used the thrown whale meat to lure the giant swordfish over. Hey, help both of you. Each holds up a chunk of whale meat and throws it with me. Creatures have an instinct to avoid danger, and maybe the same goes for this giant swordfish. Ape looked at Zoro and the Ninja King and said. No problem, Zoro said. He and the Ninja King each held up a large chunk of whale meat to throw. The orangutans always pay attention to the distance of the giant swordfish. The giant swordfish is getting closer. Now both the victory hunter and the giant swordfish are traveling around the bottom of the Uzumaki. The giant swordfish quickly swam to a position close to the stern of only 100 meters. Toss! Cried the ape. At the same time, he threw the raised whale meat to the edge of the Uzumaki at the bottom of the sea. Zoro and the King of Ninjas also threw 2 large pieces of whale meat into the air. The location is also the same as the orangutan. The giant swordfish saw 3 large chunks of whale meat being thrown there. It quickly changed direction and swam towards the 3 large chunks of whale meat. 3 large pieces of whale meat were thrown to the edge of the Uzumaki on the seabed, and then they were continuously swept in by the Uzumaki on the seabed. The giant swordfish also followed. Success, they said happily. Nami and the rest of the crew were overjoyed when they saw it. The giant swordfish follows the 3 pieces of whale meat that are involved. The result quickly reached the middle of the bottom Uzumaki. Uzumaki on the seabed around the giant swordfish is getting stronger and stronger, and even this giant swordfish can't help being drawn into it. Victory! Amazing cheers rang out from the deck of the hunter. Success! We made it! The giant swordfish was caught in it. We won! All the people are very happy. Nami hurriedly ordered. Okay, now the rudder is full. Let's leave this submarine Uzumaki quickly. This submarine Uzumaki is rotating counterclockwise. Victory! Hunter has been traveling around this submarine Uzumaki counterclockwise before. Now that the giant swordfish has finally been introduced into the Uzumaki under the sea, it is a victory. The hunter can also leave. Victory! The hull of the hunter begins to leave the edge of the seabed Uzumaki. Among the submarine Uzumaki, the giant swordfish is constantly bound by the powerful force of the submarine Uzumaki, and continues to roll toward the center of the submarine Uzumaki. At this time, the giant swordfish suddenly turned its body in a clockwise direction opposite to the rotation direction of the submarine Uzumaki with a strong instinct. It concentrated all its energy, and its body began to swim rapidly. Uzumaki under the sea, its speed was greatly slowed down. The giant swordfish actually began to gradually swim out from the area near the center of the bottom Uzumaki counterclockwise. Now if the speed of the giant swordfish is placed in the ordinary sea, it is much faster than the shell. But now it is only slowly swimming out at the speed of a whale. At this time, the victory hunter had just left the submarine Uzumaki not far. Victory! The crew of the hunter's mainmast top lookout saw an astonishing sight in the Uzumaki under the sea. No, the giant swordfish seems to be swimming out. The sound spread through the loudspeaker throughout the victory hunter. After hearing this voice, Nami and Orang Asli, Zoro and the Ninja King and the crew hurriedly looked towards Uzumaki on the bottom of the sea. At this time, even from the deck, you can see the situation of Uzumaki on the bottom of the sea. I saw the violent sea water in the Uzumaki on the bottom of the sea being split. A sharp, huge sword-like thing was cutting through the sea. Seeing this scene, Nami's face changed. She said with a gloomy face, "How is this possible?" The orangutan said in shock, "It can actually rush out." "It's tough," Zoro sighed. "This kind of aggressiveness is unstoppable," said the King of Ninjas. Chapter 527 Destructive Sound. Uzumaki on the bottom of the sea continued to use all its strength to swim towards the outside of the Uzumaki on the bottom of the sea. Submarine Uzumaki only slowed it down, but couldn't really stop it. The giant swordfish finally broke through to the outer area of the seabed Uzumaki. Then the giant swordfish jumped up. Plop! The giant swordfish fell back into the normal sea. See the giant swordfish back in the ordinary sea. On the Victory Hunter saw this scene and their faces changed greatly. The powerful Uzumaki under the sea was also unable to destroy the giant swordfish. Nami saw the giant swordfish swimming in the sea again, and saw that the upper jaw of the giant swordfish split the sea like a giant sword. The giant swordfish is now chasing after the Victory Hunter. It's over, Nami said with a look of horror. The ape saw the giant swordfish chasing again, and quickly lifted a large piece of whale meat and threw it at the giant swordfish. Plop! The huge piece of whale meat smashed into the sea. The giant swordfish still did not change its gluttonous nature and continued to bite at the whale meat. Fortunately, this guy is greedy. Orangutan gasped. Now they can drag on for a while by continuing to throw whale meat. The orangutan looked at the whale meat. Although there are dozens of pieces of whale meat, it is still limited after all. How long can it be dragged on? Zoro looked in the direction of the giant swordfish and said, "It can't go on like this. So I think we'll find a way to kill it." Kill it? The orangutans and the crew were shocked. Zoro's bold idea shocked almost everyone except the King of Ninjas. The Ninja King looked at Zoro and said, "Can you really kill it with confidence?" Zoro grabbed the 3 katana swords at his waist and said, "I don't know very well either. But if you don't fight, there's no way you can survive." Faced with the current situation, Zoro decides to fight. The King of Ninjas said, "Since this is the case, I will also participate in this battle." Zoro and the Ninja King decide to join the fight and destroy the giant swordfish. The orangutans and the crew saw the determination of the two, and they looked at each other with admiration and curiosity. "If this is the case, then we will fully cooperate with your battle," said the orangutan. "Yes, it's all up to the two of you to fight. We will all do our best. Swordsmen and ninja are able to have such courage, let us admire from the bottom of our hearts." Many crew members also said with high morale. Zoro and the King of Ninjas are going to fight the giant swordfish spread throughout the Victory Hunter. Nami, who was near the bow, also said after hearing the news, "What two crazy guys. But right now there is no other way but to fight hard." Nami and the rest of the crew also naturally cooperate with Zoro and the Ninja King's battle. Not fighting now is the only way to die. Zoro and the Ninja King stand on the stern of the Victory Hunter, here to observe the action of the giant swordfish behind. The giant swordfish ate the huge piece of whale meat again, and then chased after the Victory Hunter. The sea surface of the sea was violently split, and the huge upper jaw of the giant swordfish was really like a giant sword. Zoro looked at the dangerous guy and said, "This is a scary guy. It's going too fast." The King of Ninja looked at the giant swordfish that split the sea and said, "So we have to find a way to destroy its eyes." The upper jaw of the giant swordfish is a sharp weapon like a giant sword of more than 10 meters, so Zoro and the King of Ninjas will not touch each other's edge. You must know that the giant swordfish can even pierce the hull made of steel. The King of Ninjas said, however, in addition to its eyes, the giant swordfish mainly relies on sound to detect and locate its target. So even if the opponent's eye is injured, it cannot stop it from locating us. Zoro looked at the ape and said, "Ape, this guy can detect and locate by sound. Then I'll trouble you." Ape understood what it meant and said, "Okay, leave it to me." The orangutan quickly ordered a group of crew members, "Okay, now put down the orangutan machine on the bow, and manipulate the ape machine to knock the gong in the sea. In this way, it can effectively destroy the sound waves in the sea. It affects the echo of the giant swordfish." Positioning. In addition, prepare some iron chains and throw them into the sea, and then tap the chains hard to transmit the sound into the sea to strengthen the destructive sound waves. Quote. Crew all shouted together, "Okay." The situation is between life and death, and all crew members are motivated. Crew quickly maneuvered the Victory. The hunter lowered the bow of the great ape mechanic with a crane. This large orangutan machine itself looks like a gong-banging ape, but this is no ordinary toy. This is a powerful machine originally used to salvage sunken ships. However, it also has a special purpose, that is, the two arms of the orangutan robot can knock the gong. Once the orangutan machine strikes the gong, it can generate a huge signal. Now the orangutan machine is put into the sea. The fast voyage of the Victory Hunter, it was only put into sea water more than 10 meters deep. In the sea water, the two arms of the orangutan machine clenched the gong and began to beat the gong violently in the middle. Chong! A harsh sound shook the surrounding sea. The speed of sound in the sea is much faster than that in the air, so this harsh sound quickly covers the surrounding sea area. Most of the creatures in the ocean mainly rely on making sounds, echolocating and determining the size of objects after touching objects, and then let the creatures make decisions. Where to hunt or swim. However, with the huge gong sound of the orangutan machine, the sounds in the surrounding sea were disturbed. Most of the sound waves emitted by sea creatures are compared to the mechanical gongs of apes and mice versus elephants. The sound of the gong caused serious confusion in the echolocation of the creatures in the surrounding sea. Chong, 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 chong. The loud sound of the orangutan mechanical gongs reverberated in the surrounding sea. Everyone on the deck of the Victory Hunter could hear these sounds, not to mention in the sea. In addition, the crew also put a large number of iron chains into the sea from both sides of the hull. The crew beat the chains with hammers and blunt weapons for a while. Clang, 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 clang. The harsh metal collision sound was also transmitted to the sea below through the hammered iron chain. Although the sound of the orangutan mechanical gong is extremely loud and the range is amazing, it still has a weakness after all, that is, the frequency is not high enough. And the sound of the crew banging on the chain just complemented this. Chapter 528 Unexpected. Zoro and the King of Ninjas were engrossed in staring at the giant swordfish behind. After deciding to fight just now, the orangutans threw several large pieces of whale meat one after another. It took some more time. Now the giant swordfish is splitting the sea again and swimming over at high speed. Zoro clenched the katana hilt at his waist, and the arm of the King of Ninjas was already the hilt of the ninja katana holding his back. The two can attack at any time. The orangutan was preparing to cooperate with the two at all times, and he carried a large piece of whale meat. The giant swordfish is getting closer. Go! The orangutan threw the whale meat into the sea at the stern. The giant swordfish found the whale meat and quickly bit into the whale meat. It bit the whale meat, and it was less than 50 meters away from the stern. It's time! Zoro and the Ninja King shouted in unison. Their knives were already unsheathed, and their bodies jumped into the air. The two killed in the direction of the giant swordfish. One shot. Die. Lion Song. Ghost sword technique. Pierce the heart. The samurai sword and the ninja sword slashed from the left and right eyes respectively. Two coconut-sized eyeballs of a giant swordfish were chopped off. Zoro and the Ninja King quickly landed on the back of the giant swordfish. The giant swordfish then roared in pain, and its entire body jumped out of the sea. The orangutan and the crew looked at the giant swordfish in horror. This extremely dangerous big guy then fell into the sea water. Zoro and the Ninja King hurriedly landed on the back of the giant swordfish before they fell into the sea and jumped out. Plop! The giant swordfish fell into the sea, splashing huge waves. Plop! Plop! Zoro and the King of Ninjas also fell into the sea. Zoro and the Ninja King hurriedly swim in the sea. But at this time, the huge upper jaw of the giant swordfish suddenly stabbed behind them. Ah! Zoro and the Ninja King make an emergency escape. But the speed of the opponent's assassination is extremely fast. At this time, suddenly the two of them heard a huge sound of gongs in the sea. This huge sound made the creatures in the sea feel deafening. The huge upper jaw of the giant swordfish also pierced through the gap between the two people. The blow just now was a near-death experience. If the giant swordfish deviates 4 or 5 meters toward any one person, it will directly pierce that person. And these 10-meter-long upper jaws like giant sharp swords, almost no one can resist. Dangerous, Zoro said. Swim back to the boat now, said the Ninja King. The two were swimming desperately. The King of Ninja quickly took out 2 explosive shuriken from his waist pack and threw them into the sea behind. Boom, boom. The 2 explosions succeeded in producing a huge sound. Of the victory hunter, the orangutan hurriedly threw 2 chains. Hurry up and grab it. I'll pull you up. The personnel shouted loudly. Zoro and the Ninja King each held a chain tightly. The ape pulled sharply, and he was also born with divine power, pulling the chain back. Zoro and the King of Ninjas also finally returned to the stern. The two came to the stern deck, gasping for breath. It was really a life and death situation just now, and I almost died. Zoro and the Ninja King stood up again and looked into the sea behind the stern. I saw the giant swordfish swimming around irregularly as if it had lost its direction. The sea surface was slashed by the giant sharp sword in a strange trajectory. However, the robotic ape put down by the victory hunter kept beating the gong in the sea, and the other crew members were also beating the iron chains put into the sea. These destructive sound waves completely disrupt the sound waves in the ocean. The giant swordfish was also unable to echolocate, and just now Zoro and the King of Ninjas had their eyes blinded, resulting in the giant swordfish unable to capture the location of the victory hunter at all. That's a good idea, the orangutan said with emotion. Now I can finally get rid of it, Zoro said. It's really thrilling, the Ninja King also said. The other crew members were also very happy to see this. After all, giant swordfish are terrible, and have chased them tirelessly for so long. Now that they can finally get rid of the giant swordfish, these crew members do not know how happy they are. Excellent. Finally able to get rid of it. We are finally saved. It's all about the desperate battle between the swordsman and the ninja. No. We are all working hard. Hey, don't stop beating the chain. Yes. Continue to destroy the sound of the sea. Victory. The hunter's robotic apes continued to beat the gong, and the crew continued to beat the chains. The surrounding sea was filled with destructive sounds. Nami also continued to command victory. The hunter continued to sail. She also said with relief, I finally got rid of that terrible guy. It's really uncomfortable to be preyed by a giant swordfish. Just as the people on the victory hunter felt the ordeal was finally over. The giant swordfish, which had lost its echolocation ability, suddenly found its direction again and swam towards the stern of the victory hunter with extreme speed. The expressions of the orangutans who were very happy at the stern changed immediately. The laughing expression on the orangutan's face quickly turned into shock. He felt a chill down his spine for a while, as if he had seen the last thing he wanted to see. How is that possible? We have already seriously damaged the sound transmission in the surrounding sea. The orangutan said in disbelief. Why is it chasing after him again? Zoro said in shock. Could it be that it still has a way to discover our ship? Said the Ninja King suspiciously. The orangutan looked at the giant swordfish that was chasing after him, and said, in addition to sound wave positioning, the swordfish also relies on its eyes. It can't use these two methods. The other is to rely on smell, but that requires the prey to release it. Only a lot of blood can attract each other. None of the three is possible, how can it still chase us? Quote. The King of Ninjas said, could it be that this giant swordfish senses us only through the changes in the flow of the sea? The orangutan looked at him and said with a complicated expression, this. Maybe it's really possible. Zoro looked at the giant swordfish quickly chasing after him, and said, it's like a swordsman can judge the enemy's attack by moving the air when his body moves. Not to mention these guys who are more in tune with nature. Quote. The giant swordfish swam swiftly in the sea, rushing towards the victory hunter. hunter only by its own feeling of the changes in the sea. After all, the giant swordfish, an amazingly fast creature in the ocean, has an extraordinary feeling for the sea. Even the movement of the Victory Hunter's hull drives the movement of the surrounding seawater, which can be felt hundreds of meters or even kilometers away. Chapter 529 The Power of the Harpoon. Even if echolocation is impossible, even if its eyes are cut off, the giant swordfish can still feel the movement of the seawater more or less. Of course, this is also all because the sea in this area is sunny and sunny. The waves are not very choppy. This allowed the giant swordfish to chase the Victory Hunter. Victory Hunter is the hunted prey again. The orangutan was also extremely nervous when he saw the giant swordfish approaching constantly. By the way, I'll give you whale meat. The orangutan hurriedly lifted a large piece of whale meat, which was bigger than an ox, and threw it in front of the giant swordfish. Plop! Huge whale meat was thrown into the sea. But this time the giant swordfish swept directly from the whale meat, and had no intention of eating whale meat at all. Its huge upper jaw more than 10 meters long cuts the whale meat directly. My God! It's useless, the orangutan shouted in shock. Before, whether it was hairtail meat, squid meat, or whale meat, they were all eaten by giant swordfish indiscriminately. Uzumaki were introduced to the bottom of the sea, and after escaping, the giant swordfish continued to eat the whale meat that was thrown over. But since the eyes were blinded by Zoro and the King of Ninjas, the giant swordfish went completely mad. For animals whose IQ is not as good as that of humans, even if they are seriously injured, it will inspire huge hatred. This is the case with the giant swordfish, and now nothing can tempt it. The giant swordfish only wants revenge. The upper jaw like a giant sword slashed the surface of the sea faster than before. The giant swordfish only wants revenge now. How can the hatred of being blinded by his eyes be given up? The Victory Hunter was quickly overtaken by the giant swordfish, and the giant swordfish pierced the stern of the Victory Hunter with its incomparably sharp upper jaw. In the terrified eyes of the ape and the many crew members, the giant swordfish stabbed the stern. Bang! The massive upper jaws of the giant swordfish run through the hard steel and fine wood behind the stern. The entire Victory Hunter's huge hull also vibrated. Many people on the deck were knocked down by the shock. Ah, it's terrible, cried Nami as she collapsed on the deck. What a terrible attack. We are dead. I knew I would not participate in this fishing. We are not rivals at all. Many crew members were also terrified. Zoro, who was standing at the stern of the boat, was also violently shaken. He quickly pulled out Shuigo and Goosh, and then aimed at the giant swordfish and crossed them to kill. Eagle wave. Two blue eagle-like sword chi slashed past. The giant swordfish has not pulled out its huge upper jaw at this time. PFF'd. The head of the giant swordfish was hit by the sword energy, cutting off some of its skin. Unfortunately, the giant swordfish's body is too strong, and this little skin trauma can't hurt it much at all. The giant swordfish plucked its massive upper jaw and began to swim away from the Victory Hunter. The orangutan broke out in a cold sweat. He looked towards the stern, and saw that the part of the stern below that was close to the seawater had been pierced with a large hole. Too scary. The orangutan said, sweating profusely. Victory Hunter is not even 1/10 the speed of a giant swordfish. Now the Victory Hunter is completely prey to the giant swordfish. It is more accurate to say that it is the object of revenge, because now the giant swordfish is obviously not that interested in food. Giant swordfish will completely destroy the Victory Hunter. Zoro looked at the giant swordfish, and now the giant swordfish was swimming again. However, the orangutan machine continued to beat the gong in the sea, and the crew continued to beat the chain. Otherwise, once the giant swordfish can use echolocation, the consequences are even more disastrous. It's really going to be a fight, Zoro said. The King of Ninja also looked at the giant swordfish and said, there is no choice but to fight afterward. Zoro and the Ninja King must now fight to the death. The ape saw the giant swordfish, and he looked at Zoro and the King of Ninjas. The strong fighting will of the two infected the orangutan. Okay, since it's like this, we also fight, the orangutan said to the many crew members. Okay, we're going to fight. Many crew members shouted together. The orangutan hurriedly issued a combat order. Okay, get your harpoons ready. We've hunted giant whales before. This giant swordfish is, after all, a faster, tougher prey. We're going to catch it like prey, the orangutan said with high fighting spirit. Yes, we're going to capture it, said the crew in high spirits. The orangutans and the crew hurried to prepare the harpoons. Victory! The hunter has a ton of harpoon launchers on it. The crew went to the harpoon launcher on the deck, which was actually a large crossbow. A huge 3-meter-long harpoon is mounted on a bow and crossbow, and it is fired after aiming at the prey. The hook on the top of the metal harpoon can hook the opponent's flesh in reverse, and it is difficult to break free. And there's a chain behind the harpoon. After the shot harpoon penetrates the body of the prey, the chain can be retracted to drag the prey to the side of the boat. However, the number of harpoons fired depends on the size of the prey. Victory! The hunter has 10 harpoon launchers on each deck. Each harpoon launcher can shoot out the harpoon more than 500 meters away. The crew mounted a huge 3-meter-long steel harpoon on the huge crossbow of the harpoon launcher, and the extremely tough bowstring made of steel cable was pulled. The left harpoon launcher is all ready. The right side is fine too. Ape nodded and said, Okay, always pay attention to aiming. When the time is right, it will be launched. The orangutans and the crew nervously observe the whereabouts of the giant swordfish. Giant swordfish strikes again from the left side of the victory hunter. The huge upper jaws of the giant swordfish split the sea like a giant sword. The giant swordfish quickly rushed to the left side of the victory hunter. Okay, get ready, the ape said loudly. 10 harpoon launchers are aimed at the body of the giant swordfish. Giant swordfish keeps approaching victory hunter. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Shoot! The ape ordered loudly. Clang, 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 clang. 10 huge 3-meter-long harpoons were shot out. The giant swordfish is already within 100 meters. 3 of the 10 harpoons swept past the giant swordfish and hit the sea. But 7 harpoons hit the giant swordfish's body anyway. In the end, the giant swordfish slammed into the left side of the victory hunter with the help of its remaining strength. Chong! The screeching sound of metal rubbing sounded, and the hull of steel and high-quality wood was pierced by the razor-sharp jaws of the giant swordfish. Chapter 530 Kill the Giant Swordfish. The entire victory hunter hull trembled violently. The upper jaw of the giant swordfish pierced the hull of this heavy pirate ship, but its body was also filled with 7 sharp harpoons. The giant swordfish was in great pain after being pierced by 7 steel harpoons. The giant swordfish itself has a strong will to attack with revenge, but it is also extremely unstable. As a result, its activity flexibility is poor, and it cannot effectively avoid the attacks of harpoons during the attack. The giant swordfish pulled out its huge upper jaw while trying to break free from its 7 harpoons. But the rear end of the 7 harpoons is attached to the chain, or attached to the hull of the victory hunter. The giant swordfish couldn't break free for a while. And the tips of those steel harpoons were hooked firmly from the inside of the giant swordfish to its body. Zoro jumps to the giant swordfish with the Ninja King. Now the giant swordfish is bound, and the opponent's speed is not used in this case. No matter how sharp a sword is, it is still a piece of junk if it has no speed. The same is true for the huge, sharp upper jaws of the giant swordfish. 3-knife flow, tornado, exploding shuriken. Zoro used the 3 katana swords together, spinning and beheading with a powerful sword. The tornado-like sword energy swirled and slashed the flesh of the giant swordfish. The exploding shuriken hit the giant swordfish in the open mouth. The giant swordfish body vibrated violently and painfully for a while. The surrounding waves were splashed more than 10 meters high. However, under this huge force, some harpoons were forcibly pulled away. Clang, clang, clang. The chain behind the 3 harpoons was snapped. The violent movement of the giant swordfish made Victory Hunter tremble. Victory! The many crew members on the Hunter's deck were swaying and staggering. Although this heavy pirate ship is huge, it is also shaken by the giant swordfish. Zoro and the Ninja King went into the sea, and now they are swimming quickly and approaching the giant swordfish. 1 Gang Li Luo, 2 Gang Li Luo, split the mountain. Zoro only used the word, Wadao, and the muscles in his arms quickly became powerful and exaggerated. He swung a slash with astonishing power. This slash hit the heart part of the giant swordfish's body a little back from the head. PFF'd. The surrounding sea was splattered with the blood of the giant swordfish. But this big guy is still going on. The King of Ninjas wields the 2 nail hooks in his hand, which are very suitable for melee combat. Cross tier. The King of Ninja aimed at the gills of the giant swordfish and struck with a cross-claw attack. PFF'd. The gills of the giant swordfish were also hit hard. The King of Ninja killed and injured the left gill of the giant swordfish at first, but he quickly swam to the right side of the giant swordfish again, and killed the right gill of the giant swordfish. The giant swordfish made a final struggle. His eyes were cut off, his heart was cut, and 2 gills were killed and he couldn't breathe. No matter how strong the giant swordfish is, it cannot continue to move. The giant swordfish twitched a few times and then stopped moving completely. Zoro and the King of Ninjas in the sea, Victory! Ape and Nami on the deck of the Hunter and many crew members are all looking at the giant swordfish that is already immobile. This giant swordfish had wounds all over its body, and even after it died, the huge sharp upper jaw still slanted up and stabbed out toward the sea. As if really like a giant sword. It's finally over, Zoro said. What a tough guy, said the Ninja King. Of the Victory Hunter, the orangutans and the crew look at the dead giant swordfish. Hooray! Victory! Everyone on the Hunter cheered together. Nami was also full of tears when she saw it, and said happily, this catastrophe is finally over. Orangutan gave an order and said, let's pull up this giant swordfish together. As a special prey, it can be regarded as the biggest result of our fishing this time. Okay, let's all come together. Numerous crew members pulled the behemoth back by chains behind the 4 steel harpoons that were still attached to the giant swordfish's body. Pull it hard. The orangutan took the lead in pulling the chains and said. Zoro and the King of Ninjas also returned to the Victory Hunter. In the end, everyone worked together to pull the giant swordfish to the deck of the Victory Hunter. Pulling out the 4 steel harpoons, and now looking at this giant swordfish, I can see that the wounds on this giant swordfish are really amazing. Piercing, slashing, skin opening and flesh splitting, tearing, there are traces of all kinds of damage. But no matter how many wounds on the body, the huge sharp upper jaw on the giant swordfish's head is still intact. The upper jaw of the giant swordfish is actually a bone, which is extremely hard, and with a length of more than 10 meters, it really looks like a giant sword. Zoro walked over to the giant swordfish's huge, sharp upper jaw to observe this powerful and deadly weapon. This is really a huge sword, Zoro said with emotion. Zoro, let's keep this weapon as a souvenir, said the Ninja King. Good, Zoro said with a smile on his face. The orangutan observed the body of the giant swordfish and said to the crew, everyone finally eliminated this giant swordfish. How about we take a photo together? Okay, many crew members cheered. After such a painful and bloody sea pursuit battle, everyone was extremely excited because of the final victory. Numerous crew members gathered in front of the slain giant swordfish. Among them, Zoro, the King of Ninjas, Nami and the orangutan stood at the forefront. Behind him is the body of a giant swordfish. The huge upper jaw is as powerful as a giant sword, but even this powerful creature is defeated by everyone. A crew member brought a camera and aimed at the crowd to take pictures. Take a photo, said the crew member in charge of the photo. Eggplant. Ape and Nami shouted together. Crack. The camera took a group photo of everyone. There were hundreds of crew members on the Victory Hunter. They took turns taking pictures. In the end, everyone was photographed. At this time, a crew member suddenly asked the orangutan, "Boss, what to do with the body of this giant swordfish?" The orangutan looked at the huge body of the giant swordfish and said, "As this, we are doing the same thing. Cut the body of this giant swordfish and pickle it with sea salt. By the way, let's have a banquet first. Use a swordfish for cooking. Of course we can marinate and store the leftover swordfish that can't be eaten. Let the boss and the others taste it too." Quote. "Okay," shouted many of the crew. Chapter 531 The Movement of Rog and His Party. Zoro said, "Hey, this giant swordfish looks like this giant sword and we're going to keep it." The orangutan looked at the huge sharp upper jaw of the giant swordfish and said, "Of course this is going to stay, as a memorial." Then everyone began to rest. It was almost noon when they were attacked by the giant swordfish before, and now they escaped all the way, and after finally killing the giant swordfish, it was already afternoon and dusk. Now that it was almost time for dinner, everyone started to act. The cabin that was pierced by the giant swordfish just now was quickly isolated from the sea water with a water barrier. Then the orangutan led the crew into the sea in person to repair the holes in the upper hull. On deck, the Victory Hunter's cooks and crew carve apart the flesh of a giant swordfish. Although the meat of giant swordfish is not comparable to that of large fish such as whales, the amount of meat is still considerable. Nami also participated in the cooking of swordfish meat this time. That's it, the grilling temperature needs to be in place. Nami personally directed a group of chefs to grill the swordfish meat. I didn't expect Miss Nami to have such excellent cooking skills. I thought only Brother Sanji had amazing cooking skills. A chef said with a sigh. Nami is actually the second best cook in the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami can cook many home-cooked dishes that are delicious and healthy. But Nami usually charges other people for the dishes she cooks. But this time, because Nami felt the rest of her life, she was very happy. So avoid charging this time. Okay, let's cook like this, Nami said to the cooks. Orangutans also repaired the Victory. The damaged hull part of the Hunter returned to the deck. As soon as they got back on the deck, the orangutan said, "It smells so good." He saw the table of grilled swordfish meat that had already been cooked, and happily licked his mouth up and down with his tongue. After some exhaustion, the orangutans and the crew were drooling over the delicious swordfish meat sizzling with fish oil on the grill. "I can't wait to eat it right away." "Ah, you're here too. We've got dinner ready," Nami said. The orangutan looked at the grilled swordfish meat, and then at Nami again. Nami is now wearing a cook's white apron and hat. "I didn't think of Miss Nami. You can cook some delicious food too." "I'm really surprised," said the orangutan. Nami blinked and said, "Everyone, please eat as much as you want. But I won't charge you this time." Orangutan was immediately stunned, and he said, "Charge." Zoro glanced at Nami with a helpless look on the side. The orangutan didn't know Nami's exaggerated obsession with money. When she landed on the island before, Nami once cooked dishes for everyone when Sanji had something to do. Although Zoro and the others felt good after eating it, Nami charged for it afterwards. This time, Nami did not charge for cooking. It can be said that the orangutan does not know the blessing in the blessing. The orangutan didn't know why, but he then said, "Everyone, let's enjoy it together." At this time, on the sea surface where the sea meets the sky, the sun has already set halfway. The brilliance of the sun fills the vast sparkling sea. The deck of the Victory Hunter, the Orang Asli and Zoro, as well as the Ninja King and Nami, and the many crew members were enjoying themselves. These days, the orangutans sail with Rog and Robin and Luffy and Sanji and many crew members on the Ulton probe. Of course, the main purpose of the group is to inquire about the routes around Jaya Island and the merchant ships that come and go. In order to give Rog and Sanji a chance to infiltrate Magic Valley City. On the 5th day in a row, the Ulthane probe finally found a merchant ship. After discovering this merchant ship, in order not to panic, Roger and Sanji and Robin and Luffy followed up in a small boat secretly. "Roger, this spiral leaf you made is really good," Luffy said excitedly, looking at a spiral leaf in the stern of the boat. Rog used the power of plant fruit to transform a wooden stake whose roots connected the boat. 4 broad leaves grew from the stake. 4 broad leaves spin like propellers. The boat is thus able to go continuously with the constant thrust of the propellers. After seeing the speed of the surrounding ships, Rog said, "This speed is not bad." Although the large merchant ship ahead was sailing at full strength, the small ship was faster under the propulsion of the spiral leaves. Gradually chased the large merchant ship. Robin used the ability to blossom and quickly changed many arms to grow out of the side of the boat. These arms grabbed the 6 oars the boat was equipped with and began to paddle continuously. Whoa, 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 whoa. Robin maneuvered these arms in rapid succession of paddles, further increasing the speed of the boat. "Sister Robin is really amazing," Sanji said with admiration. The small boat, carrying 4 people, continued on to the large merchant ship ahead. This large merchant ship itself is 150 meters long, which is a large-scale ocean-going merchant ship. Rog and Sanji's small boat approached the large merchant ship further. Luffy looked at the large merchant ship and said, "Wow. That looks huge." This large merchant ship is indeed a giant compared to the small boat of a flatboat. The small boat ended up at the stern of the large merchant ship. "Okay, it's time to get on the boat." Roger took out the cane and said. Rog held the vine whip tightly in his hand, and the power of the plant fruit in his body began to concentrate on the vine whip. Rog's right arm showed green light, and the power of the plant fruit was transmitted to the vine whip. The vine whip grew rapidly. Under Rog's control, the vine whip grew rapidly and flew to the tail of the large merchant ship. The vine whip eventually grew into a vine ladder at the stern of the large merchant ship. "Okay, let's go up together," Roger said. Sanji walked over to the vine ladder and grabbed the vine ladder. "To let the lady climb the ladder, really?" Sanji looked at Robin again and said. Rog said, "Don't worry, this vine ladder can automatically bring people up." Robin said, "It looks okay, I'll use it too." She walked to the side of the vine ladder and grabbed the vine ladder. Rog and Sanji and Robin all grabbed the vine ladder. Then the vine ladder began to bring the 3 up. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at the stern of the large merchant ship. "It's not bad," Sanji said after reaching the stern of the large merchant ship. Robin looked around and said, "This plant tool is quite useful." "Ah, you are too slow," said Luffy, who had already arrived here via rubber telescopic arms. Chapter 532 Landing on a large merchant ship. Looked at Luffy and said, "It's not what I expected." With Luffy's personality, it must have arrived here first. Rog looked around and said, "Okay, we're ready to act." Looking around, here is the stern of a large merchant ship. At the stern here is an aft platform, and at the front is the poop. Ahead of the poop is the expansive deck of a large merchant ship. The broad decks of large merchant ships have 3 huge masts with huge sails on them. This large merchant ship sailed with the huge sails. Kabuto caught the huge sea breeze. Sanji looked at the deck ahead and said, "We just want to find the captain and the senior management of this ship, give them money and let them help us figure out the status of legitimate travelers." "Got it," Roger said. "Looks like it needs to be explored," Robin said. Robin then crossed his arms across his chest and activated the ability to blossom and fruit. Dazzling. On this large merchant ship, many roofs have grown eyes. These eyes are as deep as Robin's. These eyes observe the situation everywhere. Every room where eyes appeared was carefully observed by Robin. In a wide room with an eye created by Robin at the top of the room. In the line of sight of the eyes. This room has a huge desk. On the chair behind the desk was a middle-aged man with half-white hair. This middle-aged man was wearing a coat that was only worn by captains, but the style was very elegant. At first glance, it was the style worn by the captain of a regular merchant ship. There are also logbooks and some documents on the table beside them. The eye created by Robin continued to observe. At this time, suddenly there was a knock on the door outside this room for a while. "Captain Cullen, I have brought refreshments," said a young man's voice. The middle-aged man, Captain Cullen, put down the document in his hand and said, "Come in." The door to the room was pushed open, and a young man walked in. The young man also brought over a large tray. There was a large piece of strawberry cake on the tray, a coffee pot and coffee cups. The young man put the tray on top of the huge desk. "Captain Cullen, these captains please take your time," the young man said politely. Captain Cullen said, "Thank you for your hard work, go down." The young man then said goodbye and left the room. Captain Cullen began to enjoy refreshments. Captain Cullen first poured the coffee from the coffee pot into the coffee cup. Then Captain Cullen began to eat strawberry cake, drinking coffee while eating. However, he did not know that the eye at the top of the room saw everything at this time. The eye created by Robin quickly disappeared after seeing everything. On the stern platform of this large merchant ship, Robin lowered his crossed arms. She looked around at Roger and Sanji and Luffy and said, "I found the captain." Roger said, "Okay, let's go find him." But suddenly Rog thought of something and said, "By the way, we still need to put on makeup. After all, we are now wanted criminals who have been offered a high bounty by Marine. In case any of them know the wanted order and want to get those bounties, they plan to we get money when we catch them. Then we're in trouble, although they're definitely not our opponents." "Okay, it's time for makeup," Luffy said. Rog and Sanji and Luffy and Robin brought out the makeup kits that Usopp had made for the four. Usopp made these makeup tools because he was worried that Rog and Sanji would be exposed to the enemies of Magic Valley City. The four of them took out their respective makeup tools from the backpacks they were carrying. Rog slapped the fake beard on his mouth and took out a bottle of ink. This ink is the ink in the ink sac of the giant octopus that Usopp obtained before. Roger poured it out onto a brush and dyed it into his brown hair. Roger dyed his brown hair black. And there is a beard hanging on his lips. "I have to dye my hair too, it's annoying," Sanji said. Sanji also took out a bottle with ink from his backpack and poured the ink on the brush. This ink is still of good quality, as expected of the ink from the octopus caught by the green algae head, Sanji said. Sanji also dyed his blonde hair black. In addition to this, Sanji also replaced the cigarette in his mouth with a cigar. "Ho, the smell is too heavy," Sanji said after taking a breath. Sanji has been accustomed to smoking ordinary cigarettes for many years, and cigars are too powerful. So Sanji felt that the taste was too strong at first glance. Robin took out a golden wig and put it on his head. And also used Yuhi to focus on the lips. On weekdays, Robin only wears light makeup. Robin quickly turned into a blonde. Sanji saw it, he said, as expected of Sister Robin, "I like your outfit like this." Robin still had an indifferent smile on his face. Luffy started to dress up too, and he fiddled with it. "I'm done," Luffy said. Rog, Sanji and Robin looked at Luffy's appearance, and Luffy's image was amazing at this time. Luffy had an explosive hair cap on his head and was topless in a suspender jumpsuit worn by a child. He also had a pair of dark circles under his eyes. PFF'd. Roger couldn't help laughing. Robin also smiled indifferently. Looked at Luffy's quirky outfit and said, "When Usopp gave you a method, didn't you think about it carefully?" Luffy looked at himself and said, "Don't you look youthful and cool?" However, when Luffy said this, Roger and Sanji felt a little bit. Luffy was wearing a kid's suspender jumpsuit and a bang-bang wig. The eyes were painted with a pair of dark circles. To a certain extent, it does take into account various elements of youth and coolness. But makeup contains some elements does not mean the same effect. Sanji said ashamedly, "Forget it, it's fine if you think it's like this." Rog said. Okay, let's act quickly. Let the captain handle the formal status for us. And Robin, please lead the way. Come with me, Robin said. The four followed Robin to the captain's room. Robin led the four of them away from the stern of the large merchant ship, and finally reached the entrance of the cabin below the large merchant ship. From here, go to the second inner deck below. Here we arrive at the door of a room. Roger stepped forward and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Then a voice came from inside. I'll send out the utensils for the refreshment, said Captain Cullen's aged voice inside. Chapter 533 Make a Deal. Rog said, Captain Cullen, we have something to discuss. Roger pushed open the door of the room at the same time. Captain Cullen saw four people he had never seen enter the room. One of them was a young man with black hair and a beard on his mouth. There was also a young man with black hair and a cigar in his mouth. There is also a tall, blonde woman with a gorgeous mouth he painted on her mouth. There is also a young man with an explosive head, wearing a suspender suit that only children wear. Captain Cullen looked at the four, his face became complicated, and he said, Who are you? Why are you here? Rog said, Captain Cullen, we boarded this merchant ship by special means. We are some business travelers, but we want to board this merchant ship. Therefore, please help us to apply for legal status, we must be very grateful. At the same time, Roger took out a dozen banknotes from his clothes and put them on Captain Cullen's table. Captain Cullen looked at the large dozen banknotes, all of which were in denominations of 1,000 yuan. Rog said, These are deposits, with 200,000 Baileys. After you help us get legal status and send us to Magic Valley City, we will pay another 200,000 Baileys. Captain Cullen looked at Roger and Sanji, and he looked at the 200,000 Baileys on the table. The sudden appearance of these uninvited guests surprised him. And the shot is not low. If there are 200,000 Baileys before and after, then everyone will make a net profit of 100,000 Baileys. With 400,000 Baileys easily put into the pocket, why not do such a good business? What's more, Captain Cullen was the captain and owner of a large merchant ship. Like this, the four want me to help you with your identities. Captain Cullen was moved and counted the 200,000 Baileys on the table in his hands. Sanji said, Captain Cullen, we are the businessmen who want you to confirm our way. Come here to explore business opportunities. That's all. Captain Cullen repeatedly observed the 200,000 Baileys and the four people in his hands. His face became kinder and he said, Okay, everyone. Since you want me to help you with your identity, then I will help the four of you. Captain Cullen has now agreed to the deal. Rog said, I'll trouble you then. Captain Cullen said, It's nothing, this little thing is nothing. We are all people in need, so I am willing to help you. Sanji said, It's all up to you. Captain Cullen said, I am both the captain and the owner of this merchant ship. I can confirm that the four are traveling merchants. First of all, our merchant ship Fortney is from the kingdom of Kuro, West Blue. Here, specialized silk from West Blue is sold on the Great Route. Once at Jaya Island, the goods are unloaded and sold to local malls. Quote. Captain Cullen then said, I'll give the four of you a certificate right now. Please wait a moment. Would you like some coffee? I can have some more for you. Sanji said, Forget it. Please help us open the proof as soon as possible. Captain Cullen quickly took out 4 sheets of well-made white paper from the desk, and he took out ink and a pen and began to write on the 4 sheets of white paper. After writing for a while, he took out another chapter and stamped it on 4 sheets of white paper. Okay, everyone, just sign it, Captain Cullen said. The 4 of Rog each took a blank sheet of paper. Rog put the blank paper in front of him and read on. There is a paragraph on this piece of white paper. I am a businessman who came to the Great Route from the kingdom of West Blue Mokuro. In the countries and regions on the Great Route, I will strictly abide by the local laws and mutually benefit with other transaction partners. At the same time, the world governments on the Great Route are invited to join the countries and regions and neutral regions to ensure personal safety. Signature. Yuhi chapter. In addition to these words, the chapter bears the words of Cullen, captain of the Fornet. Although it is a handwritten certificate, as long as there is a seal on it, it still has legal effect. Roger and Sanji and Robin and Luffy have their names written on their certificates. Okay, everyone, now you are businessmen from the West Blue Mokuro Kingdom. So you can walk freely in the Magic Valley City with this certificate. Captain Cullen said. Rog looked at Captain Cullen and said politely, "Thank you, Captain Cullen." Sanji also thanked. "Thank you." Robin said indifferently, "I am really grateful." Luffy said excitedly, "It's all right with this. Great, let's go to Magic Valley City and have a blast." Rog glanced at Luffy. Although Luffy looks weird now, he is still reckless. Captain Cullen stood up from behind the desk again and said, I'll explain to the rest of the crew. So wait a minute and you can move freely on this ship. Sit down for a while." Rog said, "It's really helpful to you." Captain Cullen then went to gather the crew. Roger and Sanji and Robin and Luffy are sitting in chairs in this office together. Suddenly, Luffy's stomach rumbling for a while. Luffy looked at Sanji and said, "Sanji, I'm hungry." Looked at Luffy and said, "How does your stomach grow? Is it really a bottomless pit?" Luffy said very greedily, "Do I just want to eat?" Robin crossed her arms again at this time, and she said, "Dazzling." Robin created eyes in many rooms on this ship. These eyes monitor the situation on this ship. After all, whether the other party has other ideas is not completely sure. Robin has lived in the dark for a long time, so he is extremely vigilant against various risk factors and must take precautions before they occur. Now Robin carefully observed what was going on inside the large merchant ship with his created eyes. But nothing dangerous happened. Captain Cullen also solved other things. Captain Cullen returned to the office and said to Rog and Sanji, "Okay, the four of you can move freely on this merchant ship. Now it's getting late, the four of you want to eat something." "Luffy," he said, "that's great. I'm starving." Sanji said, "There's a kitchen here, so let me help." Rog and Robin also help out together. It was also getting late. Sanji also used the kitchen and ingredients on the large merchant ship to cook a delicious meal. After the four of them finished their dinner, they found a room on the boat for the night. When the sky gets brighter again, Roger and Sanji and Robin and Luffy stand on the deck of the large merchant ship called the Fortney. Chapter 534 Victory. Return of the Hunter. Okay, it's time to communicate with everyone. Roger took out a phone bug. The phone bug looks like a snail and is itself an animal that can communicate. Under normal circumstances, it is in sleep state, and it will wake up when you make a call or connect. When they're talking, the phone bug's mouth moves as much as the speaker's mouth. Phone bugs work by converting human voices into bioelectric waves for phone bugs to propagate. This incredible creature, although small, has a huge effect. In this world, whether it is a great root or within the four seas, it is the use of telephone bugs to communicate. Even more incredible phone bugs are produced by nature itself. Roger dialed the number on the keypad on the phone bug. The phone worm itself can communicate through bioelectric waves, but the number and microphone are artificially added. Baloo 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 baloo. After Rog dialed the number, the sleeping phone worm suddenly woke up and made this unique sound. Then a voice came from the opposite side of the receiver. "Hello, Rogue, I'm Mont Blanc Kurik," said the phone bug. "We are now on a merchant ship bound for Jaya Island Magic Valley City. We will be able to reach our destination this evening," Rog said. "That's great. You all have to be extra careful," said Mont Blanc Kulik, who was on the opposite side. "No problem," Roger said. Then Rog hung up the phone bug. On the huge and expansive top deck of the marine dock Suruyama United, Mont Blanc Kulik put down the phone bug at this time. He looked towards the sea and said, "The most critical step is finally taken. According to the previous battle plan, Rog and Sanji infiltrated the Magic Valley Castle as the most important battle. If Rog and Sanji capture the mayor of Grandit, then the enemy will lose his head. That way, the battle will be directed in the most favorable direction. Montblanc Couric took this fight very seriously. If Rog and Sanji succeed in capturing Grandit, the Sea Dock will also travel to Jaya Island to attack the coast, to contain the forces of the security forces. As for whether Bellamy's special factor will appear, it can only depend on luck. Anything needs to be gambled. If you don't dare to gamble, then there is no hope of winning. At this moment, a heavy pirate ship appeared on the sea on the east side of the marine dock. Montblanc Kulik looked over. This heavy pirate ship is no other ship, it is the Victory Hunter where the orangutans who were in charge of catching seafood as supplies were located. That's it, they're back, Montblanc Kulik said. Victory. The hunter was carrying orangutans, Zoro, the king of ninjas, Nami, the others, and hundreds of crew members. On the bow of the Victory Hunter. The ape clenched his fists, and really stood on the ape machine in front of the bow like an ape. Little brothers, hurry up and sing the gongs. Also, let the human ape move mechanically. It is a waste not to beat these two huge gongs. The human ape ordered loudly. Okay. Victory. On the deck of the Hunter, numerous crew members sang gongs and songs. Chong, 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 chong. Good salvage, good hunting, good return. Orangutans are our big bosses. Full of noise and rowdy gongs and singing filled the deck of the Victory Hunter. Nami and Zoro looked at these people helplessly. What eccentric guys. Nami groaned. It's really not lively enough. It's just like this, Zoro said. Then the huge orangutan machine on the bow also started beating the gong. Chong. This sound was earth-shattering. After all, the sound of two gongs that were much larger than a human being beat together far exceeded the sound of all the crew members on deck beating gongs and singing. The victory of this ship loaded with a large number of prey. The hunter finally returned with a full load. On the fourth day before, it was attacked by a giant swordfish, resulting in the loss of a large number of originally caught prey. So everyone simply continued to work for another day, and it was not until the sixth day that they returned with enough prey. Continuing to sail for a while, the Victory Hunter finally entered the dock on the right side of the front end of the marine dock. After entering the dock, the orangutan quickly jumped from the ape machine on the bow to the ground in the dock. Everyone, Victory, the hunter is really like a hunter, and after killing enough prey, Guy is back. The orangutan shouted happily. The crew on the deck of the Victory Hunter transported a large number of prey down. The prey in these oceans is marinated by a large amount of seafood. There are huge whale meat, sharks, huge sea crabs, huge scallops. All kinds of seafood and meat are shipped down. Zoro and the Ninja King and Nami are also down. Orangutan said, by the way, I must let our boss see the head skeleton of the giant swordfish caught this time. Knowing that Montblanc Kulik was on the top deck, the orangutan said to the crew, everyone works together to transport the head skeleton of the giant swordfish to the top deck. Okay, said the crew in high spirits. After some efforts, the orangutans finally transported the huge head skeleton of the giant swordfish to the top deck. The head skeleton of a giant swordfish more than 10 meters long was transported to the top deck. Boss, look, this is the giant swordfish we caught. The original itself is more than 30 meters long, but only this huge head skeleton is left. Of course, there are some pickled swordfish meat, Kulik said. Montblanc Kulik looked at the huge head skeleton of the giant swordfish. It's really huge, Montblanc Kulik said. The head skeleton of a giant swordfish more than 10 meters long, the huge upper jaw really looks like a huge sword. Montblanc Kulik looked at the sharp upper jaw of the giant swordfish and said with admiration, I have seen giants before, and some of them use the upper jaw of this giant swordfish to transform it into a weapon. It is better than many steel ones. Weapons must be powerful and strong. The orangutan said in surprise after hearing it, the giants use this kind of weapon. It's really cool to think about it. Zoro said at this time. Is that giant a swordsman among the giants? Mont Blanc Kulik said. Yes, he is a swordsman in his prime. His swordsmanship is superb. Although he is a giant, he is still flexible. Zoro's eyes lit up after hearing this, and said, that's it. I want to play against him too, and by the way, see what he transforms the upper jaw of this giant swordfish into. Sharp sword. Chapter 535 Landing at the port of Magic Valley City again. When it comes to swordsmen, Zoro, who has always been quiet, is full of interest. Mont Blanc Kurik also said, I also really hope to see you play against that giant. It must be very exciting. Ape also said, I want to see it too. Usopp and Chopper and Izumi Water Goddess are also here at this time. Usopp walked around the head skeleton of the giant swordfish and looked at the huge guy in shock. It's the upper jaw of a giant swordfish. It's huge. Well, I think I might consider transforming this thing, Usopp said. Chopper said in surprise, remodeling this thing. Usopp gave himself a thumbs up and said, of course, Captain Usopp is omnipotent. Transforming weapons is my forte. As soon as Usopp saw the huge upper jaw of this giant swordfish, he was moved and wanted to transform this thing. Usopp has such a personality. Once he finds something strange, he wants to transform it into a weapon or tool. That must be cool. I'm looking forward to that weapon, Chopper said with longing. Mont Blanc Cricket and the orangutan looked at the upper jaw of the giant swordfish, thinking about how Usopp would transform this weapon. The orangutan said to Mont Blanc Kulik, Boss, we will also keep some swordfish meat. Please taste it later. Mont Blanc Kulik said to the orangutan, really? You have worked really hard. You still think about me like that? Ape said, okay, let's have a seafood dinner together later. We caught a lot of seafood this time. Mont Blanc Kulik said, by the way, tell you. Rog and Sanji have already arrived on a large merchant ship bound for Jaya Island Magic Valley City. Ah, that's great, said the ape. Zoro said, they're already headed there. Then we need to be ready too. Mont Blanc Kulik said, yes, we also need to pay attention to preparations. Always be ready for a surprise attack on Jaya Island. On the afternoon of the 6th day, the orangutan and their Utan probe also returned to the sea dock. Jaya Island to fight once the time is ripe for Rog and the others. On the other side. On the Fortney. Roger and Sanji, and Robin and Luffy on this large merchant ship are constantly approaching their destination. By the morning of the 8th day out of the sea dock, Roger and Sanji, and Robin and Luffy were standing on the deck. Should be almost there, Luffy said, looking out at the surrounding sea. According to what Captain Cullen and the others said, they will be able to reach it this morning, Sanji said. It's almost there, Roger said. Rog also prepared a lot of plant weapons and tools in order to sneak into the Magic Valley City of Jaya Island, and he was still preparing for the 2 days he stayed on the Fortney. After all, going deep into the Magic Valley City must take some risks, so it needs to be well prepared. Although the 4 of them are very powerful, fighting and lurking are 2 different things. Even if he was able to beat thousands of troops, it would still be a failure to let Grandit escape successfully. Robin has been observing everything with a calm and confident expression, but compared to the 2 and 3 people who mainly observe the sea, Robin also always pays attention to the situation of the crew on the deck. These crew members are no different, and it can be said that they are still safe. And after the 4 of them put on makeup, the gap is huge, and it's hard to tell. Well, could it be that we have already arrived? Rog said when he saw a land in the distance. Ah, really? Luffy said, looking into the distance too. I saw a piece of land appearing in front of the Fortney. As you get closer, you can further see a prosperous city and port on the land. We are here, to Jaya Island. The crew on the deck of the Fortney shouted. Sanji looked at Jaya Island, which was approaching. Finally back, Sanji said. Before, everyone was violently attacked by the security forces and fled Jaya Island in an emergency. At that time, I also took the explorer on the last leg of the battle, and as a result, I met the orangutan and the Ulthane probe. Opportunity to get to know the Tsuruyama Allied Army and Mont Blanc Kulik. Then passively encountered a tragic sea battle, and successfully destroyed the main fleet of the security army. After destroying the main fleet of the security forces, now the 4 of them are going to sneak in here as a hidden team. It looks like we can log in now, Robin said indifferently. The Fortney continued to sail towards Jaya Island Magic Valley City, and Captain Cullen also walked to the deck, and he walked beside the 4. Everyone, we have arrived at our destination. We will be docked later. The 4 can also land with their respective documents, Captain Cullen said. Thank you all the way, Captain Cullen, Roger said. Captain Cullen said, it's nothing, please get ready and land. Rog didn't forget his previous promise. He walked up to Captain Cullen and took out a dozen $1,000 Bailey denominations from his clothes. Captain Cullen, this is for you. The remaining 200,000 Baileys, Roger said. Captain Cullen immediately smiled, and he took over the 200,000 Baileys. I wish you all the best after landing, said Captain Cullen. He quickly put away the banknotes. Captain Cullen then walked away and began to direct his crew. The Fornet began to dock towards Magic Valley City. The Fornet is now heading east, the west blue shore of Jaya Island. However, Rog and Sanji saw various fortifications on the port of Magic Valley City and the surrounding coast. Among them, there are bunkers 2 or 3 stories high, as well as huge forts. There are also numerous coastal positions consisting of trenches and barbed wire. There are also many security forces with live ammunition patrolling the area. It seems that they really took a lot of trouble to prevent us, Rog said. Sanji looked at the fortifications and said, Hiroshi is really big. It seems that they are really going to fight us to the death. Rog said, the official landing will take place later. Luffy looked at the port and said in shock, it's finally here, why are there so many fortifications? They must have put in a lot of work, said Robin. Apart from that, they must be very strict about who comes into the port, Rog said. A patrol boat of the port guard moved quickly and guided the Fornet to the port. The large merchant ship Funnet finally entered the port of Magic Valley City. The large merchant ship finally docked and berthed at a berth in the port of Magic Valley City. After the Fornet was docked, Captain Cullen began to lead the crew to move the cargo, while he began to deal with people from the port guard. Roger and Robin and Luffy and Sanji went down with the 4. Chapter 536 Robin's Memories. Rog looked at the people in the port guard force and was relieved. Fortunately, there is no such thing as Chief Rezel, Roger said. Sanji carefully looked at the group of guards. It seems that they also change shifts a lot. Not only is there no Chief Rezel here, but there are no other members of the security force we met that day, Sanji said. After all, the 4 of them are the focus of the enemy's defense, so they can't relax their vigilance at any time. After introducing the goods, Captain Cullen said, these 4 are also merchants from the Mokuro Kingdom in West Blue, just like us. Rog and Sanji then showed proof. After the guards in charge of the inspection looked at it, they said, okay, you can land here. Rog and Sanji passed through the port together and started heading towards the city. The 4 of them are still quite confusing after wearing makeup. Is this our wanted notice? Roger saw a group of wanted notices posted next to a house near the port. The 4 walked over and looked at the wanted notices. On these wanted lists, there are Rog, Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, Robin, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Izumi Water Goddess, King of Ninjas. All the people are up there. In addition to this, there is also the wanted list of Mont Blanc Kulik, the orangutan and the orangutan. However, these wanted orders were not issued by Marine, but were made by people under the subordinates of Mayor Grandit, the ruler of Magic Valley City. So on the Straw Hat Pirates, only Rog, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy were offered a bounty by Marine, but now all of them are offered a bounty. Of course, everyone had been to the port before, so they were all photographed. Huh, the reward amount is wrong. Luffy said curiously. Rog and Sanji also looked at the wanted notice. Roger saw that his wanted list was only 12 million Baileys. The wanted list issued by Marine has a reward of 95 million Bailey, and there is also the title of Plant Warrior. Sanji saw that his wanted list was only 10 million Baileys, and he didn't have the title of Black-Footed Chef. Luffy's wanted notice originally had a bounty of 120 million Bailey. But now there are only 13 million Baileys, also known as the Straw Hat Kid. Zoro originally had 80 million Baileys, but now only has 11 million Baileys. There is no title of Pirate Hunter either. Why, my bounty is so low? Luffy said in surprise. Nonsense, don't you look at who made the wanted notice above. It says that it was issued by the City Hall of Magic Valley. Sanji said. Rog looked at Usopp's wanted notice again. Usopp's bounty is 5 million Bailey, Chopper has 3 million Bailey, Nami has 1 million Bailey, Izumi has 12 million Bailey, King of Ninja has 11 million Bailey, and Robin has 9 million Baileys. It's all numbers, Roger said. Luffy said, why did they come up with these wanted warrants with so much lower bounties than Marine's? Rog said, this is understandable, because it is obvious that the Grandit forces are greedy for money. The reason why the bounty is set low is that once we successfully kill or capture us, they can receive the reward from Marine. That way they can make amazing money. Luffy was very indignant when he heard this, and said, it's too much. Unforgivable. Rog said, of course this is impossible. Even with a bounty like this, no one will be able to kill or capture us. Robin looked at her wanted notice, which was naturally a photo taken when she landed here for the first time. Looking at the wanted notice, Robin will recall her long-standing memory. Once upon a time, when Robin was young, that horrific massacre took place. Everyone in the hometown was reduced to ashes. She was the only one who escaped. But like that, a shocking bounty was offered. Wanted worldwide. At that time, she was only a little girl of 8 years old, and she had been living in darkness for so many years. It all feels as if it happened yesterday. Thinking of this, Robin's always indifferent expression became a little twitchy. She struggled to regain her composure and looked at everything in front of her. The orangutans are wanted, Luffy said. The 4 of them seemed to see that the reward for the orangutan was 25 million Bailey, and the reward for the orangutan was 25 million Bailey. And Mont Blanc Culic's reward is as high as 50 million Bailey. The reward for salvaging the king orangutan is 25 million Bailey. The reward for exploring the king orangutan is 25 million Bailey. The commander-in-chief of the Tsuruyama Coalition Army, Mont Blanc Culic, has a bounty of 50 million Bailey. Sanji said. Luffy said indignantly after seeing it, why is this? Uncle Chestnut and the others are not so terrible. They are so much higher than us. Rog looked at the reward order for the 3 of Mont Blanc Culic. Such a high amount on the bounty can just prove how much the Tsuruyama allied forces are hated by the Grandit forces. The purpose of the Tsuruyama Coalition Army is to overthrow Grandit's rule over Mogu City. This will naturally be extremely hated by the Grandit forces, so such a huge bounty will be offered. Okay, let's go, Roger said. The 4 then left. Rog and Sanji continued their journey to the city. People come and go in the city. Various shops are full of merchandise. I'm hungry, Sanji, Luffy said. Sanji said, since this is an urban area, let's find a restaurant to eat. After walking for a while, the 4 came to a restaurant. Rog and Sanji sat at a table and ordered their meals. This action is for sufficient funds. Nami gave everyone up to 2 million in funds. There are still 1.6 million funds, so we can spend more comfortably. The table is filled with grilled steak, pizza, ramen, toast, grilled crab and grilled lobster. Drinks such as salads and after-dinner fruit and juices are also available. After ordering the meal, Rog and the others began to eat. Of course, the four of them didn't sit idle, and at the same time paid attention to their surroundings. In the surroundings, many people who were dining were also talking about the Magic Valley City. Have you all seen? The fortifications are being built on the coast and the port. I saw it too and it was incredible. It's like preparing for war. What the hell happened? This has made the security forces go to war. It is said to be against a group of pirates. The pirates who fought in the area near the port before. I don't think it's that simple. I'm afraid it's to deal with the Tsuruyama Combined Army. It's very possible that the Tsuruyama Allied Army is the confidant of Mayor Grandit. Now the port of Magic Valley City and the surrounding coastline have been rumored to be rampant. However, the people here in Mogu City basically believed that the Tsuruyama United Army was going to fight the Security Army. Chapter 537th Investigation and Operational Planning. Rog and the others have been eating here, while observing the rhetoric of these locals. These local people continued to eat and talk about the recent bizarre actions of the Grandit forces. Now the mayor of Grandit and the senior military and political officials here in Magic Valley City seem to be afraid of something. The Tsuruyama United Army seems to be about to make a big move. You're so loud, be careful that the wall has ears. What are you afraid of? Talk about this topic, can Grandit still put me in jail? But which of the Tsuruyama Allied Army and the Grandit forces can win? Although I hate Grandit very much, the strength of the security forces is obvious to all. Speaking of the security forces, it seems that the fleet of the security forces suddenly disappeared a few days ago. I don't know what mission to go on. Anyway, our private interests will not be directly violated, so we can just watch the fun. I don't know if you have seen the newly added wanted orders. Originally, only 3 people from the Tsuruyama United Army were offered a high reward. Now, there are 10 more people's reward orders. People in the restaurant were talking a lot about the current situation in Magic Valley. Now the situation in Magic Valley City is obviously tense, and various rumors are spreading like wildfire. Although Grandit ordered Magic Valley City to maintain normal economic behavior, it cannot be concealed that a huge crisis has been bred. Now the people in Magic Valley City believe that a crisis will come. Anyone with a discerning eye can understand that a tragic battle is about to start. Otherwise, how could so many fortifications be built in the port and the nearby coast? Rog and Sanji observe the remarks of these people and discuss the next action plan in a low voice. In the end, everyone decided to go to the Grandit mansion where Grandit was located to investigate. The Grande mansion is where Grande is located. The important purpose of the 4 lurking in Magic Valley City is to capture Grande. Once the leader is captured, the war situation will be reversed. Okay, that's the decision. Let's go to the Grandit mansion to investigate, Sanji said. Robin naturally has a calm expression, and it is also an approval plan. Luffy, on the other hand, was gobbling it all the time, and he didn't even think about brainstorming battle plans. After eating and drinking, the 4 left the restaurant. The 4 then started to go to the location of the Grandit mansion. Rog holds the map of Magic Valley City in his hand. Look here, the Grandit mansion is located in the heart of the city, Rog said. I think it must be heavily defended there, Sanji said. The 4 of them continued on their way, and after a long journey, they finally arrived at the center of Magic Valley City. The Grande mansion is also located here. The Grande mansion was the place where Grande gave orders to the entire Magic Valley City. Grandit, who came from a local wealthy family in Magic Valley City, sees the leadership of this prosperous port city through despicable means. This mansion is a large mansion with 5 stories high and 20 horizontal rooms. The blue tiles and white walls look very elegant. A large yard around the mansion. Roger and Sanji and Luffy and Robin observe the magnificent mansion from the nearby streets. This is his mansion, it's really nice. The decoration is quite elegant. Sanji looked at the mansion and said. There are also large gardens around Grandit's mansion. On the outside of the garden is a fence made of iron railings. Outside the wall, there are often contingents of patrolling security forces passing by. These security forces are heavily armed and armed, ready to deal with any possible intruder. Further outside, on the main road that can enter the courtyard of the mansion, a strict checkpoint has been set up. Anyone who passes here needs to be strictly checked. Around the Grande Mansion, there were more than 800 elite security forces. General Durham ordered the 4th Army to send 500 elite officers and men to guard here. In addition to the 300 elite officers and soldiers who originally guarded here, a total of 800 elite officers and soldiers guarded here. 800 elite officers and soldiers are guarding here, setting up a large number of defenses. The water that is guarded here in all directions is blocked. After seeing the Grandit Mansion, Robin said, "The guards here are really tough." Rog said while thinking, "How can we break through the defense here?" Sanji looked at the surroundings and said, "It needs to be carefully planned. The Grandit Mansion is the base camp of the Grandit forces, and it takes a lot of strength to capture this place. It's not enough to attack rashly. After all, the security army still has a lot of troops. Just destroying the 800 elite officers and soldiers of the Grandit Mansion required an unimaginable battle. The security forces and some other security forces to support it is also acceptable." After making enough observations around the Grandit Mansion, the 4 left the place first. After renting a hotel in Magic Valley City, the 4 began to gather in a room to further prepare for the battle plan. "Now we may not be very strong against the enemy, but the number is huge. So it is also very troublesome," Sanji said. "Then we must also attack. But we need to attack reasonably. But the number of enemies is staggering, in order to prevent Grandit from retreating. So when the time comes, we need to find a way to surround the mansion," Rog said. Sanji looked at him and said, "How to surround? Just the 4 of us?" Rog shook his hands and said, "Then look at me. I will make a huge plant weapon that can surround the Grandit Mansion." After listening to Rog's words, the others were relieved. Others have seen Rog's abilities. If Rog created a weapon, he could still surround the Grandit Mansion. Luffy said, "But the goal is to catch that guy named Grandit." Sanji said, "Of course. Our ultimate goal here is to capture Grandit." Rog said, "I will be responsible for creating a plant weapon to besiege the Grandit Mansion. At that time, you are going to arrest Grandit." Sanji said, "Okay, leave it to us. But Luffy, you'd better be responsible for dealing with the enemies outside together with Roger. It's fine for me and Sister Robin to capture Grandit." Luffy looked at Roger and said, "Let's do it together." "Okay." Luffy's temperament is to rampage, but he lacks wisdom and is prone to misjudgment, so it is better to let him do pure combat. After the plan was made, Rog began to work hard to make plant weapons. Sanji is using the phone bug to keep in touch with Mont Blanc Kulik. Just like that, 3 days passed. On this day, Rog carried a backpack and said, "Okay, everyone. My plant weapons are ready. I can fight. I will be responsible for besieging the Grandit Mansion." Chapter 538 Tunnel Stake. Sanji said, "Okay, I'll contact Mont Blanc Kulik right away." Sanji took out the phone bug and dialed Mont Blanc Kulik's number. "Sanji, how's your progress?" said Mont Blanc Kulik on the opposite side. "We are ready here. How far are you from Jaya Island?" Sanji asked. "The sea dock is very close to Jaya Island, which is less than 4 hours away. Because I have been concerned about your progress, I ordered the sea dock to go to the southern part of Jaya Island, which is far away from the shipping route. If you want to attack, we can attack the port of Magic Valley City and the nearby coast at any time," Mont Blanc Kulik said on the opposite side. Sanji said, "Okay, we will launch an attack at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, please cooperate in time." 2 o'clock in the afternoon, no problem, said Mont Blanc Kulik. Then Sanji hung up the phone bug. After Sanji hung up the phone bug, he said to the others, "Okay, we need to act as soon as possible. 2 o'clock in the afternoon is the time of the attack." "Okay." Roger and Luffy and Robin said in unison. The four were highly prepared, and then bought some sausages and roasted turkey, roasted sardines, and durian bread, a specialty of Magic Valley City. Then began to walk in the direction of the Grandit Mansion. After reaching the vicinity of the Grandit Mansion, the four were ready to act. First of all, there are a lot of guards near the Grande Mansion, so it is necessary to approach the mansion's house as soon as possible and surround the mansion. The four of them reached a nearby alley. Rog first smashed the masonry on the ground, and then took out a wooden stake that had been transformed with a lot of plant fruit power from his backpack. It's a stake again, you really have a soft spot for stakes, Sanji said to Rog. Rog put the stake on the ground and said, that's because the stake can be easily transformed into a lot of powerful weapons. Rog concentrated the power of the plant fruit in his body with both hands, and Rog's two hands became flashing green light. That stubborn face also looked very labored. This plant weapon was unusual, and Roger grabbed the transformed stake with both hands. Grow it, tunnel stakes. With the full support of Rog's plant fruit power, this tunnel stake begins to grow rapidly. Tunnel stakes grow from the dirt beneath the damaged masonry. A hole had opened above the stake of the tunnel stake, and it had grown larger and larger. The tunnel stakes themselves are also big enough to burrow into a burly man. In the underground soil, tunnel stakes grow rapidly. Rog used the plant fruit ability. Not only the internal structure and growth of the plant can transmit the structure to the mind in an indirect way, and even the soil environment that the plant comes into contact with can be transmitted to the mind in order to judge the next step. How to grow, where to grow. The thick roots of the tunnel stakes grow rapidly and extend towards the location of the Grande Mansion. The thick ones continued to grow, and Rog, who was responsible for exerting all his strength at the stake, was full of sweat drops on his forehead and face. In order to make the tunnel stakes reach the target endpoint, Rog also exerted all his strength. The wood piles in the tunnel continued to grow, and finally grew more than 300 meters underground thanks to Rog's efforts using the power of plant fruits. The location of this alley is more than 300 meters away from the location of the Grande Mansion. Such a long distance, and the length of the thick roots that the tunnel stakes can allow people to pass through, also made Rog feel extremely weak after the end. Ah, it's finally done. Roger struggled to cheer himself up. Sanji looked at the entrance on the tunnel stakes, large enough to allow a rather burly man to get in. Does this mean that the interior of the Grandit Mansion can be accessed like a tunnel? Sanji asked. You're only half right. The roots of the tunnel stakes are indeed like tunnels underground. But the end of the roots cannot penetrate the Grandit Mansion, because the foundation of the mansion is too strong. A lot of hard stones are piled up. Even the roots of the tunnel stakes cannot be penetrated from below. However, the entrance at the end can be opened under the wall of the mansion house. Well, without further ado, let's hurry over now, Khan said. Okay, let's go, Luffy said. Rog and Sanji and Luffy and Robin quickly got in through the entrance of the tunnel stakes. Then he slowly walked downwards at first, and finally arrived in a relatively straight tunnel. Going from this wooden pile tunnel, or the hollow part of the thick root. Although the inner height of this tunnel is barely 3 meters, it is enough for 4 people to walk through it. It's unbelievable that we'd be in the thick roots of the stakes, Robin said. It was so much fun, Luffy said excitedly. 4 continued going, and the distance of more than 300 meters was not far. However, because it was underground, it successfully passed through the heavy defense lines set up by hundreds of elite officers and soldiers on the ground. Finally, it's the end again. Ahead is a slanted upward exit, which is the end of the route of the tunnel stakes. Okay, it's finally the exit, Rog said. Sanji rushed out first. After he came out of the exit, he saw the white walls of the huge Grandit Mansion beside it. It is surrounded by extensive gardens. All kinds of trees and flowers are planted in one place. Roger and Luffy and Robin came out too. Rog took out 3 more walnuts from his clothes. Using the power of plant fruits in his body, the 3 walnuts quickly grew into the upper body armor, lower body armor, and head armor of the walnut heavy armor. Rog wore a full set of armor on his body, leaving only 2 eye sockets on his head. With this strong defense, Rog headed to a position some distance away from the wall of the Grandit mansion and said, "Okay, let's get ready to fight. We should be discovered soon." According to the plan, Rog and Luffy are responsible for blocking the Grandit mansion to prevent Grandit from escaping, while blocking and eliminating reinforcements. Sanji and Robin entered the mansion and captured Grandit. "Okay, Miss Robin, let's go in," Sanji said. "Okay," Robin said. The two walked to a window on the upper floor of the white wall of the huge mansion. Robin crossed his hands to activate the flowering fruit ability, and a pair of arms grew inside the window. The arms opened the window from the inside. Sister Robin's ability is amazing. Sanji jumped in quickly. Robin is made with created arms, allowing himself to enter the room. There was no one else in this room, and the two began to officially enter the Grandit mansion to be responsible for capturing Grandit. Chapter 539 Roger and Luffy's Fight. Next to the Grandit mansion, Rog and Luffy were preparing for action. "Hey, how are you going to block this mansion?" Luffy asked Roger curiously. Rog took out a large amount of seeds from the backpack on his back and said, "You'll know right away." Rog grasped these seeds tightly, and all the power of the huge plant fruit concentrated in his arms was transmitted into the palm of Lianji and entered into these seeds. "Grow it up." Roger threw the seeds into the huge mansion. These seeds quickly began to grow and became thorns. These thorns grow rapidly and thick, and attached to the wall of the Grandit mansion. The thorns are tens of meters long and as thick as iron chains. Rog then quickly went to the wall of the Grandit mansion again, and continued to grab these thick thorns with both hands. The thorns grew further, and they were originally dozens of meters long, and now they crossed each other like a net. The thorns quickly surrounded the entire Grande mansion. In the end, Roger gasped and knelt down. He looked at the thick thorns that covered the Grandit mansion and said, "These thorns are like iron nets that completely seal this huge mansion. The Grandit mansion is really like being sealed off by iron nets. The gaps in the net formed by these thick thorns can only allow cats and dogs to go out. Moreover, the thorns of the thorns are still very sharp, and I am afraid that once an animal like a kitten and a dog is encountered, it will also be seriously injured. What is even more terrifying is that these thorny thorns are already as hard as iron. It can be said that the Grandit mansion is now sealed by a veritable iron net, and no one can go out." However, Rog used a huge power of plant fruits, and the use of tunnel stakes used an astonishing amount of power before, and Rog was already feeling very tired. Fortunately, when I used the tunnel stakes just now, I explored that there was no tunnel under this huge mansion. So you can rest assured. Now the Grandit in the Grandit mansion has become a caged bird, waiting for Sanji and Robin to catch them. However, Rog manipulated the creation of thorns into a huge net of thorns to seal the entire Grandit mansion, which also quickly attracted the attention of the security forces guarding the Grandit mansion. "What's the matter? How come there are so many strange plants growing around the mansion all of a sudden? Like a giant net." Hundreds of elite security forces all looked at the Grandit mansion. A colonel in command of the security forces guarding the Grandit mansion saw this scene. "What's going on here? Could it be that the mansion was attacked?" the colonel said in surprise. After the colonel saw the mansion being attacked in this way, he quickly gave the order. "The first team, the second team, and the third team quickly go to support. The main force will arrive later." The colonel gave the order. The adjutant quickly relayed the order over the phone. The 3 squads, each with 50 elite officers and soldiers, quickly surrounded the Grandit mansion, which was covered by a thorny net. Near the Grandit mansion, Roger and Luffy saw more than 100 security officers and soldiers rushing over. "They're coming," Luffy said. "Good job. There's nothing else to say, just hit it," Rog said. The vigilantes saw Roger and Luffy. "2 enemies found. Prepare to shoot." The vigilantes targeted Rog and Luffy with rifles and submachine guns. Bang 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 bang. Dense bullets hit the two of them. The walnut armor on Rog's body was as hard as steel, blocking the hordes of bullets. The bullets splattered sparks from the walnut armor on him. Luffy's body was dented. The rubber man's body will not be pierced by these bullets. Give it back to you. Luffy's body didn't move, and he bounced dozens of bullets back just by virtue of the elastic properties of the rubber. It's miserable. The bullet actually bounced back. Several security forces were hit and fell to the ground. But Luffy bounced the bullets back in random flight, not aiming. The number of people killed is also limited. Okay, it's my turn. Luffy swung his fist at the head of a vigilante with an officer badge on a black uniform and hit him. Luffy's fist was thrown, it stretched out and hit the vigilante officer. Crack. A harsh sound of bone shattering sounded, and the police officer's facial bones were shattered and the whole person flew out. Seeing Luffy's attack, some of the other security officers looked horrified. "Is this kid the Straw Hat Kid who fought in the port area before?" said a security guard. Before, the Straw Hat Pirates had a battle in the area near the port of Magic Valley City. Let the security forces know their general fighting style and ability. For example, the brutal swordsman who kills, the banshee who can grow hordes of arms, the eccentric who manipulates plants, the terrifying monster who can change between a civet cat and an orangutan and a reindeer. There are also rubber people who can stretch their bodies. These were spread as quickly among the security forces as horror legends. Many security forces have already figured out that the funny boy with an exploding head and wearing a child's suspender is the Straw Hat Boy. Rog also fought quickly, and he was very tired due to the severe consumption of the plant fruit power in his body just now. But even so, the fight must go on. Rog took out another small cactus. This cactus was previously collected from the desert of Alabasta. Rog has also remodeled it before. Cactus stab gun. Grow fast. Rog clenched the cactus with both arms and continued to concentrate the power of the plant fruit in his body to inject it. This small cactus grew rapidly, and the original appearance of the cactus changed. It first became more elliptical, and then a part similar to a gun handle appeared below, and the trigger appeared. The oval part resembles the body of a submachine gun. Rog picked up a cactus thorn that resembled a weird submachine gun, and aimed it at the three security forces charging towards him. How could this guy use such a weapon? Could it be that he's the guy who can manipulate plants? Rog pointed the cactus spear at the three security guards and pulled the trigger. Buzz buzz buzz. The spear of the cactus stab gun shoots one after another with spikes. These cactus spikes are fast and penetrating. A security soldier was quickly hit with several spikes on his face. These spikes were as long as fingers, and their sharpness was comparable to that of steel nails. Simply a cactus-style nail gun. The spikes pierced the vigilante's face and shot through his mouth. Even the eyeball is penetrated. Chapter 540 Cactus Spear. Ah! The security guard screamed in pain. Two more spikes pierced his throat, blood gushing from his throat. The security guard held his throat in pain, felt unable to breathe, and finally fell to the ground and twitched. The spike from Roger's cactus spear hit another vigilante, this time in the chest. More than a dozen spikes in a row hit the security army, like being shot by more than a dozen steel needles. He fell to the ground and never got up again. The last security soldier saw that the situation was not good, and quickly took out a long-handled lead grenade from his waist. Zitza. The lead was pulled away, and the long-handled lead grenade was about to explode. The security forces waved the long-handled lead grenade to throw them at Rog. But Rog aimed the cactus spear at his arm and shot. Ah! Several spikes stabbed the security guard's arm, and after a scream, his hand was released due to pain. The long-handled lead grenade fell at his feet. Boom! Then there was an explosion, and the policeman was blown to pieces. The black uniform was mixed with blood and scorched flesh. It looked nauseating for a while. Rog killed 3 vigilantes with a cactus spear in succession. Because Rog used a lot of plant fruit power before, it consumed a lot of his body. So now need to use this kind of shooting weapons. Because this can reduce consumption and kill enemies with less effort. Some security forces saw Rog using a cactus spear, and found out that Rog actually used a plant-based weapon. This guy is not the enemy who can master plants in the city near the port. Marine's wanted list also includes him. He seems to be called Rog, the plant warrior. The bounty is almost 100 million. Really, we're not rivals at all. Look at the armor he wears, it looks like some kind of walnut. But the hardness is comparable to steel, otherwise how can it stop our bullets? And that kind of firearm he's holding in his hand, it looks like a cactus has become. How can there be such a strange enemy? However, these security forces are, after all, well-trained and well-equipped elites. They quickly prepared a group of long-handled lead grenades again. These long-handled lead grenades were pulled away and the leads were quickly thrown at Rog. Blast him with a grenade, ordered a vigilante officer. More than a dozen long-handled lead grenades were pulled away, and they were thrown at Rog with a sizzling sound. Boom, 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 boom. The surroundings of Rog were covered with explosions of fire and gunpowder. After this violent explosion, the security forces looked towards the gradually dissipating gunpowder smoke. Amidst the dissipated gunpowder smoke, there was still a person standing there. Rog, who was wearing walnut armor, only suffered some slight black burns and a few surface cracks. But basically not much damage. What? It's so strong. The hardness is really comparable to steel. This walnut armor was not destroyed by so many grenade explosions. How can it be like this? The security officers and soldiers were all shocked. Of course, the long-handled lead grenades they threw are all grenades for anti-personnel infantry. It is indeed limited in power against objects with steel hardness. What an annoying bunch of guys, but well-trained, Roger said. Rog looked at the cactus spear in his hand, although his walnut armor was not destroyed by the explosion of the long-handled lead grenades. But the cactus spear was badly damaged. Rog quickly used the power of the plant fruit in his body again, and the power of these plant fruits quickly repaired the cactus thorn gun. After fixing the cactus spear, Rog aimed at the enemy. Buzz 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 buzz. Dense spikes shot out. An officer of the security forces was hit in the body, and his face and chest were full of spikes, like a giant hedgehog full of steel nails. Gudong. The security officer fell silent on the ground. His face then bleeds from the wound pierced by the spikes, but with that completely frozen expression of fear, several security guards around him shivered with fright. We can't win at all. Several security troops hurriedly ran away. But they were quickly shot by an officer armed with a submachine gun. Bang 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 bang. The bullets hit the fleeing security forces and they fell to the ground. The vigilante officer who shot the fleeing vigilantes yelled at the other vigilantes, "If there are deserters again, the fate will be the same as them. We don't need to defeat the enemy, we just need to drag down the fight. Until the support army arrives, we will complete our mission." Quote. The remaining vigilantes were stunned, and they quickly gave up the idea of running away and continued to fight. But they now know that their job is to hold off the fight, waiting for more support to arrive. So the rest of the security forces spread out and supported each other with firepower from a greater distance to contain Rog. It's broken into pieces, but I'm not afraid of this. Rog continued to attack the enemy with the cactus stabbing gun. Luffy is crazy in battle. Rubber, robot ally. Luffy quickly stretched out his hands and feet and entangled a vigilante. The vigilante was controlled like a puppet by Luffy, turned around and aimed at the vigilantes with the submachine gun in his hand, that is, strafing. Da 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 da. Bullets from the submachine guns swept down 2 other security forces. Shoot at the man under control. A vigilante officer ordered. More than a dozen vigilantes targeted Luffy and the vigilante with submachine guns and rifles. Dense bullets flew past. Luffy's body was naturally safe, but the security force he controlled was beaten into a sieve. Luffy threw the vigilante's body away and resumed the fight. Rubber. Stamp. Luffy lifted his foot and kicked it out. The foot quickly extended, and finally hit a security army officer, only to hear the sound of cracking the bones in the face, and the security army officer flew out. When he stopped, the other vigilantes saw that Luffy's foot had left a huge footprint on his face. Luffy rushed to the front of the 4 security guards again, his left arm suddenly stretched out, and he waved towards the 4 security guards. Rubber. Sickle. Luffy's left arm stretched out like a huge scythe and cut off the 4 vigilantes. Ah! The 4 security guards roared in pain for a while. They were thrown away after being hit by Luffy. It finally fell heavily to the ground. When it hit the ground, there was a sound of cracking bones. Chapter 541 Colonel Goldenbeard and his troops. Luffy continues to flex his formidable combat abilities. Rubber. Chain punch. Luffy punched, arms extended at the same time. But the punch was thrown by Luffy from the base of his arm in a circle. Luffy's punches were also thrown in circles. The security forces were hit one after another and fell to the ground. Ah! It hurts. What a weird fist. I didn't expect such a fighting method. Vigilantes were knocked out by Luffy with this strange move. Luffy looked at the surrounding security forces, and there were still more than a dozen people surrounding them. Okay, let's use a more powerful move. Luffy first put his arms flat, then began to stretch out, his body rotated like the center of a circle. Rubber. Top. Luffy was really like a spinning top, centered on his body, and began to spin violently around. However, unlike the small range of the top, Luffy's arms can be extended, so the attack range is very large. Ah! Oh! What a powerful move. We simply can't stand it. It's really like a spinning top. His body can stretch so much. More than a dozen security forces surrounding him were hit by Luffy's spinning arm and fell to the ground. Despite the fact that Luffy's body is rubber, it stretches freely. The strength is also very huge, and the strength of the rotating arms is comparable to the rotation of the trunk, which is enough to knock down the enemies within the range. What a horrible guy. A security officer said in horror. I'm here. Luffy looked at the vigilante officer and the others around him. Luffy, who was spinning like a top, actually started to move. What? The security army officer and other officers and soldiers said in shock. Luffy quickly approached them and knocked them to the ground in droves. Dong 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 dong. This group of security forces continued to be defeated. Luffy also kept attacking, knocking down a large number of security officers and soldiers. However, although Luffy's attack has a large range and flexibility, many attacks are knocked down, and only a few % of them are dead. There are still many security officers and soldiers who can stand up and continue to fight. Roger continued to engage the vigilantes with the cactus spear. The security officers and soldiers who learned to engage in procrastination tactics spread their distance to fight with Rog. Roger pointed his cactus stabbing gun at a vigilante who was shooting with a rifle and pulled the trigger. Buzz 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 buzz. A string of spikes shot from the cactus lance, hitting the vigilante. The vigilante fell to the ground with more than a dozen spikes in the head and chest. After firing a wave of spikes the size of steel spikes, more than 10 spikes grew out of the cactus lance. What a tough guy, Roger said. These security forces are very familiar with the environment here, and coupled with their strong ability to cooperate, Rog feels a little difficult. Suffered heavy losses after the fierce battle with Rog and Luffy, and they were very much looking forward to being able to hold out until more security forces came. The reinforcements are finally here, shouted a vigilante officer. More than 500 security forces came for emergency support again. These security forces were unusual. They carried more heavy weapons, which was different from the previous security forces of more than 100 people. Among them, the colonel who was in charge of guarding the Grandit mansion was personally commanding the battle. "Prepare the machine guns," ordered the burly colonel with an exaggerated golden beard. About 40 machine guns were quickly erected near the Grandit mansion. The muzzles of the machine guns aimed hard at Roger and Luffy. "Fire," Colonel Goldenbird ordered. More than 40 machine guns fired terrifying flames in unison. Da 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 da. The harsh sound of bullets echoed in the air. A heavy rain of bullets hit Roger and Luffy. Rog's walnut armor was hit by dense bullets, and the bullets hit violent sparks. However, although these bullets are dense, they cannot destroy the walnut armor that even artillery shells and bombs cannot destroy. Luffy was hit by the dense bullet, and his body dented violently back. "Wow, a hail of bullets!" Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Luffy's body deflected dozens or hundreds of bullets with its rubber properties. A lot of bullets hit the security forces, but because of the irregular ejection, the number of people who were hit was not too many. Colonel Goldenbird saw that the hail of bullets was useless to the two of them, and he also gave a new order. "Stop shooting," Colonel Goldenbird ordered. More than 40 machine guns stopped firing one after another. Luffy just now. And the bullets bounced back by Luffy also killed more than a dozen security forces. Colonel Goldenbird gave a new order: use small mortars. Quickly behind the machine guns, a group of vigilantes set up small mortars. More than 30 small mortars with a caliber of 30 centimeters were placed. These small shelling runners are 30 centimeters in diameter, 1 meter long infantry mortars, but the barrels are tilted upwards, and there are feet below. The soldiers responsible for firing can change the inclination of the barrel by adjusting the bracket to bombard the target. Another soldier in charge of loading the shells prepares the shells and quickly loads them in. Then the gunner fires, and the mortar shells shoot parabolically from the barrel to the target area. Although it is not very accurate, it still has a great suppressing effect on infantry. More than 30 small mortars were quickly loaded with mortar shells. Luffy looked at the security forces and said strangely, "What new weapons are you preparing?" Rog saw those small artillery guns and said, "It turned out to be mortars." The bullets of the security forces don't work, they naturally have to use explosive weapons. After more than 30 small mortars were ready, Colonel Goldenbird gave the order. "Fire!" The soldiers operating the small mortars pressed the trigger. Boom, 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 boom. Small mortars fired mortar rounds in groups. Mortar shells hit the area where Luffy and Roger were. Boom, 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 boom. Luffy and Roger were located was hit by mortar shells and exploded quickly. Rubber balloons. Luffy inhaled sharply, turning his body into a giant balloon. Into a giant balloon, Luffy blasted a lot of mortar rounds into the air. The blasted mortar shells flew back to the security forces again in a parabolic trajectory. Chapter 542 Major Derrigues. The security forces, including Colonel Goldenbird, were horrified to see a large number of mortar shells being bounced back. Boom, 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 boom. A violent explosion erupted among the security forces. Many security forces were flying with flesh and blood. The security forces also instinctively stepped back. Colonel Goldenbeard also felt terrified for a while, but did not expect the opponent's strength to be so evil. Rog charged in the smoke of the explosion at this time. Rog quickly rushed into the enemy line. The security forces quickly raised their submachine guns and rifles to fire. Da 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 da. The dense bullet hit Rog. The walnut armor on Rog's body sparked for a while. Rog raised the cactus spear in his hand, aimed at an enemy with a submachine gun and pulled the trigger. Buzz 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 buzz. The spikes shoot from the cactus lance. Hit the security forces armed with a submachine gun. The security guard fell to the ground with spikes in his chest and abdomen. Blood soaked the grass below, dyeing the green grass a yuhi color. "I'll use your weapons too." Rog took out a long-handled lead grenade from the killed security forces. Pulling the lead away, sparks and white smoke erupted from the long-handled lead grenade. Give it back to you. Rog threw the long-handled lead grenade at the 3 security forces. Boom. The 3 security guards were bombed to the ground, bloodied. Seeing that Rog was difficult to deal with, the other security forces quickly distanced themselves from Rog. However, Rog continued to chase the enemy, using the cactus thorn to shoot and kill the security forces. The security forces fell to the ground one by one, but in the end, a huge axe suddenly slashed. Rog dodged sharply. I saw a burly man with a height of 5 meters standing in front. This big man is also wearing a black security army uniform. But the style looks like an officer. You bastard! How dare you kill my subordinates? Now let Major Derriggs teach you a lesson. The burly man roared. Major Derriggs is out. The surrounding security forces said happily. Colonel Goldenbeard also showed a happy expression on his face. Derriggs shot, so the enemy can suffer. Goldenbeard said confidently. The security forces are not all ordinary troops, and some masters with powerful skills have been recruited. This Colonel Derriggs was originally a killer who ran rampant on the Great Route. He was desperate because he offended his enemy, but he was recruited by the security army with a lot of money. The strength is absolutely powerful. Rog looked at the burly Major Derriggs and said, okay, finally a guy with some strength has come. I think the other enemies are too weak. Rog used the cactus thorn gun to aim at Major Derriggs and fired more than a dozen spikes. Buzz 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 buzz. The spikes hit Derriggs in the chest. But this burly man was unmoved. He carried the huge axe on his shoulders. Is that what you are capable of, shooting out these insignificant thorns? Major Derriggs said. Major Derriggs is a big man himself, and his muscles and skin are very hard. Ordinary soldiers are hit by these spikes like high-speed steel spikes. But Major Derriggs was hit by these spikes, but ordinary people were stabbed by the small thorns of the cactus without much harm. Roger looked at Major Derriggs and said, okay, if you like hand-to-hand combat so much, I'll accompany you. Rog threw away the cactus spear and took out an iron birch sapling. Rog himself concentrated the power of plant fruits in his body and injected the power of plant fruits into this iron birch sapling. After a period of relaxation, Rog's body is no longer so tired, and he can also engage in hand-to-hand combat. The iron birch saplings are covered with green light as the power of the fruit of the plant is concentrated. Then it started to grow rapidly. Iron birch. Great sword. Finally, the iron birch sapling grew into a broadsword. This iron birch greatsword is as heavy and powerful as the great swords used by knights. After Roger clenched the iron birch greatsword in both hands, he was about to fight Major Derriggs. After Major Derriggs saw the iron birch sword in Roger's hand, he said, this is a plant change. It's really surprising, but you have some skills, I will fight with you. Major Derriggs slashed with the huge axe in his hand. Rog waved the iron birch greatsword in his hand and handed over weapons to the opponent. Chong. Derriggs' huge axe, which is enough to cut off a bull's head, joins with Roger's iron birch greatsword. Derriggs' great axe itself is made of steel and is extremely hard, while Rog's iron birch greatsword is surprisingly hard. The hardness of the iron birch itself is comparable to that of steel, and after Rog used the power of plant fruit to transform it, its hardness is even harder than that of steel. But Rog felt the other side's amazing strength. Although the opponent was only 5 meters tall and burly, he had seen enemies taller than him before, but the strength of Major Derriggs was comparable to that of a smaller giant. Rog resisted this blow, but the grass under Rog's feet was stepped into the soil by Rog, leaving deep footprints, which is enough to show the strength of the opponent's attack. Derriggs quickly withdrew the giant axe, aimed horizontally at Rog and chopped it. Rog blocked the iron birch sword upright in front of him. Chong. Another collision between the giant axe and the iron birch greatsword. Rog was attacked horizontally this time and endured all the force. His whole person flew out more than 10 meters. Ah, what a powerful force. Roger stood up again and said. Derriggs laughed. Ha ha ha, boy, dare to fight with me with weapons. You think so beautifully. My strength is comparable to that of a small giant. Rog looked at Derrigos. The opponent's strength was indeed huge. With the huge strength and the hard steel giant axe, if it hits the walnut armor on his body, it is very likely to smash the walnut armor. In that way, Rog himself was either killed or injured. Be careful with this enemy, Roger said. He clenched the iron birch greatsword in both hands, ready to fight again. Colonel Goldenbird, who was watching the battle from a distance, was also very happy when he saw Derrigos' quick initial victory after he fought. As expected of Major Derriggs, his body is burly but he has great strength. In this way, Derriggs has huge strength but is not very big, so he will not be dragged down in battle because of his excessive size. Colonel Goldenbeard said. In his years as a killer before joining the security forces, Derrigos used the steel giant axe in his hand to create the 100-tiger slash, which killed 100 tigers that besieged him. In terms of combat power, Derrigos is much stronger than Goldenbeard. Chapter 543 Kill Derriggs. Derrigos continued his fierce battle with Roger. This burly man with infinite power wielded a giant steel axe and attacked Rogue violently. Rog tried hard to parry, but the opponent's strength was really strong, almost always suppressing Rog. Clang! Derrigos' steel axe and Rog's iron birch greatsword handed over again. Rog said silently in his heart, what a savage enemy. Derrigos continued to wield the steel giant axe several times in a row, forcing Rog to retreat. Rog quickly observed Derrigos' fighting style during the battle. Derrigos' fighting style is very berserker-like, like those of the giants. Of course Derrigos doesn't have the power and wildness of the real giants. But even the strongest people have weaknesses. If Derrig's body is cut off, he will definitely suffer great damage. Rog thought of this and decided to engage in a closer fight. Close combat may be Derrigos' weakness. Stinky boy, go to hell, ha ha ha. Derrigos angrily swung the steel axe and continued to slash at Rog. Rog kept dodging or blocking with the iron birch greatsword. However, after a slash by Derrigos, Rog quickly approached Derrigos' right leg. At this time, Rog clenched the iron birch greatsword with both arms and beheaded Derrigos' right leg. PFF'd. The iron birch sword in Rog's hand slashed the knee of Derrigos' right leg. Derrigston, who was about to take the opportunity to attack, howled in pain. It hurts me. Derrigos howled in pain. Rog took this opportunity to quickly get behind Derrigos' right leg again. This guy's bones are really hard, and he didn't cut off his legs. Rog slaughtered with another blow from the back of Derrigos' right leg. PFF'd. More blood spurted out. Derrigos' right leg completely lost its support this time. His burly body was half knelt on the ground. At this time, Rog did not stop, but continued to wield the iron birch greatsword at the back of Derrigos' left leg. Rog exerted his full strength with both arms. The huge force and the sharpness and hardness of the iron birch greatsword also slashed Derrigos' left leg joint in one blow. When Derrigos got down on his knees this time, his whole body was hit hard. However, Rog also felt the hardness of Derrigos' body and bones when he attacked. Derrigos' body is as hard as stone, and his bones are as hard as iron. However, under the attack of the iron birch greatsword whose hardness surpassed that of steel, Rog was also able to seriously injure it. Asshole. Although Derrigos knelt on his knees, he still clenched his steel axe and slashed towards Rog. But in this case, the strength of Derrigos' attack was greatly slowed down. Chong. Rog swung the iron birch greatsword to block Derrigos' steel axe. If the previous blow was enough to shake Roger back, now Rog is able to withstand this blow. In order for the human body to exert its full strength, the whole body needs to be coordinated together. The joints of Derrigos' knees were severely damaged, and his natural strength was greatly slowed down by just relying on his arm strength to slash. Damn, How dare you attack my niece? Dorigos said angrily. Rog swung the iron birch greatsword and said, now it's up to you to fight. Rog quickly rushed towards Dorigos' back. Dorigos got down on his knees. He could only fight with his upper body. But his waist can't be rotated 360 degrees. Approaching not everyone is Luffy. Rog reached Dorigos' back, and suddenly he swung the iron birch greatsword and chopped it down at the back of Dorigos' neck. PFF'd. The iron birch greatsword clenched in Rog's arms slashed at the back of Dorigos' neck. The back of Dorigos' neck was cut off, and although the bones inside were as hard as iron, it was deadly enough. Dorigos' eyes bulged quickly, and his face became extremely hideous. Lie down with your entire body facing forward. Rog looked at Dorigos, who fell to the ground, and was relieved. After so much hard work, he finally defeated this difficult opponent. No matter what, I finally won. Roger said. The security forces who watched the entire battle around were shocked to see that Dorigos was killed. Major Dorigos was killed. No matter how strong the enemy is, how could he be defeated so quickly? It's unimaginable. He can't even win, we're sure to lose. What a terrible enemy this is. The security forces were terrified. Dorigos was beheaded so quickly, and they were all terrified of Rog. Colonel Goldenbeard looked at Dorigos, who fell to the ground, and said with an extremely ugly face, Major Dorigos was beheaded. He died so quickly, how could this be? Colonel Goldenbeard looked at Rog again, full of doubts and said, how can this person be so powerful? After the death of Major Dorigos, the impact on the morale of the security forces was enormous. And besides Rog, there is also Luffy, a formidable enemy. Seeing this terrible situation, Goldenbeard hurriedly issued a new order. Equipped crossbow ready to shoot. Goldenbeard ordered loudly. More than 100 soldiers from the security army quickly stepped forward. They carried crossbows that were carried by soldiers. These security forces were divided into two groups, each with more than 50 people. One of them pointed the crossbows in Luffy's direction. The soldiers aimed their crossbows at Luffy. At this time, Luffy continued to knock down some security forces to the ground. After knocking down dozens of people, he saw more than 50 soldiers aiming at him with crossbows. Ah, Bo, Luffy said with a strange expression on his face. He also knows how powerful the crossbow is. Gunpowder weapons are the mainstream in the Great Root and the Four Seas. However, the crossbow, as an ancient weapon, is still used by many killers and even regular national troops. Compared with gunpowder firearms, crossbows do not need to worry about the problem of moisture, but the shooting speed is slower, and it takes a long time to reinstall the bow and arrow. However, the penetrating power of the bow and arrow shot by the crossbow is much stronger than that of many ordinary or old firearms. Most importantly, the bow and arrow fired by the crossbow cannot be resisted by some bulletproof armors made of leather and light metal. Aim, said Colonel Goldenbeard. More than 50 soldiers aimed their crossbows at Luffy. Shoot, said Colonel Goldenbeard. Swish, 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 swish. The soldier with the crossbow buckled the mechanism of the crossbow, and the bows and arrows shot at Luffy together. Luffy slumped down and started rolling. If he was shot with so many bows and arrows, he would definitely become a hornet's nest. Luffy dodged quickly. Luckily it was a salvo this time, and Luffy got down just in time, almost sending the arrows past him. Chapter 544 Threat of the Crossbow. Luffy had dodged the bows and arrows. Goldenbeard quickly let the first group of soldiers retreat and replaced them with more than 50 other soldiers with bows and arrows. In this shooting, pay attention to every 10 people shooting every few seconds, and then shoot after judging the opponent's position. At the same time, the first batch of bows and arrows should be reloaded as soon as possible. Colonel Goldenbeard said. Yes, Colonel Goldenbeard. The second group of more than 50 soldiers started to attack. Every 10 soldiers aim at Luffy and shoot first. Swish 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 swish. The arrows shot at Luffy, who hurried to dodge. But every 10 arrows were fired at short intervals, and Luffy was exhausted. Still, a bow and arrow hit Luffy in the body. Ah! Luffy howled in pain. He was shot with a bow in the left thigh. 2 more arrows swiped across his right torso, missing but causing significant bruises. Luffy was wounded, and he was really helpless against these bows now. Luffy saw Rog's side. After Rog defeated Dorigos, he was in a fierce battle with some vigilante soldiers with shotguns. Luffy hurriedly ran towards Roger. At this time, Rog wielded the iron birch greatsword and fought fiercely with these enemies. Bang! With a harsh sound, a vigilante soldier fired at Rog's body with a shotgun. Sparks erupted from the walnut armor on Rog's body. But Rog's walnut armor is still basically intact. Just a few more cracks on it. Why can't you kill him? The security soldier said in horror. It's your turn. Rog swung his iron birch sword at his chest and chopped it. PFF'd. Rog wielded an iron birch tree sword and cut a huge wound on the chest of the security army soldier from top to bottom. Even the heart and lungs inside were exposed, and blood was scattered everywhere. Even Rog's walnut armor was soaked with more blood. The security army soldier fell to the ground covered in blood. As for Rog's series of hacks, more than 20 security forces were hacked to death with the iron birch sword. These security forces are all horribly dead. Some heads are moved. Hurry back, this guy is not easy to deal with. The security forces retreated together. Rog looked around, and after slashing, Rog became passionate. Luffy rushed over suddenly. Roger, can you think of a way? Help me with those bows. Luffy shouted. Luffy quickly hid behind Roger. At this time, suddenly 10 bows and arrows shot at Rog. Clang clang clang. Several bows and arrows hit the walnut armor on Rog's body, but they were all bounced off, and some were directly broken due to excessive force. Rog looked in the direction the bow and arrow came from. I saw dozens of soldiers with crossbows holding up their crossbows and aiming to shoot here. Rog quickly understood, and he said, it turns out to be like this. Luffy, your body must be very afraid of these extremely penetrating bows and arrows. Luffy's body stretches freely because of its rubber ability, and can bounce off many weapons. Bullets and cannonballs in the form of spears can bounce, and some irregular cubes and cuboid objects can also bounce. But once it encounters a sharp weapon, it cannot bounce back. So sharp weapons are Luffy's nemesis. Rog also felt a headache when he saw so many enemy soldiers using crossbows. It seems like a real headache. Luffy, let's go. You go to the remote location to throw objects and attack first, so that all the enemies who use the crossbow are knocked down and then approach the fight. Rog said. Luffy listened and said, okay. He hurried toward the farther area. There are also many stones in this vast garden, and Luffy uses them to attack when he sees them. Luffy placed a large rock and stood behind him. Rubber. Bazooka. Luffy's arms first stretched far behind him, then slammed forward with maximum force. The huge thrust knocked the large stone into the air and smashed it towards the security forces holding crossbows like heavy artillery shells. The vigilantes looked in horror at the large boulder that flew above their heads. Boom. A loud noise sounded. 4 vigilantes were smashed into Meat-chan. More than a dozen security soldiers around were also blown away by the impact of the large stone. The rest of the security forces were all terrified. This way of dying is so miserable. The security forces' soldiers armed with crossbows quickly formed chaos. Luffy continued to use this method to smash big rocks over. The security forces turned their backs on their horses. The security forces who originally had bows and crossbows quickly suffered heavy casualties. When Colonel Goldenbeard saw this, his face was full of sweat. Their strength is so powerful. Colonel Goldenbeard said in surprise. Every attack by the vigilante can now be broken by Rog and Luffy. But just as Luffy kept throwing the large stones at the security forces, Rog swung the iron birch sword towards the security forces. Although the security forces were numerous, they were frightened by the powerful combat effectiveness of the two, their morale declined, and some of them had a tendency to retreat. Just because I was worried about military law, I reluctantly insisted on it here. Colonel Goldenbeard shouted loudly, "Steady, don't panic. Keep fighting back." The vigilantes started shooting at Rogue with their guns, and those with crossbows in the direction of Luffy. But Luffy's side is far away, so Luffy can dodge, and Luffy can also use the big rocks to block the bows and arrows. Rogue faces a hail of bullets from the security forces. Machine guns, shotguns, submachine guns, and rifles all shoot bullets at Rogue. Under the attack of these dense bullets, the walnut armor on Rogue splattered countless sparks. The harsh friction sound also resounded around. However, apart from adding some insignificant tiny cracks to the outside of the walnut armor, these did not cause more damage to the walnut armor. Rogue had only one thought in his mind: rush into a place where the enemy is dense. Although I have seen Rogue's powerful combat power, there are still some capable officers in the security army to stop him. More than a dozen officers charged at Rogue with sabers in hand. Rogue wielded the iron birch greatsword and fought fiercely with the opponent. An officer slashed with a sharp saber. Rogue used the iron birch sword to meet him and cut it. Chong! The officer's saber was cut off. The iron birch greatsword surpasses the opponent's saber in terms of weight, sharpness and hardness. Moreover, although the saber is sharp and even more flexible, it is relatively slender, so the frontal handover with the iron birch greatsword is cut off. "My saber," the security officer said in horror. Chapter 545 Battle in the Mansion. Rogue didn't let go of the vigilante officer's thoughts, and the iron birch greatsword in his hand continued to chop at the officer's neck. PFF'd. The big iron birch sword that Rogue clenched in both hands cut off the head of the vigilante officer. The head of the security army officer tumbled to the ground. There are other security officers also rushed towards Rogue. Rogue swung the iron birch greatsword to continue beheading. The security army officers rushed over together, and Rogue swung the iron birch tree sword at the chest of another security army officer and slashed it. PFF'd. The security army officer's chest was cut open and blood was flying. The heart was also hit hard. The vigilante officer fell to the ground, mortally wounded. A vigilante officer took the opportunity to swing a saber and stabbed Roger's walnut armor in the abdomen. But it was just a screeching sound of friction, and the saber just collided violently on the walnut armor, because the friction produced sparks. He was unable to pierce Roger's walnut armor with his saber, and Roger slashed the belly of the vigilante officer with his iron birch sword. PFF'd. Rogue swung the iron birch sword to slit the security officer's abdomen. The intestines inside the security soldier's abdomen leaked out. Ah, ah, ah. The security guard, whose stomach was cut open, fell down, clutching his stomach in pain. He continued moaning and twitching on the ground for a while. Rogue continued to fight with his iron birch greatsword. One by one, the security officers came up to meet them. Rogue wielded the iron birch greatsword and beheaded the officers of the security forces. The security forces fell one by one, while Rogue continued to fight bravely. With sturdy walnut armor and a sharp iron birch greatsword, Roger charged valiantly. In the end, Rogue rushed to the machine gun position of the security forces. More than 40 machine guns all found Roger's threat, and they all fired violently at Roger. Rogue's walnut armor was covered in a hail of bullets. "How did you do it? You can't destroy this enemy. It's obviously just a walnut armor, but it can't be destroyed. How can it be so powerful?" Numerous security army soldiers operating machine guns were shocked. The walnut armor that Rogue was wearing was extremely hard. The bullets hit them with basically no damage. Individual bullets can only add very little cracks. But with the extremely hard walnut armor, Rogue still continued to charge bravely. Rogue swung the iron birch sword at the security forces who were operating the machine guns. Puff, 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 puff. Rog swung the iron birch sword to chop off the heads of the security soldiers who were operating the machine guns, and split their bodies. The security forces were overturned by Rog's close hand-to-hand combat. Just as Rog bravely wielded the iron birch sword to fight, Luffy kept throwing the huge rocks, and these huge rocks crushed many security troops to death. Originally, there were more than 100 soldiers in the security forces armed with crossbows. After Luffy bombarded them with large stones, they were all defeated. The remaining ones are also unable to form a large-scale attack. Finally killed them all, Luffy said. Now that the most threatening vigilante soldiers with crossbows were killed, Luffy stopped throwing large stones and started rushing towards the vigilantes. Luffy quickly rushed into the security forces and started fighting. Luffy was in a lot of pain after being shot by the vigilantes who used crossbows just now. Now it is finally time to punish these security forces severely. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy punched more than 10 punches in a row. These fists hit the vigilantes. Ah. Damn. More than a dozen security guards were hit in the head or chest and fell to the ground. This is not over. Luffy is a further and more powerful attack. Rubber. Tempest. This time Luffy punched harder, hitting dozens of punches in a row. More than 24 security forces were hit and fell to the ground. Luffy attacked violently like this, knocking down a large number of security officers and soldiers. Just as Luffy and Rog were fighting fiercely with the security forces outside the Grandit Mansion. Inside the Grandit Mansion, Sanji and Robin are constantly exploring and fighting. Sanji and Robin entered the mansion just now. After entering this mansion, I still encountered some enemies, and Sanji and Robin solved them all. The Grande Mansion has 5 floors. Sanji and Robin have been fighting from the first floor to the second floor. A security force was kicked away again. Robin crossed his arms and activated the ability to bloom and fruit. Second round flower. Choke. 8 security forces with submachine guns were targeting the two, but a pair of white and slender female arms quickly grew on their backs. What is this? When the security guards were still in shock, the arms that grew out quickly grabbed the heads of the 8 security guards. Then the arms slammed the heads of the security forces to the back. Crack it, kick 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 it. The piercing sound of broken bones resounded in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. The necks of the 8 security guards were snapped backwards. Afterwards, the 8 security guards fell either forward, backward, or to the sides. Da. The triggers of the submachine guns in the hands of several security guards were pressed down and fired indiscriminately. There are still some remnants of the security forces in the corridor on the second floor. 3 more security forces suddenly rushed out of the room on one side. First-class ground meat. Sanji jumped over quickly, jumping up and kicking his feet violently for a while. The 3 vigilantes were knocked to the ground by intensive kicks. Another security force suddenly rushed out of a room, and he threw a long-handled lead grenade at Sanji. It's just that this long-handled lead grenade has already been pulled away from the lead, and sparks and white smoke are bursting out. Haven't waited for this long-handled lead grenade to land. Sanji just kicked up. Give it back to you, Sanji said calmly. The long-handled lead grenade that was pulled was kicked back into the room where the security forces came out. It's miserable. Crap. Hurry up and throw it out. There is obviously more than one security army in this room. They were all planning to charge after the long-handled lead grenade exploded. Boom. A loud explosion sounded. The security forces in this room fell to the ground in blood. There are 40 doors on both sides of the corridor on the second floor. Some of the rooms inside have enemies hidden. They will rush out soon after they find that they have been invaded. However, most of the enemies that came out of the room where the enemy rushed out were quickly eliminated by Sanji and Robin. Chapter 546 Grandit's Crisis. A very small number of people who were frightened or other waiters did not dare to come out to die. Sanji looked at the corpses scattered all over the corridor, and some of them were knocked unconscious. I think someone needs to ask where Grandit is now, Sanji said. Robin crossed his hands again and said, don't be so troublesome. Robin is dazzled again with a powerful move that allows him to monitor the surrounding environment. Dazzling. A human eye suddenly appeared on the roof of the surrounding rooms, as deep as Robin's. Not only on the second floor, but also on the roofs of the rooms on the third floor above. In a room on the third floor of the mansion, Grandit was shivering under the protection of a group of bodyguards in suits. Grandit himself has no fighting power, he is just a cunning businessman and speculator. But he just relied on a lot of money to bought a group of powerful bodyguards and a huge security army for his use. Now that he has learned that this place has been attacked to such an extent, can he not feel fear? One of the bodyguards in suits is tall and thin, with sharp cheeks and eagle eyes. He said to Grandit, Mayor Grandit, you shouldn't be so afraid now. You should rest assured of our strength. After all, Grandit has experienced some strong winds and waves. Although he has been in a high position for many years, he still quickly stabilized his mood with the shrewdness and strength in his bones. He reluctantly said, Maggot, I believe in your strength. As my bodyguards, I can't trust your strength anymore. The tall and thin man named Magath was the captain of Grandit's bodyguard. This elite bodyguard team is also the last barrier after the security forces are defeated. Luffy looked at the corpse of the great King Seagull on the Discovery again. Luffy said to Sanji, Sanji, get ready to cook this giant seagull. Sanji looked at the King Heiau and said, what a glutton. But I should work hard to cook for the ladies. Thinking of this, Sanji immediately fell into extreme joy. But cutting such a huge king seagull still needs help. Sanji said to the others, I need someone to cut. You guys too. Okay, said the crowd. Rog, Zoro, the Ninja King offered to help. Luffy was too clumsy and Sanji just asked him to help with some clutter. Rog took out the iron birch greatsword and swung the iron birch greatsword to cut the great king seagull. Zoro and the King of Ninjas naturally need not be said. Particular, Zoro can be said to be surprisingly efficient in cutting the body of the king seagull. Seeing Zoro's amazing efficiency, Sanji also praised, Chlorophyte is really a good helper. After cutting off the head, tail and claws of the great king seagull, everyone threw it into the sea. The remaining feathers are plucked, but these gull feathers are huge and can be used to craft some items. The remaining seagull body became 2 giant seagull legs, 2 giant seagull wings, and a seagull torso body that was cut into several large pieces. The seagull meat was transported back to the cabin galley below. Although the upper deck of the Discovery had been severely damaged before, many of the deeper cabins below were still well preserved. The galley is in the deeper cabin. In the cabin, Sanji cooks in full swing. Others also act as help cooks. Saying while preparing the seasoning, la 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 la. First-class chef Sanji cooks a delicious seagull feast. Miss Nami is happy, the girls can't smile. Robin, this is how my sister fell in love with Sanji. Zoro, who was helping the cook here, hummed disdainfully after listening to it for a while. Rog and Usopp took it easy and continued to work. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came. It was actually Nami and Robin who came to the kitchen. Sanji looked at the two of them and said with a smile, Ah, Miss Nami, Sister Robin, you are here. Nami said, Ah, it's Robin who thinks you're working hard. Wants to help, that's why I am here too. Robin looked at Sanji and said, I'm sorry to keep making you all so hard. Sanji immediately said respectfully, Wherever you should work hard for ladies and gentlemen. When saying this, Sanji also rotated his body to show his love. Robin said, I'll do some work anyway. Sanji said, Sister Robin insists so much, so you can join in too. Robin went to a pile of dishes to wash. Used to squeeze quite a few dishes and bowls and cups that needed to be washed. Robin is standing in front of the dishes and utensils that need to be washed. 8 round flowers, blossoms. Robin crossed his arms and activated the blossoming fruit ability. Suddenly 8 arms grew out of Robin's body. The 8 arms then began to form 4 pairs and began to wash the dishes and cutlery. Nami praised, "Robin, your method is really efficient." Robin said, "It's a small matter." Nami also started to help. But she soon acted like a conductor, instructing everyone how to work. Nami is more of a real captain than Luffy at times. The kitchen was lively, and everyone worked together. It's afternoon again. Near the bow deck under the setting sun, everyone had dinner together. This time on the table, the amazingly huge seagull meat was put on the table. "It's delicious," Usopp said, gobbling. "Ha ha ha ha, it's delicious," Luffy said, filling his mouth with food. Luffy also felt that there was not enough food on the plate in front of him, and often used rubber arms to reach out to other people's plates to get meat to eat. Sanji said dissatisfiedly, "Really, glutton." Robin is also indifferent to Isha when he sees Luffy's appearance. Sanji hurriedly said to Robin with a loving expression, "Get used to it. Luffy is gluttonous here, so don't eat too slowly." Roger and Chopper also ate seagull sandwiches and drank special drinks together. Ice block at this dinner. Before the meal, the water goddess Izumi used magic to create enough ice block for everyone to enjoy. Zoro and the Ninja King sip chilled rum and gorge on grilled seagull steak. The meat on the king seagull is huge, so that there is no need to pick the bones. Except for a few ladies such as Robin who were present, everyone else was munching. Laughter and laughter filled the deck of the Discovery. After the big meal, everyone rested leisurely on the deck. "Okay, do you want to drink some coconut milk after dinner?" Roger asked. "Want," shouted Usopp and Luffy and Chopper. Chapter 547 Support of the Fourth Army. Sanji and Robin prepare for the final battle to capture Grandit. Outside the Grandit mansion, Roger and Luffy continued their fierce battle with the security forces. Due to the constant defeat of the troops commanded by Colonel Goldenbeard, the commander of the 4th Legion, Korath, was ordered to come only. The commander of the Corps of Koras led 1,000 light cavalry and infantry of the 4th Corps to quickly rush to help here, and the carriage also brought some heavy weapons. The commander of the Korath army, riding on a tall horse, personally led a large army to help here. After he and the infantry, cavalry, and carriages of the 4th Army reached the center of the city, they saw the Grandit mansion in the middle of the battle and the huge courtyard nearby. "It's actually like this here," Korath said with emotion. He also saw how the Grandit mansion was covered by a net of thorns. According to Grandit's urgent request for help, Korath quickly led the army to help. After arriving here, it was found that the hundreds of elite soldiers commanded by Colonel Goldenbeard had suffered extremely heavy losses and were almost completely defeated. The commander of the Korath army stopped the horses at the gate of the huge courtyard outside the courtyard of the Grandit mansion and began to give orders. "All troops, prepare to fight," the commander of the Korath army commanded in a deep voice. "As ordered, Legion Commander." More than 1,000 officers and soldiers shouted in unison. The vigilantes of the 4th Army quickly began to load their rifles and draw their sabers for battle. The carriage stopped and put down the machine guns and field guns it was carrying. The cavalry took the lead, ready to charge. "Enter the yard," the commander of the Korath army ordered. He personally led the cavalry into the huge courtyard of the Grandit mansion. The yard around the Grandit mansion is huge, comparable to a square, and full of trees and flowers. The reason why it was built like this at the beginning was to make the surroundings appear very broad and avoid the possible danger of assassination. The commander of the Korath army led more than 1,000 elite officers and soldiers to enter this huge courtyard one after another. At this point, Rog and Luffy continued their fierce battle with the vigilantes commanded by Colonel Goldenbeard. Now the security forces have been beaten to pieces. With the reduction in numbers, the security forces are in a more unfavorable situation. Rog slashed violently with his iron birch sword, completely destroying the security army's machine gun positions and small mortar positions. Luffy made full use of his flexible and retractable body to knock down a large number of security forces. Goldenbeard held a saber, but was also very frightened. He was trembling all over. Although he had some skills, he was only stronger than ordinary soldiers, but he had no chance of winning against either Rog or Luffy. At most, it takes a few hits to kill or get injured. At this time, Goldenbeard heard the sound of the horses' hooves of the 4th Legion. He excitedly looked at the 4th Army troops coming in at the gate of the huge courtyard. Support finally arrived. Colonel Goldenbeard was overjoyed. He commanded his subordinates to fight hard, and he was already tortured and was about to collapse. At this time, the reinforcements of the 4th Army under the command of the commander of the Korath Army finally arrived. He shouted happily, "Brothers, our reinforcements are here." Colonel Goldenbeard rushed towards the commander of the Korath Army quickly. Colonel Goldenbeard rushed towards the commander of the Korath Army, sweating profusely. The more than 100 security forces under him that were still able to move also finally collapsed, and they were extremely happy to flee for their lives in the direction of the support troops. Rog and Luffy did not pursue, but looked at the surrounding groups of corpses and wounded and fainted enemies, and at the support of the 4th Army. "Is there so much here again?" Roger said calmly. "Keep fighting," Luffy said excitedly. Colonel Goldenbeard fled desperately to the horse of the commander of Korath. The commander of the Korath Army stopped his horses. He looked at the embarrassed Goldenbeard colonel. Colonel Goldenbeard also panted and raised his head. He looked at the tall and burly captain of the Korath Army on horseback. The commander of the Korath Army has a resolute and calm middle-aged face, with a cross scar on the right side of his face. Appears more sturdy. Korath looked at Colonel Goldenbeard, and he swept his gaze to the more than 100 remnants of the security forces who had retreated with Colonel Goldenbeard. Colonel Goldenbeard raised his hand in a military salute to him very respectfully. Commander Korath, Colonel Goldenbeard and the Mansion troops fought desperately to resist the enemy. Now we finally have your support. Please join the battle as soon as possible. Colonel Goldenbeard said very respectfully. The commander of the Korath Army gave him a disdainful look and said sharply, "What? Fighting desperately, but I saw you running away." Hearing the words of the commander of Korath, Colonel Goldenbeard and the soldiers behind him were all terrified. The commander of the Korath Army said to the 2 officers on the left and right, "The commander of the Public Relations Unit, Colonel Goldenbeard, escaped from the battlefield and engaged in military law. Behead him and show it to the public." "As ordered," said the 2 officers. The 2 officers drew their sabers from their waists and rode their horses towards Colonel Goldenbeard. Colonel Goldenbeard was terrified and instinctively waved his saber to resist. Chang! His saber was handed over to the officer's saber rushing over from the right. But he couldn't defend on the left side. The officer on the left rushed over on his horse and took advantage of his speed to cut off Colonel Goldenbeard's neck with one knife. PFF'd. Colonel Goldenbeard's head flew up, and blood spurted out of his neck. After Colonel Goldenbeard was beheaded, the more than 100 soldiers who had fallen under his command were terrified, and some of them collapsed to the ground. An officer picked up Colonel Goldenbeard's head from the ground and rode his horse, raising his head with one hand to the side of the commander of the Korath Army. "Commander, his head is here," said the officer respectfully. Vivi, the commander of the Korath Army, nodded and glanced contemptuously at Colonel Goldenbeard's face. "Okay, let them have a look," said the commander of the Korath Army. The officer showed the head of Colonel Goldenbeard to the more than 100 routed soldiers and the troops who came to watch. This bloody head gave the security forces a great shock. Colonel Goldenbeard was beheaded very cleanly. If strictly according to the command system, the commander of Korath and Colonel Goldenbeard are not affiliated. Although Colonel Goldenbeard commanded a small number of troops, he was responsible for guarding the important Grandit Mansion. To a certain extent, he was on the same level as the commander of the Korath Army, who commanded a major army. It's just that the status is slightly different on the surface, but in fact there is no absolute huge gap. In other words, without the permission of General Durham, the commander-in-chief of the security forces, the commander of the Korath army had no authority to execute Colonel Goldenbird. Chapter 548 Command of the Commander of the Corps of Korath. Even Colonel Goldenbird completely wiped out the troops under his command is not a major sin. After all, the strength of the enemy is there. But Colonel Goldenbird should never have done it. But when the elite soldiers of the 4th Legion led by the commander of the Korath army arrived, they immediately fled. This may not change the battle situation though. But in terms of morale, it undoubtedly caused a great blow to the remnants of his men and the support troops. Under such a situation, the commander of the Korath army was absolutely unbearable. So he can completely order the execution of Colonel Goldenbird directly. Korath rode to the front of more than 100 soldiers who were originally under Colonel Goldenbird. The soldiers looked at him in horror. Among the security forces, the commander of the Korath army was known for his ruthlessness. Once he feels he can, there is no problem in killing how many people, including his own. The commander of the Korath army ruthlessly looked at the group of defeated soldiers. You flee the battlefield, all because of Colonel Goldenbird's leadership. The responsibility lies with him, so he has already been rectified on the spot. But you soldiers have faced a powerful enemy and fought bravely and persisted until now, but you deserve credit. But you escaped from the battle. There is also guilt. Now I have issued an order with the security army, and you are integrated into the 4th army. Continue to fight against the enemy. After victory, the guilt will be forgotten, and the rewards will be rewarded. The commander of the Korath army said forcefully. After listening to these more than 100 defeated soldiers, their expressions changed greatly. Then they cheered. As ordered, Legion Commander. The more than 100 defeated soldiers cheered happily. Although the battle is very sinister, the reality is here. If you don't fight, you can only be dealt with by military law. And if they continue to fight now, there is the support force of the 4th Army under the command of the commander of the Korath army. The advantage of continuing to fight is not small. The commander of the Korath army ordered, the 4th Army, prepare for battle. Field artillery ready. As ordered. The soldiers of the 4th Corps quickly set up the dozen or so field guns drawn by the carriage. Because of the urgency of the matter, only lightly armed troops were dispatched. So the heavy firepower is only these dozen or so field guns. The vigilantes quickly reloaded the field artillery shells. After the field guns were loaded, the soldiers adjusted their muzzles towards Roger and Luffy. The commander of the Korath army looked at the two of them. Of course, the hundreds of vigilantes around Rog and Luffy who were knocked to the ground were also in his eyes. Obviously these two are not easy to deal with. Korath ordered the artillery, fire. The artillerymen pulled the drawstrings of the field guns away, and then a loud bang sounded. Boom, 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 boom. More than a dozen shells were fired and flew towards Rog and Luffy. A violent explosion covered Rog's surroundings. Luffy saw the cannonball coming. Rubber, balloons. Luffy swelled his body into a giant balloon and bounced the cannonballs. But just after Luffy touched a cannonball, it exploded violently. Boom. Luffy was blasted far away, bouncing off the ground like a really huge balloon because his stomach was full of air. Luffy finally spit out all the air in his mouth. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath and standing up. How can this be? These shells explode when they hit an object. Luffy said in surprise. The shells of the field guns used by the security forces are shells that hit the fuse, and if they hit the object, it will explode. Luffy often uses rubber balloons and body stretches to bounce the projectiles, but once he encounters a cannonball that hits the fuse, it doesn't work. Rog was violently covered by the shells. Rog was already enveloped in firelight and gunpowder. The hard walnut armor on his body successfully resisted the damage of the explosion. After this round of shelling, Rog still stood there. The commander of the Korath army looked at both Rog and Luffy. Rog, in particular, was still standing in such a fierce attack. It is indeed an enemy of some strength. Well, the field guns all use incendiary shells. The commander of the Korath army gave the order. The artillerymen quickly reloaded the field guns with fresh shells. This time the shells they loaded were incendiary shells. Fire! The commander of the Korath army gave the order. Boom, 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 boom. The artillerymen operating the field guns pulled the cords. More than a dozen incendiary shells were fired. These incendiary shells cover Rog and Luffy. Boom, 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 zz, 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 zz. The shells not only exploded on their own, but also caused huge flames. A huge flame enveloped both Rog and Luffy. Oops, retreat quickly, Rog said. Although Rog's own walnut armor has been transformed and is not afraid of flames, it will be roasted if he stays here. And the burning smoke is also choking. It's so hot. Luffy was even more sore and ran to the back position like a duck. At this moment, near the Grande Mansion, a carriage came quickly. There are also several horses with burly attendants. The carriage stopped at last at the gate of the great courtyard of the Grande Mansion. What's the matter? Keep going in. A young female voice came from inside the carriage. The driver hurriedly said embarrassedly, Miss Eugenie, there's a battle going on inside. We can't go any further. At this time, there was a fierce battle in the huge courtyard of the Grande Mansion, and the fire were raging here. A large number of vigilantes are fighting Rogue and Luffy here. The door of the carriage was pushed open, and Eugenie in a blue dress walked down. Eugenie shook her beautiful long brown wavy hair, and her blue eyes looked at the Grande Mansion and the huge surrounding courtyard, which was full of war. The attendants also dismounted. Father! Eugenie quickly rushed in from the entrance of the giant yard. Miss, you can't go. Several burly attendants quickly blocked her. Eugenie was very anxious to rush out. She, who has always been kind-hearted, also said sternly, Don't you listen to what I say. These servants are all ugly. One of the eldest middle-aged men looked at Eugenie very calmly. Miss, your safety is very important. If your father learns that you are taking such a risk, he will definitely be very distressed. The middle-aged man said seriously. Eugenie looked at him and said calmly, Sha Wen, you are the old housekeeper of the Grandit family. I know you have good intentions. But my father's life and death now. What am I supposed to do? Eugenie also knew that she might not be of much help, but she really wanted to see for herself that her father was finally safe. Chapter 549 Straw Rope. Looking at the huge courtyard full of war, Eugenie also stopped. She knew very well that it would not help her to go there now. Father, why is this? Eugenie said with tears on her face. Eugenie actually knew for a long time that her father Grandit had forged countless hatreds because of his greed for money and power. A powerful resistance force like the Tsuruyama United Army also emerged. Sooner or later, such a scene will happen. The housekeeper Sha Wen quickly helped Oyeni. Miss, please don't be like this. If you really don't want to leave, then we will wait here together. I believe that with the strength of the security army, Master Grandit will be safe. The middle-aged butler said. Eugenie looked at Butler Charles, nodded and said, Okay. Eugenie and Steward Seal and these attendants were waiting here at the door outside the huge courtyard. The battle in the huge courtyard is still in full swing. Rog and Luffy started a violent fire as the Fourth Corps fired incendiary shells from field guns. Rog and Luffy hurried to the back. Dodge the incendiary shells fired by the vigilante field army. Although these incendiary artillery shells have little explosive power, they contain a large amount of chemical powder, which will burn violently after they explode. In addition to the huge damage caused by burning, flame burning consumes a lot of oxygen and can easily cause suffocation. These incendiary shells are more than 10 times more harmful than ordinary shells. These weapons are a real headache, Roger said. However, these field guns cannot be allowed to continue firing incendiary shells. Rog was ready to take the initiative to destroy the dozen or so field guns. The dozen or so field guns were now lining up, and the artillerymen maneuvering them quickly loaded new shells and aimed. Rog needs to kill these enemies who operate field guns as soon as possible. Rog swung the iron birch sword to avoid those burning areas and quickly rushed to the field gun. When Rog was less than 100 meters away from the field guns, the commander of the Korath army also discovered Rog's intentions. The cavalry hastened to stop him. The commander of the Korath army gave the order. As ordered. Among the more than 30 cavalry near the commander of the Korath army, they rode strong horses and rushed towards Rog. The cavalry charged at Rog with sabers or rifles. The mobility of the cavalry was still very high. They quickly rushed to the sides and front of Rog, and surrounded Rog. Going, you also need to get rid of these troublesome guys. Rog said. Kill him. The cavalry rushed to Rog on their horses. There were 4 cavalrymen in the front slashing at Rog with sabers. Rog swung the iron birch greatsword toward the hoofs of the horses under the first cavalry rushing forward. PFF'd. The sharp iron birch sword cut off Kenma's right front hoof. Half of the horse's hoof rolled to the ground, blood flying. Hi! The horses whose hooves were cut off quickly fell to the ground because of inertia. The cavalry fell to the ground. Another cavalry dashed on his horse. This time, his saber had already slashed towards Rog's head. Chong! The opponent's saber slid across the walnut armor on Rog's head, making a harsh sound and sparks flying everywhere. The walnut armor on Rog's body had another scratch, but it was still extremely strong. Rog slashed at the left hind leg of the horse under the cavalry with his iron birch sword. PFF'd. The horse's left hind leg was severed. The cavalry fell to the ground along with the horses below him. The remaining 2 cavalrymen fired at Rog with rifles. Bang! Bang! The bullet from the rifle hit Roger in the body. There were bursts of sparks and slight cracks. However, these 2 cavalrymen had seen Rog's melee combat. No one dared to use their life to try the power of the iron birch greatsword. They just fought with rifles from a distance. One of the 2 cavalrymen who had his horse's leg cut off by Rog fell directly to his death, and the other stood up again. Rog saw the enemy, and he swung the iron birch sword to the opponent's head with a single sword. PFF'd. The cavalryman's head and part of his neck were chopped off, and blood spurted everywhere. The body also fell limp. More than 30 cavalrymen started to attack Rog one after another. They also saw the powerful fighting power of Rog holding the iron birch greatsword. These vigilante cavalrymen just shoot at long range with rifles, or attack with long-handled lead grenades. Zitza. A cavalryman pulled a long-handled lead grenade off the lead. The long-handled lead grenade emits sparks and white smoke. The cavalry threw it violently, and the long-handled lead grenade fell to Rog's side. Boom! The long-handled lead grenade exploded violently. The other cavalrymen also took out the long-handled lead grenades one after another, and they pulled the lead apart. Zitza, Zizi, 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 Zizi. The long-handled lead grenades were thrown at Rog in droves by the cavalry. Accompanied by more than a dozen long-handled lead grenades, they fell to Rog's feet. Boom, 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 boom. Rog was enveloped in successive explosions. The surrounding cavalry used rifles and long-handled lead grenades alternately, combining with the cavalry's maneuvering to suppress Rog. Rog first inserted the iron birch sword on the ground, then knelt down and pressed his right hand to the ground. Don't forget, my ability is Master Plant. Rog concentrated the power of plant fruits in his body and transmitted it to his right arm and right hand. Although Rog's right hand was covered with walnut armor, it still flashed green light. Plant fruit power is transmitted to the earth below. The huge courtyard of the Grande Mansion is filled with plants. There are all kinds of flowers and trees, but for Rog, the plants here are weapons. And where there are plants is where Rog can really show his talents. This is not the big desert of Alabasta. Grass rope. Roger said. Suddenly, the weeds on the ground began to grow rapidly in a circular area of 40 meters in diameter. Weeds that were originally more than 10 centimeters high quickly grew to a height of more than 1 meter, and their volume and toughness also increased significantly. Not only that, but these giant and tough weeds also entangled the legs of the horses of the galloping cavalry. What's the matter? The weeds have grown up. It's unbelievable. But it's not just that the legs of the horses are entangled, these huge weeds are tough enough to cut the legs of the horses. S's. SS. SS. SSS. 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 Horses with cuts and entangled legs fell quickly. After the cavalry fell to the ground, they were also entangled in weeds and cut themselves. Chapter 550 Huge Flame. It hurts. The cavalry, who had been injured by the fall, struggled in pain, but the weeds entangled tightly and cut their bodies. Some cavalrymen were even cut their necks and died. More than 30 cavalrymen were either killed or injured, and Rog stood up from the ground again. The commander of the Korath army and the officers and soldiers who were observing the battle not far away were terrified when they saw this scene. The commander of the Korath army looked at Rog and said, "How could he have such terrifying power?" Rog's move is enough to make the cavalry troops who were supporting now unable to fight. Not even the infantry could get too close. Rog didn't stop, he pulled the iron birch sword from the ground, and rushed towards the field guns. The field artillerymen also saw Rog defeat the cavalry, and their faces were full of surprise and fear. Rog rushed over quickly wielding the iron birch sword. These artillerymen did not dare to escape at all, because the Korish army was very strict, and if they escaped, they would die. Some artillerymen pulled out their pistols and started firing at Rog. Bang! Boom! 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 The bullets shot at Rog, but after hitting the walnut armor on Rog's body, they sputtered sparks. Of course, these cannot effectively damage the walnut armor on Rog. Rog rushed to a field gun and swung an iron birch sword to kill the two gunners. Then Rog looked at the box of shells beside the field gun. Not only this box of shells, Rog looked at the other field guns and there was a box of shells. Even just detonating one of the cannonballs can create a chain of explosions. Rog picked up two long-handled lead grenades from a dead gunner, and Rog pulled their leads away. Zzz, zzz. Sparks and white smoke emanated from the two long-handled lead grenades. Some of the other artillerymen looked at Rog, and they quickly had bad thoughts. "What are you doing?" an artilleryman asked with fear. Rog said calmly, "I just want to set off some fireworks." Roger threw two long-handled lead grenades at the cannonball box. Then Rog also quickly left here. After all, the explosive power of the shells together is still very large. Both Rog and the artillerymen left the row of field guns. The two long-handled lead grenades also exploded in the end. Boom, 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 boom. The whole box of shells was detonated, covering the field artillery like a continuous explosion. These cannonballs are also mainly incendiary cannonballs, and they quickly generate a shocking flame that devours everything around them. Groups of flames surged in the huge courtyard, and some security forces were also affected. The scope of the flames produced by this series of explosions greatly exceeded everyone's expectations, including Rog and the commander of the Korath army. Luffy said in surprise when he saw the huge flame, "What a powerful flame." Seeing that the situation was not good just now, the commander of the Korath army hurriedly rode the horses with the adjutant beside him to avoid it. After the explosion, he still accelerated. However, some security forces who did not ride horses were miserable. Although some distance has been drawn, many people are still killed by this huge flame. Rog was also covered by a huge flame. At this time, Rog hurriedly lay on the ground, holding his breath, trying to survive the flames. Eugenie and Steward Charles at the entrance of the huge courtyard also saw the amazing flames in the huge courtyard. "Such a huge flame," Eugenie said in shock. Although Eugenie's character is somewhat bold, similar to a boy, but she had never seen such fierce fighting and slaughter before. The horror of war was officially before her eyes. The flames in the huge courtyard tumbled and burned, but then disappeared again. The astonishing flames covered almost a quarter of the yard. However, because the flame is mainly burned by specially made chemical powder, once the chemical powder is burned, it will only continue to burn on the flowers, plants and trees in the huge yard. After the huge flame, there are still many trees that continue to burn, and the flowers and plants covered by the flame are quickly burned out. The commander of Korath was able to escape, and he and his lieutenants were still terrified. "It's like a flame in hell," said the commander of the Korath army in fear. He has always been calm and ruthless, even if he witnessed the flames produced by this terrifying explosion with his own eyes, he felt infinite fear in his heart. The flames from this series of explosions burned about 300 security guards to death. The dozen or so field guns they brought were also destroyed. The troops supported by the Fourth Army were more than 1,000 people, and they received more than 100 soldiers from Colonel Goldenbeard's men. For the time being, there were nearly 1,200 troops. There are less than 900 soldiers left in the Fourth Army. The commander of the Korath army now has to use less than 900 troops to continue to find a way to complete the battle. Eugenie and butler Charles, who were at the entrance of the huge courtyard, saw this terrifying sight. "It's like hell," Eugenie said with a shocked expression. "The reason for such a fierce battle is all because of the battle over Grandit. People in high positions can make many people give their lives because of some actions." Especially when Eugenie saw the charred corpses in the huge yard, her eyes couldn't help but burst into tears. "Woo!" Eugenie covered her eyes and knelt down and cried. This kind girl was deeply saddened by so many people dying in battle. Because these could have been avoided. In the huge yard, there are charred corpses everywhere, and there are a few survivors who are on fire but walking around in pain. Some of them were still burned to death in the end, while others committed suicide using their carry-on guns and sabers. Luffy just saw that the situation was not good, and ran away. Escaped to a distance with the stretchability of the rubber. Now Luffy looked at the tragic fire-ravaged area. "It's tragic, where's Roger?" Luffy suddenly realized that Roger was not found. He quickly rushed to the scorched land, hurriedly looking for Rog. On the scorched earth, Rog crawls on the ground in walnut armor. Although the armor on his back was not destroyed, it became charred black and radiated heat. The power of the flame just now was so huge that the walnut armor on Rog's body was burned violently. Roger moved, and he reluctantly got up. Fortunately, the violently raging flames will soon be over, otherwise Rog will surely die. "Roger, you're here." Luffy rushed over quickly. Roger raised his head hard and looked at Luffy. "Is it over?" Rog looked around with lingering fears. There is a scorched earth around, and there are many scorched corpses of the security forces.